Those are the hosts, guests, and callers only, and not necessarily those of 910 KFYI. Now, here's John Dayl.
And good afternoon, Arizona. I am John Dayl, and this is 910 KFYI. Good to have you aboard this very warm Saturday afternoon. Good show lined up for you. Plenty of open topic time for you. Going to deal with some of the governor's vetoes and a couple of other things, depending on how the show goes. And in part, in this first hour, we're going to do a little bit of a continuation of some of the things we did last week, get some expansion on it. Some things that I've had difficulty grasping, and maybe you have too, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more information and get a little more of this under our belts. And it's not going to be anything particularly new in the sense that we've heard some of this, but then too, what the heck are we going to do about it? That's the problem. Or in fact, are we going to do nothing? We'll just decide that, and possibly as we go along. Dr. Eugene Schroeder is my guest, and Dr. Schroeder is the author of a book entitled Constitution, Fact or Fiction. It's $14.95. We'll have to see how you can get a copy of it. I don't know what the distribution is, but we'll ask Dr. Schroeder in just a moment. He's a doctor of veterinary medicine, and he was one of the founders of the American Agriculture Movement in 1977. I don't know how many of you remember that. I do. I was sitting at a microphone in Oklahoma, and they were talking about taking their tractors and going to Washington, D.C., and there was a big brouhaha over the Agriculture Act of 1939, and also whether they were going to plant or not plant and do a whole bunch of things. I think that was a great time in America, and I think they had a chance to do a lot of changes right there. But unfortunately, money and a few other things entered into it, and it never did come about. Dr. Schroeder, good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for joining us here.
Certainly my pleasure, John. Always my pleasure.
All right. Appreciate you taking time out of your Sunday to chat with us here in Phoenix. Tell me a little bit about your organization that's... oh, mercy, Lord. I've got it in front of me here, but I can't find it right now.
Yes, it was the American Agriculture Movement, John, and you gave a brief history there when we took all those tractors back to Washington there in the late 70s. And if we would have known then what we know now about government, how it operated, the form of government we were under, maybe we could have done better. But we really didn't understand back in those days what it was we were dealing with. And as a result, the federal government came with lots of emergency money. They made a lot of emergency loans to farmers all over the nation. And as a result of that, we didn't get to do the things we needed to do. But we continue to study, and hopefully that we're now to the point where we can really begin to make meaningful change in this country.
Give me a basic premise as I'm reading your material here, and again, as Peter the Great, my technical engineer, informed you, I don't have a copy of your book. It didn't get to me in time, but again, I do have some background material. I would assume it is published by Buffalo Creek Press?
Yes, that's correct, John. I apologize that book didn't get there in time.
That's all right. No, that's not a problem, but while we're dealing with that, is it available in bookstores or is it by special order?
No, it's both. It can either be obtained through the Barnes & Noble bookstore chain, or it can also be obtained from the publisher at a 1-800 number.
All right. For those of you in the audience, if you'd like to get a copy as we go along here, it's $14.95. Please get a copy of your, get a pencil and paper, and we'll give you the 800 number in just a little bit. In fact, you can write down the 1-800 already. And we'll do that. If you'd like, you can also write down Buffalo Creek Press. They are the publishers of it. Basically, what your premise is, or what you're talking about, goes back to an emergency, national emergency that was declared in 1933 by President Franklin Roosevelt that has never been repealed. We were talking last week with one of our guests about this, and we've had some talk about it before. But give us a basic primer on this, if you will, Dr. Schroeder, because I don't think a lot of people fully understand it, and quite candidly, I don't fully understand it.
Well, it's a fundamental principle that nations, during periods of great crises, the government can take on more powers than it would normally have. In our country, of course, our government was limited under the Constitution, and it had been ever since the inception of this country. But it was well understood that during a period of invasion or rebellion, when the public safety might require it, the federal government and the state governments, for that matter, could take on powers that were above and beyond those given it in the Constitution. It was under this premise that we dealt with a great crisis back in the 1930s. It was called the Great Depression. And it was during that period in time that we elected a new president, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Not that that's critically important, because every president since Roosevelt has continued with this same form of government. But the important fact being that during that period, a war government was declared, just as if we had, in fact, went into a major world war. And under that premise, to deal with that Great Depression, our governments took on powers above and beyond the Constitution to do that. That form of government was called a New Deal government. It was a government where the federal government and the state governments began to intervene into all aspects of our lives, including the economic and social agenda. And that government was formed to deal with that Great Depression. It did deal with the Great Depression, but the problem that exists yet to this day is the fact that form of government has never been terminated. That those emergency statutes that delegated these enormous powers to the federal governments and also to the state governments have never been terminated, and they continue in full force and effect yet to this day.
Well, in that we have operated under them for 60-some years, and the American public has grown used to them. What's the big deal?
Well, the primary problem is the fact that it allows for a government of enormous size. That we now have a government that controls, regulates, writes rules and regulations, that taxes and spends at will, and not only has taxed the people and spent at will, but also has spent more than it ever could take in. And so that today we have under a very conservative estimate a total of a $17 trillion debt that exists upon this nation, upon all the people and all their homes and their property. This is a public and private debt combined, the $17 trillion. We only have $4.29 trillion emergency dollars in circulation which to try to repay that debt. That's an impossibility. It's something that cannot happen. You cannot pay $17 trillion in debt with $4.29 trillion. And as a result of that, it's finally becoming obvious in this country that we need to go back now and begin to readdress this entire form of government, this entire emergency monetary system that was placed over us there in the 1930s to deal with that Great Depression and is yet to be terminated.
Yeah, but Dr. Schroeder, we like this kind of government. We continually elect people that will go back there and, if nothing else, expand on it. Right now, we have another Democrat/socialist in the White House, and the polls are indicating that by an overwhelming majority, the American public likes what he does. They're going to vote for him again. They're going to re-elect him. They're going to give him another 4 years. And so we talk about going back and doing some of these things, but number one, I don't think the public fully understands what we're talking about. The public at large, not necessarily the listening audience to this radio station, but the public at large doesn't understand it. Furthermore, they basically, by their actions, don't care, and we like this. Why should we want to change it?
Well, I think you're right, but many people don't understand. That's one thing. And you're also right when we say that many people like it. In other words, they just love to go to Congress or to go to the president, whoever, to their politicians and elect politicians who will promise to give them something. And at least in the recent past, politicians have been very adept at doing that. The problem that's going to exist, and most people don't understand it yet, is that the government can't give you something without first taking something away from somebody, probably including yourself. So our government has done this for many years. They simply mortgaged the future. This is the debt that's been placed upon the nation, and they mortgage the future to create money in the present. This is this emergency economic monetary system that we're working with today. They've done this for many years. But the thing that most people don't understand is that at some point, this will have to stop, that you can't continually increase the debt into infinity. And when we stop increasing the debt, then we're going to see major ramifications back upon the people, because all those people that were existing thinking that the government was going to continue into the present or into the future to give them all of these things that they want and need are going to find out that it's not going to happen. And at that point, we're going to have a crisis.
Well, I understand that, and I think a lot of people understand that, but by the same token, we see the stock market going through the roof. We hear about economic growth right now. Chrysler and GM are selling more cars than they can build. Ford has got a truck line right now that they can't begin. They've got two plants running 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. Can't get enough of that particular truck, their F-150, can't get enough off the assembly line. In fact, everything that they can build through July is already sold.
It's all operating on credit.
And we
bet on the future that we're going to do these things in the present and use them, but the point of it is we're not paying for it.
Well, okay, I understand all that, and I would like to think that the American public would wake up one of these days, but we have preached gloom and doom, and we have preached economic disaster, and we have preached social debacle to people, and they have simply become inured to it to the point that, hey, this has never happened. Again, I use a religious analogy. Some of the hellfire and brimstone preachers have been preaching for 50 years that Jesus could come at any time. Well, 50 years has passed. He ain't here yet. And this great debacle that we're talking about, this great economic collapse, and whatever, and the monetary system going to hell, and social dislocation ad infinitum ad nauseum, it hasn't happened. It doesn't happen. There aren't even any symptoms on the horizon that the average person among the great unwashed can even see that would make them stop and say, whoa, wait a minute, maybe I better think about this.
Well, John, I think there are symptoms on the horizon. We've seen the Congress here just recently debating about a balanced budget and how we could do that. And obviously it didn't happen, and it hasn't happened for many years. I think the symptoms of many of our people seeing that their taxes continues to grow and grow, that the burdens upon our people grow, that we now see maybe 2 people in a family working, trying to maintain the same standard of living that one person could have maintained 20 or 30 years ago. These are all symptoms of what's happening. And granted, maybe some people don't fully understand that yet, and probably don't. But we don't want to get down too bad on most of our people because they've never been properly taught. So you see that all they can understand is what they have known all their life. And so far, you're right. We haven't reached that great crisis period. But you simply can't continue to borrow and borrow and borrow and place more and more burdens upon the future and upon the property and all the homes and the businesses. Right. Because someday that day of reckoning has to come. I think everyone knows that.
All right, let's talk about the day of reckoning when we get back. We've got to do a little bit of business. Dr. Schroeder, back with you in just a moment. When we come back, by the way, we will give you the 800 number where you can get a copy of the book, Fact or Fiction, and it goes into great detail about this Emergency Powers Act of 1933 and the ramifications over the years through today and the potentiality for tomorrow and some possible cures for it. I'm John Dayl. This is 910 KFYI. We're talking with Dr. Eugene Schroeder, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, one of the founders of the American Agricultural Movement, and also co-author of a book entitled Constitution, Fact or Fiction. It's $14.95. That number to call and get a copy of that book, what is it, Dr. Schroeder?
Yes, it's 1-800-610-4908. Or the listeners could also go to their local Barnes & Noble bookstore and they could request a copy of it there.
Okay, fine. Is this a 24-hour number, and do they accept Visa and MasterCard?
Yes, they do, and they can call pretty much 24 hours a day. That's correct.
Very good. Telephone number again for those of you as we go along decide you'd like to have a copy of the book at $14.95. It's 1-800-610-4908. Sir, go ahead.
I think a real important question that we have to ask ourselves as people in this nation is, do we want to continue to live under a constitutional republic? Do we want a government that has limited powers? Or do we want to live in a nation whereby the government has no limitations upon its powers and it can simply do anything that it wants to do or that it deems necessary to do? If we make the latter decision, then we've made the decision that we'll be the same as communist Russia. Or almost the same as the previous monarchs of Europe, or those types of governments. My feeling is that we've seen, and we can study the turmoils that exist under those forms of government. we can look at least at the history of our country and the things that we've been able to do under relative freedom from those forms of government. And I think the question is a moot question. That once the people really understand the dilemmas and the problems, I think the people of this nation do not want an all-powerful government over them, that they believe in the rights of man, they believe in freedoms, and I think once they understand the real questions and the hard issues involved, that our people will call for a return to constitutional government.
But I'm going to tell you why I don't think they will. I hate to be one of those, and I'm not walking on the other side of the street for argument's sake. This is something I believe with all of my heart. The majority of people living in America today, Dr. Schroeder, were born and were raised under this form of government, vis-a-vis since 1933. The vast majority of people have been born and raised under this. I look at the former Soviet Union, communist Russia today, if you will, and I look at those people over there, and we all cheered and whatever else, and we saw the breakup of it, and my God, those people are going to go to freedom. They were going to go to free enterprise. They were going to go to the wonderful world that we have enjoyed supposedly all of these years. And then after just a few years of this, when the Russians realized that there was a price to pay for freedom, that you got to go find a job, you got to find your own apartment, you got to take care of your own self, that the mafia can come in and do certain things, and that a lot of people get rich, a lot of people get poor, the ruble didn't get any better. And right now, it looks like Russia is leaning again towards going back to communism, because the people said, wait a minute, it may have been rough under the old system, but we knew the old system. We liked the old system. We knew we were going to get a paycheck. We knew we were going to get an apartment to live in. Yeah, we had to stand in some bread lines, and yeah, we didn't have McDonald's hamburgers in Moscow. But by the same token, we knew how things were going to be. And when you talk about and I'm going to have to ask you to ponder this, because we've got to go to the news, and give me your thoughts on this when we get back. And again, I don't mean to be argumentative, but I'm telling you what I honestly believe, that when the American people realize the price that's going to have to be paid in order to go back to this system that you're talking about, which was good, which was righteous, and which in fact made this nation the nation that it was, and brought us many of the benefits that we've got today. But in order to pay that social dislocation, in order to pay for that economic dislocation, in order to go through all of the turmoil that will be necessitated by going back to the system that you're talking about, pre-1933, this is a price that I'm going to tell you, Dr. Schroeder, the vast majority of Americans, once they realize what that cost is, they're not going to want to pay it. And they will take the chains of socialism, they will even take the chains of communism before they'll ever get in this parade that you and I are talking about, march in it, and ask for those things to go back. If you ponder those thoughts and my conclusions on that, we'll give you ample opportunity to respond. We'll be gone from you about 5 minutes, sir, and we'll continue our conversation right here on 910 KFYI. If you'd like... Talking again now with Dr. Eugene Schroeder, and my lines are all available if you'd like to get in on this 258-5394. Do you agree or disagree with what I said just a moment ago, that I frankly don't think the American public, even if they fully understood what was going on in America today, would really want to pay the price that it's going to have to be paid? Again, all I have to do is look at such countries as Russia today, and the people over there are crying for the old communist government to go back with all of its programs and all of its purges and all of its KGB and all of the things that they had going on over there. They liked the old system, because most of those people that lived 70 years under it didn't know anymore. And when you talk about freedom, there's a lot of responsibility that goes with freedom. And that's something in America today that we studiously avoid. We do not like responsibility. And I could go for another 30 minutes just explaining that to you, but you're all aware of what we're saying. You agree or disagree with me, Dr. Schroeder?
Well, certainly I can't disagree, John, that you have very adeptly espoused the opposition view to constitutional government and freedom. Now, that you said it very well. And certainly there's a large contingency of support for that form of government in this country today. I think that's obvious. And it reminds me, I guess, I'm a farmer and rancher, and it's kind of like when you wean a bunch of calves from the mother. That when you first take them calves off the milk of their mother, that they bellow around pretty badly for a few days. But finally they quit bellowing, and they go out and they start to fend for themselves. And that's kind of the way I see what we're dealing with in this country. We've had a generation that's grown up totally dependent upon government. And when finally they have to break away, they're going to bail and do all those things for a while. But finally they're going to go out and they're going to do the things that's necessary. And you know, that's almost the laws of nature. So I think that there's many people that don't want to have to do, that many of our generations don't want to have to face what we're going to have to face. But I think in the end we will face it. And we will begin to correct and go back to a constitutional form. Let me tell you what's happened here in Colorado. Last week on Monday, we had hearings here in the state of Colorado before our state government. And all of the proof of what's happened in this country is presented to the State Military Affairs Committee. When that hearing ended, our State Military Affairs Committee called for a standing interim committee to be called so that we in the state of Colorado could begin the process to study how it is we're going to terminate this emergency form of government and restore our constitutional republic. I don't think once the people understand that it's not going to be as bad maybe as they think, that once we get this massive debt off of us, and it's going to have to be terminated along with the emergency government, that then we really do have a chance for real prosperity again in this nation. I think once our people can begin to understand that, and what freedom and prosperity can really mean, that we're going to get more support than one might realize.
Well, but again, you're talking about the debt. We have less than $5 trillion out there in circulating cash. We have a $17 trillion debt. And then when you, both public and private, and I'm sure when you add in some unfunded debt or some pension plans or things that are out there 20, 30, 40 years, such as notes and bonds of the government and the likes of that figure would get even more staggering than that. When you talk about the tax burden that will be necessary, when you talk about the people that are now getting government checks or support of some form, everything from the agriculture industry on an A to the welfare down to a W, A to W at least, and these people find out that either number one, they're not going to get that check, or number two, they're not going to get as much as they're going to get, and this is ultimately going to be terminated. And we've got all kinds of politicians out there that really, and that are in Washington, D.C. right now, that quite candidly, you know and I don't give a damn about the United States, don't give a hoot about our government, don't give anything about our fiscal integrity or anything else. They're only interested in getting reelected, getting that pension, and keeping the power that they've got right now. And like whores, they go out and sell themselves and these ideas to the public. The public buys them, puts them back in office over and over again, just to continue to do this to me. There's not enough money. There's not enough time for this to get done.
Well, I agree, and you very adeptly again described the last 60 years of government in this country. But here's the point. That debt is an unlawful debt. It's an emergency debt. It was a debt that should not have continued into times of peace, and in fact, that was the time of war in 1933. It's certainly questionable at best. I think we have ample proof to indicate that was an unlawful activity from the very beginning. But the thing to realize is there are possible solutions to this scenario. In fact, in Title III of the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the provisions are made there to issue the United States notes to pay off this emergency debt, this unlawful debt that's accumulated after all these years. So, John, I think we do have some scenarios that can be done simply by enacting laws that's already been passed to deal specifically with this dilemma. You see, when this whole form of government was imposed over us, the congressmen of that time, they knew that you could never repay that debt, that there would never be enough money to repay the debt because of the nature of the way the money was created. So there are provisions to do that. And this is one of the proposals we made here to Colorado State government. I think once the American people realize that once it's terminated, all the debt can be paid under this other law, then when they realize that the homes and the farms and the businesses are all going to be paid off under this new proposal, I think we're going to get a lot more support than what you might realize.
Well, I sit here and the ratings just came out as far as the radio stations in the valley here are concerned, and I look at my ratings and the numbers that we have, and I'm aware of the fact that not 1 in 100 of the people who live here just in Maricopa County are listening to this particular radio station, hearing your message. That is much to my chagrin because I would like to have a bigger audience, but as I say, not 1 in 100 not even that many is listening to this, hearing your message, understanding what you're talking about. The mainstream press certainly isn't giving you any information on this. They're not putting out your message. Your book is not being reviewed in the New York Times book section. It's not being reviewed by the Washington Post. It's not being reviewed by the San Francisco Examiner or Chronicle, et cetera, ad nauseum. And this message isn't getting out. And so, again, we're swimming upstream, and I don't mean to be negative, and I'm not arguing against what you're saying. I agree. I fully agree with what you're saying. Yes. I've got to pause here for 3 minutes. I'd like you to comment. How are you going to get this message to people? How are they going to understand it? And if this day of reckoning comes, number one, what is it going to be like? But, and I'm giving you 3 questions here. Okay. And then the third question is, if this is solvable, how is it solvable without total economic and social dislocation all over this country? We'll be back with Dr. Eugene Schroeder in 3 minutes.
910 KFYI, Arizona's hottest talk radio.
You can have a copy of the book that we're talking about, Constitution, Fact or Fiction. You can get a copy with your Visa or MasterCard by calling 1-800-610-4908. It's $14.95, and again, the number is 1-800-610-4908. However, we do have a couple of Barnes & Noble bookstores here in the city. Look them up in the white pages of your telephone telephone book, Barnes & Noble, and they have it on their shelves right there. Left you with 3 questions, Dr. Schroeder, and then we'll take some phone calls.
Certainly. The first part of the question is, are we swimming upstream without a paddle, trying to get our message out? Well, obviously that's true. That our control of the major media we don't have. And right now the major media is taking more of a stand towards the socialist view, obviously, than to put out the materials that we're putting out. So yes, we have a major problem there. The other question is it solvable? Yes, I think it is solvable. The problems are solvable. And obviously to solve the problem, the first thing we have to be concerned about is the monetary issue. What do we do with the debt, and what do we do with the money, and what do we do with severe dislocations of our people that's going to exist as we begin to change this form of government? There's actually 2 plans that have been proposed so far that are being proposed to Colorado state government. One is what's called the Western Plan. That's the implementation of the law that was written on May the 12th, 1933, Title 12 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. Or let me repeat that, Title 3 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. That's called the Western Plan. That's where we simply pay all of this debt off that's otherwise impossible to pay, and that's paid off with the issuance of the United States notes as the transition currency to bring the prosperity back so we can allow for that dislocation of people. And that's going to take a transition period, obviously. The other plan is what's called the Eastern Reform Plan. That Eastern Reform Plan is more of a little bit more of a complicated plan. It might have more austerity combined with it than what the Western Plan would. But either way, I think there's 2 plans that are totally viable. They are both being presented to our Colorado state government. And once I think we begin to try to clean up our act here in Colorado, and we begin to try to terminate the emergencies that our governor and legislators passed here in 1933 within the state, as we try to start to clean that up, and then we will then have to go to the federal government. I think at that point, once we have one state starting, then the federal government is going to begin to realize that they must do something also. At that point, I think the Supreme Court, some of the indicators that I had speaking with people like Dr. Todd yesterday, would indicate that if we see a movement at the state level, then we can begin to see movement at the federal level, at least within the Supreme Court, to try to force some type of resolution to this issue.
All right, again, because we're on a clock and have a heavy log today, we've got to take a short break here. Come back, we'll take some telephone calls and continue our conversation with you, Dr. Schroeder, in just a moment. I'm John Dayl. We have limited time. Let's go to our telephone lines. And Ben, you're on 910 KFYI with Dr. Eugene Schroeder.
Hi, John. Dr. Schroeder, I got 4 questions all about the people up in the Freeman.
Yes.
First of all, besides the guy that's talking to God and got everybody up there convinced that he's got God and direct talking to God, the rest of the stuff they're talking about sounds like the same kind of things that I've been hearing from people that I starting to believe in about, constitutional rights and that kind of stuff. Are they right on about what they're saying?
Well, I think a lot of the premises, Ben, are probably correct. They're saying that this government is an unconstitutional form of government and all of those types of things. They're saying by the same token, just because the federal government has been writing mortgages on the American people and writing checks on them for 60 years, that still doesn't make it right, and it doesn't give the freemen the right to do that same thing under which they've been charged. So you see, neither one of those groups is constitutional under our Constitution, whether it be the federal government or those freemen. I think that's important for all of us to realize.
So they're both wrong?
Yes, they're both wrong. And the state of Montana is also wrong, because the state of Montana in 1933 declared a state of emergency over the state of Montana. They allowed all of this unconstitutional authority to come within that state, and they're now dealing with some of the consequences of it. So there's nobody there that really has clean hands.
Aren't they right about the part about there should be a citizens grand jury, though?
Well, under a Constitution, certainly no one could be held to answer without a grand jury indictment. And so, under our Constitution, that's absolutely correct. But realize we're not under our Constitution and haven't been for many years.
Because of the War Powers Act, huh?
Yes, and this is why we see the federal government simply charging on information and that type of thing with these new federal crimes that have been instigated since Roosevelt declared war on crime there on May the 18th, 1934.
Okay, last question. Shouldn't she be over there trying to help get the freemen straightened out and also explain the parts of their doctrine that are right so that the rest of the country can see where they're coming from? And the last part of the question, what do you think about the guys that are trying to convince people that they've got a direct pipeline to God? I mean, that kind of negates even their good part.
All right, you guys listen on your radio, Ben, because I'm out of time. All right.
Yeah, well, let me ask the first question first, is should we be there trying to help? And in fact, I've been talking with the FBI for about 3 weeks now. The last 2 or 3 days, the freemen have requested that they would like to talk to Senator Duke and myself. We have said that we would do that if it was agreeable with the FBI, and certainly try to bring all this out. Also, we've been talking with some of the Montana state legislators to try to set up hearings very similar to what we've done now in Colorado, to establish a committee to begin to study the lawfulness of all aspects of this, to try to bring a resolution. So we're working on all those fronts, trying to get some of that done.
I know.
Whether or not they have a direct link to God, certainly I wouldn't be qualified to answer that question, and I certainly don't know. I know that sometimes when those things are put up in the press, it doesn't seem like it goes over very well.
I know it's unfair. You've only got about 40 seconds. Give me a brief synopsis of your book to the audience so they know why they should buy it.
Yeah, well, basically what the book does is it shows the documented evidence as to when our Constitution was effectively set aside and suspended to deal with that Great Depression back in 1933. It gives some of the historical background of what happened, and then it shows the form of government that was formed under this emergency. It shows this entire bloated federal government that now comes over and controls almost every aspect of our daily lives. It shows those emergency orders, or those executive orders that formed all of these executive agencies, the emergency agencies that came over our people, that we still yet have to deal with it to this day. And then the book also goes and begins to talk some about solutions, about what we are going to have to do as a nation and as a people if we are truly going to recover our prosperity and our freedom once again, and if we're going to get our children out of bondage.
All right. Dr. Eugene Schroeder, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate your time, and we'll give your 800 number again right after our news break, okay?
Thank you, John, right, because you did really espouse well, I think, some of the opposition views.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are still getting calls for Dr. Eugene Schroeder's book and the telephone number. First of all, locally, you can buy it at Barnes & Noble. Look in the white pages of your telephone directory for their locations. I believe they have one in Metro Center, and I believe there's one somewhere else. Barnes & Noble is the name of the bookstore. The book is entitled Constitution, Fact or Fiction. Constitution, Fact or Fiction. Now, if you want to order it by phone and have it mailed to you, and you have a Visa or MasterCard, you can call 1-800-610-4908. That's 610-4908. Now, the line's busy. Just keep trying, okay? All right. Let's go to Les. You're on 910 KFYI.
Hey, how you doing, John?
Good.
I just wanted to call and thank you for having Dr. Schroeder on. I've been very familiar with his work for probably about 5 years now. I've checked a lot of it out, and it's dead accurate, and it's pretty unfortunate, but I think your analysis of the potential solutions or the way the attitude of most people are is also very, very accurate. And I would challenge anyone who doubts this, and I'm pretty sure your board up got some calls of people questioning Dr. Schroeder's methodology and so on. I would challenge them to check it out. We've got 4 marvelous law libraries here, especially the one at the state capitol, which has just about anything we could want, anything we could ask for. And the ASU Law Library, which is good on the basement, they've got the archives there, and we can look up legislative history. We can look up anything that the government has ever printed is available to us in this valley. The fact of the matter is, it's just unbelievable what they've done to us, I think. And I think it's more lethargy on the part of the American people than it is apathy, because I think more people know what's going on. It's just that it's kind of like going to bat against Nolan Ryan. You know you have to take your turn in the, well, when he was in his prime, of course, but it's kind of like knowing you have to go up there. You know, you're hitting 7th in the order, and you really don't want to go up against Nolan Ryan this day, but you still have to, because it's just part of the rules. So in a lot of cases, a lot of batters just went through the motions on it. And I think people and I really commend you for having the courage to have people like Dr. Schroeder on and Dr. Jacques Lalonde on. And I think you're doing a good job of waking some people up. I think you're doing a perfect job of exercising freedom of the press.
Then how come these people leave me in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour and go away?
Yeah, good question. I sure don't know. I know I listen because I'm waiting to hear reactions and so on, and it's just a fascinating thing. I'll bring up one other thing here. Your previous caller talked about, and you mentioned the Teamsters are raising all this money. And I'm a Teamster. And I think about 35% of the Teamsters are registered Republicans now nationwide. And I know what I do with our leadership here and so on is I keep trying to educate my Teamster brothers and sisters as to what the pitfalls and the perils are that we're in. And the line that I use is, what good does it do to have an $18 an hour job with all the benefits when we have a legalized thief in Washington stealing half of it from us? And you know, I think that extends to everyone, is that rather than fighting for more control and more government and more regulation and so on, I know on my level, on the local level here, I'm trying to convince my leadership people in what we call DRIVE, the Democrat, Republican, Independent Voter Education. In reality, what it is let's get more government control, and let's get more socialism, and let's get more communism basically into this thing, with the collective bargaining agreements. And I keep trying to educate them. I think they're making a little bit of progress, but boy, I tell you, it's very difficult. I will not contribute to their political campaign because of the agenda that they have. But I will help them in many other aspects.
I didn't know you had a choice. They added it to your dues.
No. The DRIVE, the Democrat, Republican, Independent Voter Education, like I say, is a misnomer because it should just be called SVE or something. The Socialist Voter Education Program is what it should be called more than anything else. But no, it's a completely voluntary thing through DRIVE, and I just kind of wanted to bring that up. I know they waste our dues on lobbying. I'm very much aware of that fact, and I, for one, am not happy about that. I'm not happy that the AFL-CIO takes my money and gives it to someone like Bill Clinton, and I would be equally unhappy if they gave it to someone like Bob Dole. But the fact of the matter is labor still has some sort of a voice in this country if they would only exercise it in the proper manner, rather than asking for more control of their membership, whether you're a UAW member, a minor, whatever the case may be. If our leadership would educate themselves and listen to people like Dr. Schroeder, that would be a tremendous voter force out there. Mm-hmm. So, at any rate, one other thing here. If you have today's paper, there's a letter letter to the editor in the Arizona Republic. It's called "Forefathers Understand Freeman's Actions." And it's in response to Paul Schatz's column from last Sunday, on April 7th. And if you get a chance to look at that, maybe you could read it on the air tomorrow. I think there's a lot of merit in it.
All right, I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Bye-bye. All right, back to the phone lines, and like we said, Roy, you're on 910 KFYI.
How you doing, John?
Good.
Good talking to you, sir. Hey, I agree with you about Bob Dole, about the gas tax here, the great savior. I think it's a bunch of crock.
It's a joke.
And, here's what's getting me. I'm a young guy, a fairly young guy, and I don't understand what it's going to be like in another 20 years for myself, as far as the taxes go.
You won't believe what it's going to be like. That's the reason I keep talking to out there and telling it. All you people under 40 years of age, you're the ones that really better pay attention to what's going on, because you're the one that's going to get the bill. It's going to come to you. It's not going to come to me. In another 3 or 4 years, 5 years, whatever, I'm going to be drawing my Social Security, and you guys can take the hindermost as far as I'm concerned, because I got mine. I'm checking out of the system. But you guys are going to pick up the tab. And you're the ones that aren't paying attention. I don't mean that personally.
Well, I agree, sir. Hey, my point is I work with a lot of young guys, and I try to open their eyes up. I'm talking 21, 22, 23 years old. Say, hey, guys, look what's going on. And they really play basketball, which is fine, and I'm not saying that against them. But, I mean, somewhere down the line, some eyes have got to be open and say, hey, enough is enough. And one thing real quick, so last week you talked about, I believe it was Rockefeller, you said sent gold to Russia. Was that right?
Yes.
Okay, now was what, 1913?
No, closer to 1917, so 13 to 17, yeah, over there. I forget what the amount was. There's two amounts that come to my mind. One was $5 million and one was $50 million, and I really don't know that either one of those is accurate. But for that day and age, whatever it was a boxcar full.
Well, I missed that in school somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, they seem to fail to tell anybody about that. Yeah, I'm just amazed by it. I'm amazed by the lies. I can't believe I'm 27 years old, and the last 5 years I've woken up and realized that, hey, there's something going on out here that we need to wake up to.
Well, there are any number of books and histories out there that will confirm what I'm talking about.
Sure, but here's the problem, though. So, you know, I work 2 jobs. I have a little store. I saved up enough money to get that store going. I'm constantly working today, and it seems like a slave driver out here today in the workforce. And to find that time to, get involved with everything, I can't do it.
Well,
I can't do it.
All right. Call me back when I've got more time.
I know that.
And we'll discuss that. And Margaret and Billy, I'm sorry, I can't get to you. Whoever's ringing on line 3, the time's run out on me. However, the good Lord will on the creek don't rise, and if all goes well, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. You and me all afternoon. Oh, by the way, Jack McLam, 1 week from today. He'll be back from Montana. We're going to get an interview with him, and we'll be talking what's going on up there. Hey, stay with me all 3 hours, because I love you, Arizona.
Live from 910 KFYI. More of Arizona's hottest talk radio on the John Dayl Show. The opinions expressed are those of the host, guests, and callers only, and not necessarily those of 910 KFYI. Now, here's John Dayl.
And good afternoon, Arizona. I am John Dayl, and this is 910 KFYI. Good to have you aboard here on Arizona's hottest talk radio. And got a good show lined up for you this afternoon. I am going to get evangelistic in the second hour. This hour, we are privileged to have again with us from a long time back. We've had him on several occasions, but it's been quite a while since Llewellyn Rockwell of the Ludwig von Mises Institute in Auburn, Alabama has been with us. They publish a publication called The Free Market. I get it every month. Read it judiciously, and I always find 2 or 3 or 4 articles in there that I find are quality. And out of the current issue, at least the issue that I have here, May 1996, we've got 2 or 3 authors on subjects that we're going to schedule, and Llewellyn happens to be the first one today. If you want to join our conversation as we talk about the Federal Reserve and some very interesting things, 258-5394 is my telephone number, and feel free to get in, and if the lines begin to fill up, I'll shorten up my questions and my conversations with Lou and give you as much time as at all possible. The article that he has written here is headlined Mad Fed Disease, and if you remember, in recent news, we've had the mad cow disease over in England, and he's talking about this, and again, we've invited him to be here with us. Lou, it's a pleasure to have you again. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday here on KFYI.
John, great to be with you.
Oh, by the way, to the audience out there, Lou generally is generous enough to give you 1 copy of the Free Market. If you'll send a self-addressed, stamped, legal-size envelope, I'll give you that address in a little bit. Get a pencil and paper so you can write it down. It's always worth reading, and some of you may hopefully want to subscribe to it. By the way, I never find out about things like this. Do you ever get any response from our audience?
John, we always get a great response from your audience.
Oh.
And in addition to the issue of the free market that we'll be glad to send people, I'll send them some additional stuff on the Federal Reserve, including information on our new movie on the Fed.
Oh, really?
Which is the first thing to explain in just clear language about how the central bank operates, how it inflates, who benefits, which is the government and the people connected with the government, who pays, which are the average American, and why this institution is unconstitutional, why it's bad for us economically, why it's really the equivalent of a counterfeiting operation.
Okay, now, I assume you say movie, this is a video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the length of it and what's the cost of it? And
it's 45 minutes long, and it costs $29.95.
Okay, fine. Well, we'll tell people about that, and there may be some people out there just want to buy it sight unseen. I know I'd like to have a copy of it. Let me read, if I may, for you in the audience, the first couple of paragraphs that kind of really triggered my attention and induced me to go ahead and read the whole article thoroughly out of this particular issue of the free market. And again, the article is entitled Mad Fed Disease by Llewellyn Rockwell Jr. And the first two paragraphs read as follows, and I quote, "The Federal Reserve is the most powerful yet least questioned of all Washington institutions. It can make or break elections, bail out entire governments, send the stock market to the stratosphere, or bankrupt whole industries. Yet it operates with less oversight than the CIA. In the past, politicians have only bowed and scraped when the Fed chairman testified before congressional committees. But that may change. The Fed may find itself on the hot seat after 83 years. Close quote. Now, again, there's much more to the article. We'll be discussing that today. And again, our phone number, because a lot of you are interested in these kinds of things, 258-5394. What's happened, if you will, Lou, that has prompted, after all these years, senators generally quake and shudder and, as you say, bow and scrape and say, yes, no, sir, and show enough, boss, to the Fed. What has put maybe a little testicular fortitude in a couple of these guys?
Well, it all results from a general accounting office very cursory look at the Fed. The Fed has never been subjected to a full-blown outside audit. Even the CIA, even the most secret of the military intelligence agencies and the National Security Agency and so forth, they're all audited. CIA, the Fed, the Federal Reserve System, is the one institution that's never been audited. But the GAO took a look at one aspect of the Fed's operation and lo and behold discovered that they had an account with $3.7 billion in a slush fund that they can spend at their own behest on things that they decide on without any oversight from the Congress or the people, the press, because, of course, the Federal Reserve is entirely a secret operation. Its meetings take place in secret. There are no minutes kept. Press is never allowed. And yet this institution maintains control over the value of our paychecks, of our savings accounts. It decides interest rates. It is by far the most powerful economic player in the government. I mean, Alan Greenspan is in some ways, from an economic standpoint, more powerful than Clinton or the Congress, and yet, of course, with far less oversight. So I'm hoping that some of these congressmen and senators are going to, for the first time, start to take a look at the Fed. What I'd really like to see is a minuscule initial step is, again, a full outside audit of the Fed, how they spend their money, what they do. There could be all kinds of corrupt things going on, just to take one example, because they are able to, in effect, let gigantic contracts to a small group of favored New York investment banks through which they manipulate the money supply. Well, if anybody's got advanced information, it means a lot of money. Even if they don't have advanced information, who's getting what? When it's the Pentagon, we know what Lockheed's getting. We can figure out what McDonnell Douglas is getting. But when it's the Federal Reserve, nobody knows. So I'd like to think that, again, as a very small first step, we'd start to get a look at their financial operations.
All right, I want to talk more about the slush fund in just a moment, and I think that $3.7 billion is more than $1.98. So, but first of all, I want to ask you this question. I work for this radio station, and I get a salary for doing it. They pay me for my time. Now, the Fed manages the money of the United States and does the printing and ups it and downs it and controls M1 and does whatever else, and the Fed chairman and I assume they get salaries from the Federal Reserve for this. But other than their salaries, what's the value of being there? Is there any other money? Is there any other profit that these people get? Is it the stockholders? How is whatever profits, and obviously they're making a profit, What happens to these profits?
Well, they do indeed make a profit when they get from holding treasury bonds, which they buy for money that they, in effect, print up on a printing press. You know, this is if Joe, the criminal, is doing this in Phoenix, and they arrest him, he goes to the pokey, and rightly so, because we know that if he's printing up money in his basement, he's diluting the value of other people's money.
Or if I want to buy a bond, I've got to earn the money to go down to the bank or the Fed to buy the bond.
That's right. They, in effect, print it. I mean, it's done electronically, but
Right.
the exact same thing as if they printed it up on a printing press and handed out the cash. So the profits that they earn from holding, from the interest that they earn on the federal bonds and notes and bills that they're holding, they're supposed to turn back to the Treasury. But again, we've just found out that they've kept $3.7 billion in just this one account. Are there more accounts? We don't know. And indeed, as to their standard of living at the Fed, they do very well. They make good salaries, higher than the rest of the federal employees. When they travel, they all travel first class. However, they all stay in hotel suites. They eat at the best restaurants. But the best thing is the kinds of jobs you can get after you've been in the Federal Reserve and have some knowledge of what the government is doing to the money. You can then go and make a bunch of dough on Wall Street or working for a bank. And again, there are tremendous opportunities for corruption, too, if you are able to buy or sell, speculate on interest rate futures and so forth. Because of inside information, you can make millions and millions of dollars very easily. But again, it's very difficult to tell if any of this might be going on because the Fed operates in such unbelievable secrecy, and I would say secrecy that is undemocratic and easily subject to abuse, and there ought to be some oversight, and there isn't.
Why do you suppose we've gone 83 years and nobody's ever done anything like this or had the temerity to?
Well, we've had, we've once in a while had congressmen who tried to bring something, tried to look over the Fed a little more carefully. Ron Paul, for example, was one. But part of it is that they seek to make everything so mysterious. They want, first of all, to the average American, they want Federal Reserve just to be a name on the dollar bill. They just assume you didn't know anything more about it than that. Even for members of Congress, they try to obfuscate. They try to make everything mysterious. If you listen to the way Fed officials speak, it's very difficult to understand what they're talking about, and that's intentional. They want to seem like sort of a priesthood of money, and you're a naughty boy if you're questioning them. So, there's that. There was an incident back in the 1980, I'm trying to think what this was. This would have been the 1980 election when Walter Mondale was the vice presidential candidate under Carter for re-election because they lost. But he was overheard by some press people coming out with a briefing from some economists and saying, gee, I think I finally understand how the Federal Reserve operates. This had been a guy who had been in the U.S. Senate for many years. So, there are relatively few people, even within the government, who understand this, and this is all intentional. We are just supposed to turn over our lives to this small group of men in Washington and let them run our lives, and we're not supposed to question them. But I think it's a little bit like the Wizard of Oz. I think we need to get in there, we need to pull back the curtain, and we all of a sudden see it's just a little guy on a stool pulling some levers. And again, I think this does economic damage to the country. The Federal Reserve brings on booms and busts. It causes recessions and depressions. These are not natural to a free market economy. They're caused by the way the central bank operates. And by the way, the central bank, the key thing to remember about the Federal Reserve is that it was set up to inflate. You hear all this nonsense about, inflation hubs, inflation doves, inflation hawks. The Federal Reserve was founded to inflate. That's its purpose in existence, not to manage the money, it's to inflate. And that is because inflation, people benefit from inflation. Because of the inflation doesn't take place in what economists call the Angel Gabriel fashion, as if the Angel Gabriel overnight, let's say there's 10% inflation, everybody's bank account, everybody's paycheck and savings and everything are increased 10% overnight. It's not the way it happens. Some people get the new money first. The government itself, government contractors, the big banks, basically the power elite in Washington and those connected with it. And the people who get the new money, the newly printed money first, and can spend it first, are able to benefit, those that get it last, people on fixed incomes, retired people, and so forth, lose. And so there's a tremendous transfer of wealth that takes place during inflation. Even that the supposedly low rate of inflation we have today, the transfer of wealth going on from the middle class to the government-connected elites, from retired people and the people on fixed incomes to the power elite. So that's why we have inflation. It doesn't take place because it's a good thing for the economy. It's a rip-off. And I would argue that we need a very different kind of monetary system, that this monetary system we have now is unconstitutional. It's illegal. Even if it were legal, it's bad for the economy, bad for our freedom. It's been the key ingredient to expanding the government to the size it is. We have the biggest government in the history of the world, the American government, by far. We get Hitler, we get Stalin, Mao Zedong, anyway, we've got the Roman Empire, whatever. This is by far the biggest government ever to exist, the most expensive, the most powerful, and of course it's robbing us of our money, it's robbing us of our freedom, it's robbing our children of their future, it's robbing people who are going to be retiring of their future, it's making most of us poorer every single year, and the key ingredient in that has been the power of the Federal Reserve to inflate and to tax us in this secret and underhanded way called inflation. It's entirely illegitimate. The Federal Reserve ought to be abolished.
All right, we are way over time. Lou Rockwell is my guest. We're going to pause, do a little bit of business. We got lines available to 258-5394 as we go along. And if you'd like to get into this, Lou, we'll be back with you momentarily as we continue our conversation. And again, in a little bit, we'll give you an address where you can send a legal-size, self-addressed, stamped envelope, and they will send you a complimentary copy along with all this other material that Lou was telling you about. You can get those things free. I'm John Dayl. This is 910 KFYI. Back with our guest, Llewellyn Rockwell of the Ludwig von Mises Institute. We're discussing his column in the Free Market, which is their monthly publication. This is May 1996. If the Fed is supposed to give any profits back to the General Treasury, isn't it somewhat an exercise in futility when they then buy government bonds? Because they buy the bonds, the government gets some money, the government pays the interest, and the government gives all the money back. The Fed gives it all back to the government?
Oh, yeah, no, it's true. I mean, it's just all, some of this is accounting fictions, but some of it also means money for the Fed as an institution. And the Federal Reserve is involved in all kinds of funny business. I mean, for example, it was one of the key players in promoting the bailout of the Mexican peso, which is a matter of $50 or $60 billion cost to the American people. So they use this money for such things as lobbying and pulling the strings to bring about things like that, or the foreign aid to Russia, and they promote all these sorts of financial shenanigans, money to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and other horrible institutions, the United Nations. So the Fed is hip deep in all the financial machinations of the federal government, and the fact that it's got money to hand around is not a good thing.
In the central banks of the various countries, Britain, France, Germany, places like that, is there kind of an incestuous relationship between those banks?
Well, yeah, they all get together and plan, no question. There's an institution that I work through called the Bank for International Settlements in Geneva, Switzerland, and it's known as the Central Bank for Central Banks, and this is where they have the meetings where they coordinate, and the Federal Reserve mainly tries to make the Bundesbank, the German central bank, and the Bank of Japan bend to the will of the Federal Reserve and of the U.S. banks and the U.S. government. And Federal Reserve is an extremely powerful institution internationally, too. And again, this is all done in secret. Nobody's allowed to know about it, and they're doing things that are not to the benefit of the American people. This is a rule that we can really apply to the whole federal government. And we're taught from the earliest days in the government schools to think that in the private sector we all have our horrible, nasty, selfish private interests. Thank goodness we have the government which is concerned with the national good, the national security, the common good, and so it's all, of course, baloney. I mean, virtually everything the government does it's concerned with the government's interest. And not only is the government's interest not the same as the interest of the American people, it's usually diametrically opposed to the interest of the American people. For example, it's in the interest of the government to raise our taxes. It's not in our interest to have the government raise our taxes. So again, the Federal Reserve operates to benefit the government. It operates to benefit the big banks that it's associated with. But it operates against the interests of the average American. And again, we have no oversight. We're just supposed to bow down and worship Mr. Greenspan and gladly give him control, salute him, and tell him to do whatever he wants to us. And that seems to be not the American way, or what ought not to be the American way.
All right, again, in order to stay on time, Lou, I've got to pause here. I've got to do some news. I'll be gone from you about 5 minutes. When we come back, we'll take phone calls. I have one line available at 258-5394. I'm John Dayl.
Arizona's hottest talk radio, 910 KFYI, Phoenix.
All righty, before we go back to Llewellyn and Rockwell, if you will all get your pencils and papers, I will give you the address where you can send your self-addressed stamped envelope and ask for the material that you heard today on KFYI. And just send to the Ludwig, L-U-D-W-I-G, L-U-D-W-I-G, Von, V-O-N, Mises, M-I-S-E-S, Institute. And that's just simply Auburn, Alabama. And the zip code is 36849. 36849. Okay? All right, let's go to our telephone lines. Everybody get back to your phones, and let's get on with it. Mike, are you there?
Oh, yes.
You're on 910 with Lou Rockwell.
Hi. I'm finding it hard to believe, I always have found it hard to believe that 535 members of Congress could be totally oblivious to this scam that the Federal Reserve has instituted. What grip does the Fed have on Congress?
Well, first of all, as I mentioned, it's part of it is that sometimes people are intimidated by these complex subjects, and indeed the Federal Reserve, and if you listen to Alan Greenspan, is an extremely complex operation. Of course, it is in one sense, and it is not in another sense. I mean, if you can understand it's just a counterfeiting printing press, then you understand everything essential about it. So that's part of it. Then part of it is the fact that most people in Congress are bad guys, and they are aligned with the power elite, and the people in power, special interests, and so forth, that the Federal Reserve is serving. And
Is this through campaign finance money, or?
Well, who knows? I mean, are there actual payoffs in addition? I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I have no evidence of that.
Mm-hmm. But by the same token, do you know any congressman or senator that's ever gone in relatively poor, stayed any length of time, and didn't come out in pretty good shape?
Certainly not.
No, there's a friend of mine who's in the clothing business who points out that these guys, before too long, if they're good, are all of a sudden all wearing $3,000 suits. Now, where are they getting the money for that?
Right.
So very few poorly dressed congressmen, even though they claim to be poor and have to maintain two homes and all this stuff. So, anything's possible, but it's basic. I think it explains enough to know that if you want to get ahead in Congress and not be considered a nut or a maverick or an obstructionist, then you go along to get along. And one of the things you go along with is the power of the Federal Reserve. Mm-hmm. If you question the Federal Reserve, you're not going to be liked by Gingrich or by Clinton, by Bob Dole or by the liberal Democrats. They are all in agreement in loving the Fed. There are relatively few congressmen who are willing to buck that, who are willing to put the interest of the American people, and also there are relatively few congressmen who know anything about economics or are comfortable in talking about economic issues. So, there's that problem, too. I think we need to change that, but that's the unfortunate situation right now.
I recognize it as being unconstitutional in essence, but the way that the system is in place, the way the Treasury prints the money and then sells it for the cost of printing to the Fed, does that get around the constitutional requirement that Congress has the power to coin money? I mean, does that satisfy that requirement?
No, despite the fact that we have, of course, a horrible Supreme Court that is entirely anti-constitutional itself, so we can never look to it to be fixing any of these things. The federal government, under the Constitution, the branches are not able to constitutionally delegate their enumerated powers. In other words, it's unconstitutional. Congress couldn't remove all budget, couldn't set up a federal budget office and give the bureaucrats in that total control over the federal budget and say, we, the Congress, are not going to have anything more to do with it. That would be unconstitutional because it's Congress that has the budgetary power. So the same thing is true of its power to coin money. And so when it delegated this power to the Federal Reserve,
but it didn't delegate. Didn't delegate the power to coin money. It kept that. It prints the money itself through the Treasury, but then sells that for a fraction of a cent.
Well, that's exactly true as far as the actual physical notes we carry around in our wallets.
Right.
But that's a very small part of the money supply. Most of the money supply is in electronic form.
Right. Credits in.
There's far more money in circulation than there are actual Federal Reserve notes or quarters and dimes and nickels.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true that, but that's true of the actual Federal Reserve notes. But of the money that's created electronically by computer on the books of the Federal Reserve and credited to some bank in Phoenix, that's all done electronically, and that is it's created by the Federal Reserve, it's controlled by the Federal Reserve, and that's again an unconstitutional delegation.
Basically, it's just numbers on a page. Mike, I've got to leave you. I thank you for your call. Bill, you're on 910 KFYI with Lou Rockwell.
Yeah, I was listening to this stuff, and, the Federal Reserve is supposedly a private corporation, so shouldn't the profit simply go back to whoever the owners are, the 13-member banks? That's for openers. And then you said that the Fed causes boom and bust cycles, but if you read history, before they had this Federal Reserve System, there were much worse business panics and failures and everything else. And at the turn of the century, they had panics all the time, every couple of years. The reason you have this Federal Reserve is to fix some of the problems that we had prior to its institution, because before then banks were individually setting interest rates and loaning money, and if a bank got in trouble, there was nothing underneath it to bail it out. So the concept of the Federal Reserve is you have somebody who is going to make good on any member bank's debt, which then you don't have the problem with the bank panics and people showing up to collect their money that they deposited, which is no longer there. Well, I certainly think that it's not mention a couple of things. It's true that we don't have panics or crashes before the founding of the Federal Reserve, because the federal government...
Bill, is that your dog?
Yeah, I'll hang up.
All right, listen on the radio. Go ahead, Lou.
Because the federal government was manipulating the money supply through the national banking system, through Abraham Lincoln's greenback notes, through the first and second banks in the United States, and other... Federal government did not have clean monetary hands before the setting up of the Federal Reserve, and I certainly don't want to imply that it did. However, the Federal Reserve made things worse. It's not true that the panics and crashes of the past were worse. They were sharp and short. We never had anything like the long-term declines in standard of living that we now have thanks to the Federal Reserve. Plus, we have the fact that our dollar has decreased in value by 99% since the founding of the Federal Reserve, directly because of the Federal Reserve. So that's a cost. Seems to be a very important cost that we have to take into account. And again, the Federal Reserve causes the present business cycles. There are other ways for government to make trouble, though. I don't want to imply that it's only the Fed, that there can't be other bad things, because there can be. But the Fed made it a much more powerful operation, far more pervasive, far more special interest, and it does far more damage. As to whether the Federal Reserve is a private corporation or is not a private corporation, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, which is the part of the Federal Reserve that manipulates the money supply, which is located in Washington on the big marble palace on Constitution Avenue, that is a federal agency. Its Board of Governors are appointed by the President, confirmed by the Senate. There are member banks of the Fed. There's a bank in Dallas, San Francisco, Cleveland, New York, and so forth. These banks have private stockholders, but these banks, which are the banks, the local big banks, and these banks engage in the regulation of the banking industry, and they're owned by the other banks. Typical, of course, all government regulation tending to benefit the big boys in the already in operation. It's true of this, it's true of other regulatory agencies. But the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, for example, is not printing up money. That's done in Washington. So there are aspects of the Fed that are quasi-private, quasi-public, but the worst part of it, the most dangerous and damaging part of it, is entirely a federal government agency.
All right, back to a car phone. Craig, you're on 910 KFYI with Lou Rockwell.
Hi, John. I just have a comment and possibly a follow-up explanation from your guest. The money supply has to grow. The money has to be inflated, because if we had the same amount of money floating around since George Washington was around, we'd all be dealing with a dollar in our pocket, and the denominations have to grow as the population grows. And the whole idea is to stabilize to the best of everybody's ability to keep the money worth something while allowing the monetary supply to grow as the economy grows. So, in other words, the standard of living has to increase quicker than the devaluation of the dollar. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, it's not true that the money supply has to increase for money is the one thing in the economy that we're not better off with more of. We're all better off if there are more tomatoes, if there are more houses, if there are more cars, whatever. We're not better off. Any amount of money will do. But when money is increased artificially, it does damage. What happens, the way a free market economy is supposed to operate, and it happened through most of American history before the founding of the Fed, this is going to sound like science fiction to people, but we actually had a gentle deflation, and this is the way economic growth communicates itself to the average person in a free market. And again, this was true in the 19th century. Your money was worth more every year. People, when they retired, their savings were worth more than they were when they put them away. That's supposed to be what happens, and we're not supposed to have the depreciation of our savings. We're not supposed to have people work all their lives and put away and then end up in poverty in old age. That's not the way it's supposed to be. And we don't want stable prices. We want gently falling prices. What we want is, for example, what we see in the computer industry in the entire economy. That's the way it's supposed to operate. And it would operate if we had a gold standard or some other way to limit the growth of money and did not have an agency of the federal government engaged in systematically counterfeiting and artificially increasing the money supply through the banks. And I'll get into how that happens if anybody's interested, actually causing recessions and depressions. No coincidence that since the Federal Reserve cut the final tie to gold, which it did in 1971, thanks to the horrible Richard Nixon, we've had the average American family after taxes and after inflation has been getting poorer ever since the early 1970s. That's not the way, again, it's supposed to work.
Well, I find it hard to believe that the average American is getting poorer when we have all these amenities that life has to offer. Obviously, if you don't do any work, you're not going to have these amenities. But I don't live with a dirt floor. I have plumbing. I have excellent communication. I'm talking on a cellular phone. There's all these wonderful things in life, and those aren't hard to achieve if you're willing to work possibly 5 days a week maximum. And so I just find it hard to believe that we're in such dire straits right now because our money has inflated. I think the standard of living has increased far more than what our deflationary or what the money decrease of money has been, or the value of the money has been.
All right, I'm going to let you respond to that, Lou, when we come back from our little 3-minute break right here. Keep that thought in mind what Craig was telling you. If you'll make notes on that, we'll give you your shot right after the commercial break, okay?
Sure.
All right, we'll be back with Lou Rockwell right after this. Everybody got that address down, but I'll give it to you after the news break. I want to save all the time right now because we've got just a few minutes left with Lou Rockwell. And you have any response to the final things that Craig said on the inflation and expanding money supply, etc.?
Gosh, it's certainly true that thanks to the magnificent productivity of a capitalist economy, even a hampered, restricted, and horribly distorted one like our president, we have things like cellular phones. But how many people think their children are going to be better off than they are? Everybody is extremely worried, or the vast majority of Americans are worried, and they're right to be worried about their economic futures. Everybody is
is concerned, some people are doing better, most people are not doing better, and again, that's not natural, it's not normal, it's the result of the Federal Reserve, it's the result of the federal government, the taxes, and all the other horrible things they do. Most people are getting poorer, only a minority is getting rich and better off, and we all ought to be getting better off.
In light of what you're saying right here, explain the stock market going through the roof for me, if you will.
Well, when you have these injections of new money into the system, it can have all kinds of effects, and during the present period, just like during the 1920s, we see, again, the financial assets going through the roof. That's exactly right, and I think that part of that's due to the economic growth that's taking place in some industries, thank goodness, cellular phones, as that gentleman mentioned, and others, but the level, in my view, the level of the stock market and how fast it's gone up and how fast and how high it is a result of what the Federal Reserve is doing, which is why I think it's not going to continue, and I think we're going to see some very serious corrections.
All right, let's go right back to our phones because we've got limited time. Steve, you're on 910 KFYI with Lou Rockwell.
Thanks, John and Lou. Hey, I've got to kind of echo what Bill said. I don't think that the bank panics of the 1800s were caused necessarily exclusively by the federal government of the time fooling around. I think what happened is banks run short of money because they've got money loaned out and they've only got a certain amount of deposits to cover people's withdrawals, and without a central bank to extend them credit, and if people hit at planting time, say, or if someone wants to borrow money to build a factory, without a central bank to help money flow through the system, you're going to have banks like that collapse, and that's the characteristic of a completely capitalistic society is shortages of money in some places cause banking panics. Now, without a central bank, without a Federal Reserve, what would you propose to allow money to flow through the system like that?
Well, first of all, if I had my way, I would outlaw what I think is a fraudulent and economically damaging practice of fractional reserves. It's exactly as you mentioned. Banks loan out more money than they've got on hand. Everybody, even today, went down to the local bank and demanded their savings and their checking account deposits. If it weren't for the Fed, they'd have to close down if the Fed couldn't print up that money. And but isn't that going to end up acting in a fraudulent way? Banks are able to do things that no other business is able to do. If the furniture warehouse were loaning out your furniture to somebody else and that would be illegal, and it should be illegal. But the bank can, in effect, loan your furniture out and loan everybody's furniture out just to keep a little bit on hand. So I think that fractional reserves, I think it's, again, a fraudulent and an illegitimate practice. I think we'd have to have a very different kind of banking system. But the credit markets would absolutely continue to operate so that money would be allocated to those industries that would be the most profitable and to those uses that would be the most profitable. But everything would be done through certificates of deposit and that sort of thing, rather than through, again, fractional reserves where the banks are only keeping a tiny percentage of what they claim to be keeping on hand actually on hand.
Boy, it seems like that would cause contractions, and people wouldn't be able to do business loans because the bank says, well, I got $100 million and it's all loaned out, I'm sorry. Then the business doesn't expand and it doesn't hire more workers, and it's just kind of a cycle into the ground.
Well, no, because then if there were actually a demand for the money, the bank would be able to raise its interest rates and get people to deposit their money, to have the money there to loan out to the business, to a profitable business. But you couldn't have, it's true, some of the shenanigans that go on right now, nor could you have some of the things that took place, for example, in commercial real estate in the 1980s, where again you have these artificial booms that later turn out to be busts, and it's because of the way the Federal Reserve operates through the present banking system. And yeah, I argue for in our publications and film and so forth explain this in much more detail for very drastic reforms of the banking and the monetary system.
All right, with that note, we're going to have to leave you, Lou. I thank you very much for being with us. Look forward to you next time. We'll give your address again and hope you get an influx of mail and maybe get a few people educated to some of these things. And also, we'll talk about your videotape on the Federal Reserve System. That's something I haven't seen, and I'll talk to you about a copy about that later. We do appreciate your time.
John, thank you.
All right. Lou Rockwell, my guest. And again, right after the news, get your pencils and paper. We'll give that to you. I've got 3 calls on the line. If they want to hold, I will take those calls as soon as we get back, and then I've got some things I want to talk about. I'm John Dayl.
KFYI, more of Arizona's hottest talk radio on The John Dayl Show. Here's John.
All right, I'm going to give you this address for the Ludwig von Mises Institute one more time, and I trust those of you that want it. Now, the publication that I'm referring to that I get every month is called The Free Market, and just ask for a complimentary copy of The Free Market. And Lou indicated they'll send a lot of other material to you along with some information about this videotape that they have regarding the Federal Reserve. For those of you who do not understand the money system and would like to understand it, this is just another research piece of material. Again, it's going to cost you $29.95. I don't sell them. I don't have anything to do with them. I've never even seen one. So whether you buy one or not is entirely up to you. But if you would like a complimentary copy of the Free Market, their monthly publication, and I find any number of great articles in it, every month. I subscribe to it, so if you want to subscribe, that's fine, but again, that's entirely up to you. You need to send a self-addressed, stamped, legal-size envelope. Self-addressed, stamped, legal-size envelope in order to get this, and you simply mail it to the Ludwig, 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 Von, V-O-N, Mises, M-I-S-E-S, M-I-S-E-S Institute. Auburn, Alabama. And the zip code is 36849. 36849. That's all the address that you'll need. All right. Let me give it to you one more time for those of you who didn't write it down so you don't call Peter the Great during the show and ask him for it, okay? The Ludwig von Mises Institute, Auburn, Alabama, 36849. And again, don't forget to include the legal size, self-addressed, stamped envelope. All right, as I said earlier, it's basically open topic. It's you and me for the next 2 hours. I'm going to take about the next 6 minutes and do my little thing right here. There's nothing profound or whatever. And then it's going to be up to you. All of our lines are busy right now at 258-5394, and I'll call you back after the news. Begin taking your phone calls. And again, we have these 6 books. I'll rapidly run through them again, right after the news. For those of you that are late tuners in, again, they're on a first-come, first-served basis, and you want to write down the names of 2 or 3 of them in case the one you want first is already gone. I am basically the eternal optimist. I don't get discouraged. I've been through all of that in my youth, and I've survived enough beats and dings and bangs and whatever that it really doesn't affect me anymore, and I'm sure many of you are the very same way. I'm not the only guy that's been through tough times in his life. All of us have, one way or another. And if you haven't been through it, trust me, you will be, because that's just the way things operate. But I've been doing a lot of reading and a lot of looking and a lot of listening here in the past couple of weeks, and particularly this past week. Things have quieted down a little bit for me, where I've been able to watch the news more and do some more reading and get caught up. There was a few weeks there that my weekly news magazines that I get each week came and weren't even opened, other than maybe just a cursory glance at a story or 2 at the most, and again on several occasions I didn't have time to even look at them at all, and they basically went into the trash. But I got to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not depressed, but I'm discouraged. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not going to throw the towel in. I'm not going to be silent. I'm not going to draw into a hole. I'm not going to sell my possessions and go to the top of the mountain and wait for Jesus to come or anything of that sort, and the likes of that. So I want you to know that right up front. It hasn't gotten to that degree, and I don't think it's going to get to that degree, at least at this time in my life. And as I say, as much crap as I've been through and you've been through, most of us have learned that one way or the other, we do survive. But I look out here at the world right now, and I look at what's going on, particularly in America, and I got to tell you, I'm not too hopeful. I'm really not. I am backing away a little bit from my position on the idea that Bill Clinton's going to get elected for a second term. When he was elected the first time, and even before he'd taken the oath of office, I made the statement at this microphone that I thought he was a one-term president, and I said to you folks out there, he's elected, but I don't think he's qualified to be president. I still hold to all of that. But then it got to be for a while there when this primary was going on with the Republicans, and Dole surged ahead and whatever, and stumble, fumble, bumble, and the infighting that's going on now over abortion, for crying out loud, with the Republican Party, and whatever. And it distresses me when I see people out there that are one-issue people that don't look at the overall good of the nation, and they're willing to destroy the party, the grand old party, the GOP, if you will, and they're willing to destroy it over a single issue. And I think, dear God in heaven, can't these people understand that there are things out there that, yes, this is an important issue, but there are other issues out there, basically the survival of the nation and the survival of the middle class, that I consider to be far more important as far as abortions are concerned. We can deal with that down the road, and it's going to have to be done incrementally if it is done at all. I look at the crime situation in America today. I look at the constant articles and the constant stories out here about race relations and how we are racist, and and there are people out there who are deliberately dividing the nation over these issues. And the thing that gets me discouraged is the fact that the American public, by and large, is buying into the propaganda that's being spread in so many of these areas. And I look at the ineptitude of the administration that we have now, the latest of which is Filegate, they're calling it, and on and on and on, and all the things that are happening out there. And then I see also the great unwashed is totally oblivious to the things that are shaping up and the things that are approaching us out here. We have got so many things that are pressing in on us right now, and we are caught up in so many mundane little things, like a half-cent sales tax for a ballpark, for crying out loud, which is neither going to make or break anybody in this valley. It isn't going to do anything good, bad, or otherwise for the vast majority of people. I see a lot of anger focused at people like Fife Symington and Jerry Colangelo, just to mention a couple here in the local scene. And when you look at the overall scheme of what's going on in the world and the impact of things that are going on in other nations and the global economic situation, the big fight that's coming up now in the United Nations over Boutros Ghali or Golly Boutros Boutros, or whatever his name is. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I didn't mean it that way. But I look at what's constantly coming out of Washington, and the American people are falling for it. The American people are gullible. I heard Bob lamenting the fact on his show, I believe it was Friday. I think it was Friday. It could have been Thursday, but I think it was in his 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock hour on Friday. I was in my car and going down the road and was sampling into his show. And all the falderall that the administration is doing right now, and yet 58% of the people are going to vote for, say they will vote for Bill Clinton again. And I think, dear Lord, how can we be so sheep-like? How can we be so foolish? Not because he's a Democrat, not because of any other thing, then just look at what's going on and realize they're talking about for the first time since Harry Truman that the state of Arizona could go Democrat. And this is not a political thing that I'm talking about right now. I'm not beating up on the Democratic Party or the people out there that are Democrats. That's not my purpose nor my intent. It's just look at what our nation is going through right now. And look at all the fingers, all the pies that we've got our fingers in. Look at all the balls that we are trying to juggle and keep in the air right now. And we're facing a world food shortage. We're facing an economic shortage. We're facing a potential fuel shortage. We have got so many things that are out there. And again, the average individual, not that I'm so smart, because I'm getting it from other things and other places and other people. This isn't something that John Dayl sat down and suddenly discovered one day, like Newton sitting under the apple tree and discovering gravity or formulating the law of gravity. No, anything like that. And I'm not trying to come across like that, but I just see these things, I read these things, I hear these things, I watch what's going on, and of course part of that's my job, number one. And part number two, I'm a news junkie. These are things that interest me. This is what, I'd rather watch that than an X-rated movie. I'd rather see that than watch Diane Parkinson take her clothes off. Because those are the things that turn me on. Those are the things that excite me. Those are the things that make my brain begin to function. As I say, and I'm out of time, so I'm going to knock it off right here. And maybe somebody else will pick up on it, and maybe you won't. It's entirely up to you. Looking from my board of calls here, but you all called in before I did this. So anyway, whatever direction you want to go is fine with you, but I want to just give you that little bit that I got to tell you something, folks. When I look at what's happening to America today, and I look at what's happening with the American public, and we're coming up on 4th of July, we're coming up on the Declaration of Independence, and the time of the Constitution and whatever, and I look at the sheep that are out here and the bell goats that are leading them to the slaughterhouse, and everybody is oblivious. Nobody, for all practical purposes, smells the blood that's ahead, and nobody is making, for all practical purposes, are making any preparations for what's out there. And my heart is absolutely grieved for our country to think that we have gotten our minds off of. Tell News I'll be with them in a minute, but I got to roll another 60 seconds, and then I'll shut up. I'm grieved for our nation. Without doubt, the most blessed nation by Almighty God, whether you believe in God or not. You can take that or leave it. It doesn't make any difference. It's just the way I feel about it, and I don't preach it for doctrine. But we are the most blessed nation that has ever been on the face of the earth. We are loaded with abundance. And yet the pettiness, the infighting, the political bickering, the jockeying for position, the clamor for power, for money, for status, for prestige, and to hell with what's going on with the rest of the nation. I don't care. All I want is mine. And I got to tell you something. That does discourage me. I ain't going to give up. I ain't going to shut up. I'm not going to go off and sit in the woods and mope and go to Walden's Pond and suck my thumb. And I'm not going to go home and drop in the fetal position and whatever else. But it is bothering me just a little bit. I'll probably get over it, but I wanted to share those thoughts with you on 910 KFYI. I'm John Dayl. Your phone calls are next. Also,
from 910 KFYI, more of Arizona's hottest talk radio on the John Dayl Show. The opinions expressed are those of the host, guests, and callers only, and not necessarily those of 910 KFYI. Now, here's John Dayl.
And good afternoon, Arizona. I am John Dayl, and this is 910 KFYI. Nice to have you aboard again this Sunday afternoon, and hope you enjoy the show. I'm going to ask you to kind of sit back and relax for the first hour because I'm going to monopolize it more than likely with our guest. However, if something comes up that you think, ooh, I would like to talk about that or ask a question about it, you can give us a call at 258-5394 and then lay your phone down and continue to listen on the radio because I don't know for sure exactly when I will be able to take telephone calls. Depends on how things go and how fast the lines load up. But anyway, as I say, that's the reference to take as usual when we get into a situation like this. We will have some open topic time for you later in the afternoon if there are some things that you would like to talk about that we don't talk about during the next hour. I have asked our guest if there's any possibility, because I think sometimes these Conversations will last more than an hour, and depending on his time frame and some other things, if we can keep him for the second hour or a portion thereof, we will. And we'll devote a lot of that time, of course, to your phone calls, assuming, of course, that you do call. I told you yesterday that I am going through a time frame here. It's temporary. Excuse me. It's temporary because it always is. I am generally a very upbeat individual, both in my personal life and my professional life. I very, very seldom get discouraged or take the dim view of life. But I've been going through about a week or 10 days here as I've been listening to the political news and the world news and the economic news and a variety of things out here, watching some things that are going on in our government, and more importantly, watching some attitudes that I see being expressed by the general populace out there to a variety of these things, including some local issues that we are having. And I'm a little bit on the, I'm dismayed more than anything else. I would like to think that as Americans, we're a smart bunch, and we're an intelligent bunch, we're a thinking bunch, we're an analyzing bunch. And I'm beginning to say to myself, I'm not too sure about that. But as I say, most of these times, these moods and whatever else that I get are short-lived to start with and extremely transitory. But as I have been watching some other things, as I say, that's where I'm at. Having said that, let me introduce our guest this afternoon, and it's Philip O'Halloran. He is the editor of Relevance. It is a news magazine, a newsletter, publication that I became apprised of probably, I would say 6, 8, 10 months ago. For some reason or other, a copy of it showed up in my box downstairs, and I took a look at it, and I was intrigued by what I read. I've had these people as guests on a couple of occasions, and I'm sure if they continue to publish the things and along the same line that they're publishing right now, we'll have them as guests more frequently. So, without further ado and whatever, let's get into that subject right now. Philip O'Halloran, good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for joining us here in Phoenix.
Good afternoon to you too, John. I really appreciate being back on the show again. It's quite a thrill to be back on.
Out of idle curiosity, did you get much response from our audience last time you were here?
Tremendous response. Yeah, I couldn't. In fact, when I got off the phone 15 minutes, and we just had a whopper of a response. You must have a huge audience. I mean, and that was on a Saturday, so I was really impressed.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens today. At the outset, if people do request a complimentary copy, is that still available?
Yes, we can send them a complimentary copy.
Okay, fine. Now, one other question: if people out there wish to subscribe, what is your annual subscription rate?
Okay, we're at $76. Okay, so it's a little. Some people think it's a little steep, but until they subscribe, because then you get 12 issues, usually about 12 to 16 pages, plus you get 4 special reports for your premier subscription. Mm-hmm. And the special reports are almost like books. They're just packed with information, massively documented, and you'll never be without documentation once you have that set. And also the right now we have the first 3 out, and the 4th is on its way. But you'll see the amount of information you get in the documentation should be well worth it.
Okay, well, that's another thing, of course, I've appreciated about your publication, that you don't use unnamed sources and things of this sort. For the most part, you generally document where you've got everything and so on and so forth, and I do appreciate that. A couple of preliminary questions. Where did your publication and your group come from? By that I mean a couple of things. One, what's your background? Why did you see what's the need for did you see there was for a publication like yours called Relevance?
Well, John, what happened was just a few friends of mine, actually fairly long-term friends. We, especially myself, we generally saw that there was a lot of information that was not being put out in the mainstream media. I found that it was quite easy to get a hold of some real blockbuster, eye-popping information. Generally of a negative nature, very kind of pessimistic, kind of having to do with corruption in the government and having to do with just outrageous policies, etc. And when we saw that, and we saw that it was not being reported, I attempted to try to feed some of the media organs with some of this information that I'd come up with.
particularly about the Gulf War and some of the aspects of that. And then what happened was I found that they weren't interested, or the reporter would be interested, but he'd get spiked or whatever. That means the story would be killed, and this type of thing. And at first I just chalked it up to being the vagaries of journalism, and they had more important stories. But then after a while, the pattern just develops, and pretty soon you can see that the media is very much under the thumb of the owners of the media, who you could probably fit in a proverbial small phone booth. And so I think you'll find, and I know there's plenty of cynical people who don't believe that, and I was one of them too. But once you start to tap into the independent media, what I like to call the independent media, as opposed to the mainstream corporate media, you'll find that there's so much information of quite a very significant nature that's being suppressed. I mean, I'll say that bluntly, suppressed by the mainstream media, and in a very systematic fashion and continuously. That you'll find that it is true that the media is to a large extent controlled. But there are certain areas of discussion that are just simply taboo. They're off limits. And there's an awful lot of selective coverage and a tremendous amount of coverage towards there are ulterior motives and ulterior agendas going on that of a political nature that the media feels they have to protect. I mean, for example, something that well over 90% apparently of the nation's mainstream journalists voted for Clinton, according to some of the recent polls. And that sort of has a certain effect. I mean, it's just human nature, I think. One of the things we covered, John, in our in our May '96 issue was the story down in Atlanta. And I think most Americans who listen to news at all are aware of the arrests of some members of that Georgia militia group that was supposedly planning to use pipe bombs on the Olympics and all this. And a lot of people had heard about these arrests. But what happened was that the media dropped the ball after that. They decided not to print the fact that when they went to their initial preliminary hearing, all kinds of shocking evidence came out about that episode. For example, we found that the individuals who were arrested, there were two men arrested, and that they actually had never initiated any kind of conversation about making bombs, and that there were no actual pipe bombs made, and that the materials for these so-called pipe bombs were actually just the precursor materials. A lot of it was just common household items you could get at a hardware store or whatever, and they were found buried on one of the gentleman's property. Actually, on both, I think, their property, which was one of them was a large 16-acre property. Now, you're talking about Starr and McCraney. Yeah, Starr and McCraney, right. And Mr. Starr, Robert Starr, one of the detainees, he basically was attempting to find out who was making who was making these statements within his group about pipe bombs. It later turned out that the only people who did any kind of talking about this were two government informants, and that the government informants were the ones who planted the bomb materials on these two fellows' properties, respectively. And what happened was they also discovered the fact that there were never any complete bombs made. Also, the fact that the other fellow, McCraney, when the informants, the agent provocateurs of the ATF, when they approached him and started talking about making bombs, he turned on his heel and said, "I want nothing to do with any of that crap," and essentially and left. And the government admitted to that. So why he's still being held is kind of a mystery for a lot of people. However, you won't be hearing any of that stuff, and you certainly didn't hear any of that stuff in the major media. It was much of that was revealed in the Macon Telegraph, which is a small town newspaper in Macon, Georgia, where this trial was held. Even though there was a huge phalanx of national and even international media reporters at the scene, and yet it did not make any kind of national news. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution newspaper had a very small article on it that I have a copy of, and it did bring out some of the truth of this, and there were some other follow-up stories. But for the most part, the national media kept all that quiet, and I think that is just one of many examples of how the media and the national media, and I'm not talking about talk radio, but the national media will keep things quiet because there's an agenda, unfortunately.
So what you're basically saying in this entire story about Starr and McCraney was, number one, they were set up by the federal government, and number two, when they first put the word out that these guys were going to use these pipe bombs at the Olympics in a terrorist situation, and then they were subsequently arrested as the investigation proceeded, it found out it was the government's agents that had done the planning, planted the story, got the guys arrested. That's all come out now, but these guys are still in jail?
Yeah, they're still in jail. There's another gentleman, too, who's been added to the list, too, because, maybe he, I'm not entirely certain what the charges are against him either, but they've added a third man. The CBS News initially put out the part of the story, the spin about the Olympics connection. Even after they had put it out, the Justice Department and the FBI said, well, actually, there really was no intent about the Olympics. There was nothing to do with the Olympics. It was simply a pair of people who were attempting to possess unregistered explosive devices. No Olympic connection. However, even after that, CBS News refused to retract the statement, and you can see that in the Macon Telegraph, April 30th, 1996.
So the general public still has the feeling that these guys were going to bomb the Olympics.
Correct. Now, think of, you hear a lot about right-wing, terror and right-wing, people trying to foment hatred and all this kind of thing. But I mean, if you see what's happened here, the mainstream media, the corporate media has essentially allowed a lie, or at least a definite half-truth to persist. And they've had more than enough opportunities to set the record straight. And it's been a few months now, and they have not done that. They refused to set the record straight on this. And, just the amount of information that came out at the preliminary hearing was enough to really, the people who were close to this were just shocked. Even the media people who were there covering it were just shaking their heads. They were saying, wow, this is a shocker. But notice that the story did not make it through the editorial, the gauntlet or whatever. The other problem here is that the two men were in their militia group, which was a small group, was accused of being racist. And I talked with one of the militia guys from Ohio, who actually, his name is J.J. Johnson, and he was actually quite a good friend with one of these fellows, and he said that they even had a what do you call it, a flag, some type of a patchwork flag that they had set up, which included that all the races, it was kind of like a rainbow kind of a thing, with all the races were allowed in their militia, and it was just, it's just a complete lie about the racist angle. And they also had an African-American member of the militia group there, too, in that same group. So, the entire, the tendency for the media to put out these cliches are very easy to fall into. They're just, the right-wing, wacko, conspiracy, racist, hate groups, and it just sort of rolls off the tongue, and it's just, once they get into that mode, I think that, they just throw the facts out the window. And it's strange, really, because the independent media that's grown up in this country is going about things in a more professional manner, I think. And the so-called professional media is behaving like, amateurs, or worse, in fact.
All right, we've got to pause here, do a little bit of business. I appreciate your thorough answers, and hope you'll continue along that line. Let me do a little bit of business, come back, and I'll leave you with a couple of questions. Okay. Number one, in light of what you're saying, the thought occurs to me, I'm very careful in saying this because I don't believe in the conspiracy theory in the sense that everything is dark and hidden, and there's a hidden agenda, and there's a communist in every closet, and a booger under every bed, and there's still people hunting and looking for them in that place. And my estimation is it is no longer a conspiracy if it was, because it's right out here in the open. They're doing it right in front of us, which takes away the connotation of conspiracy. But in light of the fact that we are seeing the major media, or the electronic media in particular, being gobbled up by some giants, witness the fact that Westinghouse and Group W, which was a huge radio and television conglomerate to start with, has taken over CBS, and now has gobbled up Infinity Broadcasting, and I think there's something like 43 stations in that group. In working with radio and doing some consulting work for some people, I'm aware of the fact that in some markets, major markets in particular, and even minor markets, certain groups have come in and just virtually bought the market. I know that one group, I think it is, I want to say Clearspan, not Clearspan, but Clear Channel Communications has bought 5 radio stations in Oklahoma City, and they now dominate that, and that's something like, the 105th market or 40th market or something like that. And I'm seeing this happen, and I'm wondering, do you see anything in this? Again, I'm trying to be very careful so we don't get into the conspiracy theory, but do you see anything possibly sinister, insidious, or for controlling the minds, and particularly in light of your May issue, 1996, and that's the copy I would really suggest that people ask for, is I love your April copy, we're going to deal with a lot of it, but the May copy calling Psychopolitics, Programming the Mind of America. Anyway, if you can figure out a question and everything I'm asking you or saying there, come back to me with that after the break, okay? All right, again, if you want to get a line, I'm not going to encourage you to do it right now because I'm primarily going to monopolize this hour. I'm going to play Rush Limbaugh, and I'm going to take this first hour. I may even take the second hour. I don't know. But if you do get a line, 258-5394, and the thing to do is lay your phone down once your line is secure. James will get you up on, and listen on the radio until we get back to you. I'm John Dayl. This is 910 KFYI. And we'll continue this conversation in just a moment. Hey, and I would like to say another thing that I enjoy about Relevance publication. Do you call it a news magazine or a newsletter? What do you call it?
Yeah, well, we just call it just a magazine at this point because we're putting a fair number of photographs in there. Mm-hmm. And so it's not, it started off as a newsletter, but then we started noticing we had a lot of photographs we wanted to print, so we started calling it a magazine.
Okay, as I was saying, one of the things I've enjoyed about it is the fact, and there are other publications that I get, they're great newsletters, got lots of information in them. I subscribe to them. I'm very happy to get them. I devour them whenever I do. But many of these have something to sell. They may want to sell gold. They may want to sell food. They may want to sell stocks and securities. There's a whole variety of things, their own books and publications on the side. Right. And the things that I've appreciated about Relevance is they got nothing to sell you. In other words, there's no axe to grind. There's no fear put into you that in order to save yourself and the impending doom that many of these predict out here, buy from us and we'll get you through all of this. All right, having said that, let's because I'm way over time and I've got to play some catch-up here. Back to the changing of the federal communications laws, where stations can own as many stations as they want in as many markets as they want, and we see this gradually happening.
Right, John, they attempted to do something similar to that with banking back a few years ago with Nicholas Brady under Bush. And now the same sort of, even though it didn't really pass that big banking bill, nevertheless, they sort of went through the back door. And I think now we're seeing pretty much the result of the telecommunications bill coming to fruition. And if you read, there's a book on this subject that's a little bit outdated now because things are happening so quickly, but it's still an excellent book, and it's called The Media Monopoly. And it was updated back in 1990. By Professor Ben Bagdickian. He's from Berkeley University, California. He's somewhat of a left-wing professor, but boy, he sure has a tremendous treatise, I guess, on the media monopoly and how the whole concept of corporate media comes out pretty well in his book. And what happens is if you have a company like Westinghouse, which is primarily an arms manufacturer, but also, just a high-tech firm. When they have control over such a huge swath of American opinion, and that's really what it is, they have control over opinion, then they can sort of, without really necessarily any one person deliberately doing it, they can nevertheless, as a group, as a company, they have somewhat of a conflict of interest. I would suspect. I mean, that would be my argument. You
can mold attitudes and opinions through your group to a great degree.
Right. As a matter of fact, Edward Bernays, he was Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he's pretty much recognized as the father of public relations. And Edward Bernays wrote a book, Propaganda. And he had been involved in psychological warfare operations back in World War I. So he died some years ago. But nevertheless, the book Propaganda, he stated, I'll just give you a brief quote here. He said, "Those who manipulate the organized habits and opinions of the masses constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power in the country." He said, "It remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons in the media." Now, he says, "It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world." And then he finishes, he says, "As civilization has become more complex and as the need for invisible government has been increasingly demonstrated, the technical means have been invented and developed by which opinion can be regimented." And there was another quote, and it was...
All right, let me hold you on that because the clock is killing me, and I need to do that. Come right back to that when we come back, okay? Philip O'Halloran is my guest. We'll continue this conversation in a moment. I apologize to the news department. We're late. Let's hit the news now. All right, we are back, and we're talking with Philip O'Halloran, and Philip is the editor of Relevance magazine. And if they can get a complimentary copy, how do they go about that, Philip?
Okay, John, they can just call 1-800-626-8944. That's 1-800-626-8944.
Is that a 24-hour number?
That's correct.
And it's 7 days a week?
That's right.
So theoretically, they could begin calling now?
That's correct.
All right, fine. You had one more quote for us before we move on to another subject.
Oh, yeah, well, I was basically going to point out that Bertrand Russell, another fellow from way back in the old days of, I guess primarily he was a sociologist, but also a philosopher, and one of the real giants of politics in the first half of the 20th century. And he stated basically that in the future, the job of public relations people and people who are involved in the science of mass psychology would ultimately be to take a group of people and to convince them that snow was black. And he said that we're developing the kind of mass psychology techniques that can be done. I mean, he was sort of diabolical in a lot of ways, you know. But I think he was kind of, at least he was somewhat honest about things, more honest than most. And he essentially said we could manipulate people. He said that the science of mass psychology would be kept from the mainstream public. He said it would be maintained in what he called the governing classes. And he said that the people, the populace would not be allowed to know how its convictions were generated. And that's kind of, if you think about it, that's kind of a shocking statement. And I think that nowadays, at the top of the hour, you were talking about how things are getting a little bit, maybe a tiny bit pessimistic about the vaunted American common sense and ability to think through problems and to not be scammed, etc. But I think I kind of share some of your concern. I'm actually flat out worried about it because I think people are being taken in so many different areas. They're being scammed, really, and I think that the people on the right wing or the left wing, who say that this is a masterful conspiracy and all this kind of stuff right here, it's a socialist conspiracy or whatever, a fascist conspiracy. What happens is that tends to discredit the message. I think most Americans are much more alert to when they're told that they prick up their ears a little bit more and they take it more seriously when they're told, you're being scammed, you're being, taken for a ride. And I think you got to put it in those terms because that's really what's going on here.
Well, I think a couple of good examples of that is the fact that if anybody who pays any attention at all to our educational system over the past 40 years.
It's a coincidence you brought that because that was going to be one of the examples I used. Yeah.
Well, that we have dumbed down our education. We know when I was a kid and when you were a kid and most of the people listening to us today were a kid, our brains were made to work. We had to learn our multiplication tables. We had to learn the conjugation of verbs. We had to learn math. We had to memorize dates and times and things in history and incidents in history. Today, kids don't have to do that. They get to watch television, and they don't have to think and whatever, and we have dumbed down. We've got about 3 generations out there right now that, in my opinion, their only concern is basically entertainment. We're looking for a fun time, and we're looking for joy, and we're looking for marvelous, and we talk about peace and all kinds of great and marvelous things out there. And nobody ever sits back and, I say nobody, those generations don't sit back and say, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? How come my money is being devalued? How come things are costing me more? How come my standard of living is going down? And more and more, those same people are being taught to look to Washington, to the great white father, who will do all these great and marvelous things for them, and we make all kinds of excuses for their aberrant behavior and social content, and that would lead me off into another editorial content. But another area that I look at, and that is that the fact that the American public generally isn't listening, isn't watching, isn't considering, isn't analyzing, isn't asking questions, is the stream of things that are being hooked to the Clinton administration, the Democratic Party. And I'm not attacking the Democratic Party. I'm just attacking things that are going on out here that are in black and white, that anybody with any common sense would have to take a look at and say, wait a minute, isn't there something wrong here somewhere? And yet 58% of the American public, according to the last poll, are going to vote for this guy again because they think he's a great president. And to me, I'm saying that there's something desperately wrong here. Somebody is not asking the right questions.
Well, John, there's a videotape of a Russian defector. His name was Yuri Besmanov. Actually, I think he's still alive, although I'm not certain how to get a hold of him. But anyway, this individual was involved in KGB propaganda with the Soviet news agency, which was kind of similar to a kind of sort of like our version of that would be the Associated Press. Over there, it was basically a wire service, and he was involved in that for many years, and he lived in India, and his job was basically to ideologically subvert target nations, and also to subvert foreign press, etc., who would come to visit the Soviet Union when he was there. And he said it was a process called demoralization. It's not just that the Russians were doing it or whatever, but the people who are involved in attempting to gain control of the thought processes of the nation, they tend to want to, and also to gain political and economic power, they want to demoralize the country first. And he said demoralization means to take out the moral standards, ethical standards, education standards, etc. And he said that, I'll just give you a brief quote because it gives the flavor of it. He said the key to understanding the blindness, and I think he just alluded to the blindness out there, is seeing that government leaders, the press, educators, etc., appear to be functioning as part of a gigantic conspiracy, not because they are all under a centralized discipline or control, but because they share the same foundational philosophy and beliefs. And he said that if you, he says most of the demoralization process is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to a lack of moral standards. And he said exposure to true information to these people, quote, does not matter anymore. He says a person who is demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. And so what we have is here we've got a group of what I would like to just refer to as intellectual invalids. People, and there are many of them who are supposedly intellectuals in the press and in the other institutions. And he continues, he says, these people are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind even if you expose them to authentic information. Even if you show them that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and their logical behavior. So there's kind of a knee-jerk conditioning, almost like a Pavlovian conditioning that's been instilled. And that's why, if you notice, if you ever listen to C-SPAN or something like that, they'll trot out these press journalistic experts from Washington. And some guy out there in Tupelo, Mississippi will call in and say, well, I'm concerned about this particular problem, Whitewater. I'm concerned about Mena, Arkansas. I'm concerned about Vince Foster's death, whatever. And it's almost like as if something just kicks in. It's the bell rings and the dog salivates. And sure enough, the journalist will then say, well, we don't, we at such and such journal, do not subscribe to conspiracy theories. And then they'll just sort of go through this cliched put down of the benighted caller from out there in the sticks.
This is just the way they operate. And I think that the people in the media learn pretty quickly that if you do not operate like this, if you do not come out with these knee-jerk responses, then your career suffers. You know, if you start to say, well, I think that Vince Foster was murdered, you know, which I personally think, and if you start to say that, if you're on a major in a major media venue, then they may not want to invite you back again, you know. And
or you may not get your contract renewed if you work there. I think a great example of what you're talking about right now, manipulating the public opinion, and even though you tell them over and over and over again and show them unequivocally black and white facts,
right,
their mind is so, well, convoluted or pre-programmed or whatever. And I think one of the great examples of that is in this Medicare, Medicaid debate that we've had, that the Republicans said, look, we're not cutting this. We're just simply slowing the growth. It's going to actually grow. There's going to be more money there. You're going to get more money than you're getting right now by the year 2000. It's going to go up by about $2,000 and so on and so forth. And yet the Democrats and the press have hammered home, well, the Republicans are cutting. The Republicans are cutting. Grandma's going to be in the streets. She's not going to be able to get her vitamins. She's not going to be able to get her medicine. Grandpa's going to die, and it's not going to be here for all you people. And this is the perception that people have got. But yet, you know, you show, well, no, it's not a cut. You're going to get more money.
That's right. You're just not going to get as much more as you would have.
Right, you know, and so that's the way it is. Let me pause again for a short break. Back with Philip O'Halloran in just a moment. I'm John Dayl. If you didn't get that 800 number, we'll give it to you right after this break. All right, we're about to complete this first hour of my guest, Philip O'Halloran. He's indicated he will stay with us through at least a portion of next hour. And again, if we develop things again that you'd like to ask questions on, feel free to call us at 258-5394, and we'll get to your calls a little bit later. The number, if you would like a free copy of Relevance Magazine, and I would suggest, based on what I'm looking at here right now, they're all good. You won't get a bad issue, but a free complimentary issue. I would ask for the May 1996 issue, May 1996. I'm going to deal with that later on in the show, or maybe in another show, when there's just you and me involved here. That number is 1-800-626-8944. Now, I don't sell the magazine. I don't get any money for it or anything of this sort. If you decide to subscribe, did you tell me $76 a year?
That's right, John.
$76 a year. You make up your own mind. But I think it's a worthwhile publication.
Yeah, John, one of the reasons we had to charge $76 as opposed to some of the more typical magazine prices is because of the fact that we don't advertise, and we don't sell anything, and we're not controlled by any kind of advertisers because there are none. And I think that's important because you want to maintain total independence.
Right. Again, the number is 1-800-626-8944. That number is available to you right now if you'd like to call and ask for the May 1996 issue. Another thing that I'm disturbed by, and that is the fickleness of the American public out here. We have an incident here where our governor has recently been indicted by the Federal Bureau of the Justice Department, the U.S. Attorney's Office, et cetera, ad nauseum.
Right.
And as I told my audience in editorial comments in the past week or two, this is the very same government that nobody trusts. This is the very same government. We talked about Ruby Ridge and Waco and the Freeman and the abuses by the ATF, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Justice Department, the rigging of any number of things, the falsifying of the testimony, including the fact that at Ruby Ridge, the 5 guys, including the one who shot and killed Mrs. Weaver, all were given the highest medals and honors. And
Sammy, the one who shot Sammy, the boy, received he also, I don't think that Ron Horiuchi, who shot the woman, he did not, he shot Vicki Weaver, he did not receive a medal, I don't think, but it was the Marshal Service, all the ones were involved, and the man who apparently shot Sammy Weaver in the back did get a medal, that's right.
Yeah, and so my question to you is this, and it's tragic, but I've only got about 2 minutes for you to respond in this. Looking at these kinds of things, in your honest opinion, can we believe these bureaucratic pronouncements and whatever that comes out of these people's mouths?
I don't think so. I mean, I think you can. Some of it is obviously true, but when the stakes are high and when there's corruption, when you smell corruption, then you have to be extremely skeptical about the answers. I mean, if they're telling you, some, sort of mundane reports, whatever. But even those things. I mean, economists have shown how the inflation figures are falsified. The CPI, etc. And
the unemployment figures.
They're not really falsified, so as much as say that they're selectively constructed to give a picture of inflation as being lower than it actually is. And so even those kind of things, I guess you have to be careful. But when it comes to scandals, when it comes to like the FBI files, and they have certain instruments, certain vehicles or techniques they use to manipulate our perceptions. For example, with the Waco, with the Ruby Ridge, with the FBI files, you notice that it's always looked upon as a snafu or a bungled raid, or it's the improper or poorly handled, the botched effort or something like that. They always bring in, it's always a mistake.
Minor technicality.
Yeah, that's right. And then people are going to get a little bit perturbed by the mistake, but they figure, well, governments make mistakes, and they're only human, and then it leads people off into this sort of cul-de-sac where they're not going to do anything about it. That might be a good lead-in. Just a lot of the things that are happening here in the country are happening. It's like a full-court press. If you notice, you mentioned the media consolidation. There's consolidation in all the industries and in banking, etc. And there's consolidation of power at all levels, and it's happening very quickly. And there's increasing corruption. There's increasing debauchery of the U.S. independence to all these various international treaties and UN, etc. And it's all happening very rapidly, and it's happening to the point where even if somebody is totally opposed to it and wants to do something about it, they feel kind of paralyzed.
On that note, we've got to break up here for this hour. Philip will disconnect from you. Keep your line clear. We'll call you back at about 5 minutes after the hour.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, sir. Philip O'Halloran is my guest. I'm John Dayl. We'll continue this conversation right after the news.
Live from 910 KFYI, more of Arizona's hottest talk radio on The John Dayl Show. Here's John.
All right, we are back for our second hour with Philip O'Halloran, and he again is the editor of Relevance Magazine. If you'd like a complimentary copy, and I would suggest we're going to deal with a little bit about this hour that you asked for the May 1996 issue. And then if you're reading it, if you'd like to subscribe to it, it's $76 a year. 1-800-626-8944. 1-800-626-8944. And again, it is complimentary, and the number is operable right now. If you get a busy signal, just keep trying. I want to finish up a couple of things on what we were talking last hour, then I want to move on to some other areas right now. In order to get these so-called militias and right wings and the wackos and the neurotics and the goofballs and whatever as they are portrayed, and in some instances they are in the press of these groups out here, according to your information, does the federal government ever use what we call agent provocateurs, people that they put in there to get these people to do things?
Oh, yeah, definitely, John. They have a long history of that. The FBI had a program called the COINTELPRO, which meant it was actually short for Counterintelligence Program. And they first really began to use it heavily in the 60s against the anti-war people and the Black Panthers and, a lot of the 60s radicals and that. But they also used it against the KKK and the more right-wing radicals, too, in those areas, and the weathermen on the left, and etc. And some of the examples are just shocking what they did. I mean, the Jean Seberg, the actress out there in Los Angeles, who back in around 1970 or so, she was targeted by the FBI, and this all came out. This is not, this is right from their files. This is it came out in a group of documents that were obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests and lawsuits in Congress and everybody, and they were called the COINTELPRO Papers. And in the COINTELPRO Papers, which is made into a book by some fairly left-wing journalists, they exposed the fact that one example, I'll just give you one or two examples here, but Jean Seberg was believed to be consorting somewhat with some of the Black Panther leadership. They targeted her in their own documents, stating that she should be neutralized, presumably politically. But what happened was they put a lie, basically. They put a sort of a fake, fraudulent tip. I guess it was an anonymous tip to certain gossip columnists in the Los Angeles area, stating that she was, in fact, pregnant with the child of one of the Black Panther leaders. And so then what happened was, as soon as that appeared it was picked up by one of the gossip columnists in the LA Times. Then she, the shock of having that exposed, or whether it was true or not, is not totally clear, but it was exposed as, being a shock for her and for her career, etc., and her husband and everything else. He was also an actor. And so she ended up taking an overdose of pills. And shortly after that, within a days or she ended up losing the infant was born, and then it died shortly after that because it was premature. And so what happened was, for every year for the next 8 years or so, she would take an overdose of pills on the anniversary of the child's death, until she finally succeeded in killing herself. Shortly after that, her former husband, who divorced her, presumably partly related to this trauma, he also committed suicide. And so this is just the type of the evil of these kind of programs. I mean, where they will actually target, people trust the government, but when they will at times target individuals and just decimate them. They also had a fellow by the name of Tommy Tungiai. He was I believe he was a Thailand national. He was in this country as a student. He became an informant for the FBI, and according to the book Political Repression in Modern America by Goldstein, Tungiai would actually travel through colleges, especially in New York State, urging students to kill police and to make bombs and blow up buildings and this type of thing. And he supplied students with radical speakers. For example, the Weatherman Days of Rage in Chicago. Tungiai constantly, I'm going to just quote here, Tungiai constantly talked violence, carried a grenade in his car, showed students how to use the M1 rifle, and offered advice on how to carry out bombings. And he actually, many of them took him up on this.
And he was on the FBI's payroll all the time.
Absolutely, and that's correct. And he later became a police officer, and I believe it was Pennsylvania. There were other cases too, where one man, one of the more shocking cases was Alfred Burnett, who lured Larry Eugene Ward into planting a bomb in a Seattle real estate office in 1970 by paying him money. Now, this Burnett was working for the FBI, and this man attempted to plant a bomb. He was a decorated Vietnam veteran, but he was lured into doing this crime. And during when the police came to apprehend him, he ran off unarmed on foot, and they shot him and killed him. So these are the kind of real messy, nasty, totally, obviously unethical kind of things that the FBI has been involved in the past. And this is all completely documented. Another example, maybe even it hits more close to home because it deals with the right wing, and that's who are the current targets in the 90s, was a fellow by the name of Beckwith, Byron Della Beckwith. And back in Louisiana, or Mississippi, back in the 70s, he was accused of killing a civil rights leader, a black man named Medgar Evers. And what happened was, after he got off from that charge, he was acquitted. And there was a lot of questions that maybe he actually did it. At any rate, the FBI decided to plant explosives in his car. And last year, an FBI agent named Bill Stringer, who was terminally ill, came forward and admitted in a sworn affidavit in front of Judge William O. Dillard of the 5th Chancery Court District in the state of Mississippi. And he stated on October 18th of last year that he was summoned to the office of Roy Moore, who was at that time the special agent in charge of the Jackson Division of the FBI. He claimed that Moore, quote, desired for me to assist Special Agent Tommy Webb in the case by assisting Webb in getting some sticks of dynamite into the automobile of Mr. Beckwith, and which they actually went right ahead and did it. Stringer said, I refused to do it, and he was given a lot of extra work and sort of essentially almost like demoted at his job, but he didn't blow the whistle until this year. And this was occurred a long time ago, but it gives you an idea of what goes on. And I'm not saying that the head of the FBI is necessarily authorizing all these things, but in the case of the Jean Seberg, the actress case, that was actually sanctioned at the highest levels in the J. Edgar Hoover building. Actually, J. Edgar Hoover was, I believe, involved at that time.
Assuming again that one of these bureaucracies, one of these agencies, be it the BATF, be it the FBI, be it the Internal Revenue Service, be it anybody, and they do blatantly violate my civil rights, and I can prove that they have done this, do I have any recourse? Is there anything in statute that will allow me to come back against the government?
Yes, you can come back at the government. However, it's going to be very difficult because the government itself, in a lot of cases, has immunity. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not able to get into the real arcane details here. But we did a little bit of research in this exact area. We found out under the University of Arizona professor of law, Dan Dobbs, out there in your state, he's one of the top experts in torts and compensation. And in 1993, he wrote that the statutes say that the government can actually be held liable. It says in cases in which the immunity is retained. It says including those arising out of assault, battery, false imprisonment, malicious prosecution, abusive process, libel, slander, misrepresentation, and interference with contract. However, there's a problem here because the government the immunity is retained, and that means that the government itself, I mean, it's very hard to sue the government. And I think that part of it is that you can sue individual officers to some extent, but a lot of the problem is that you very often cannot get true justice. You might be able to get a settlement like Randy Weaver got, but are you going to get justice? Are you going to get if someone is killed wrongfully by the government, by some kind of federal agent or whatever, are you going to be able to put that man behind bars? And so far we haven't seen that in this case, in the Weaver incident, for one thing. And there are other cases, obviously, too, in which we haven't seen justice. And I think a lot of that is there's a certain federal immunity. Whereas if you have local police officers, if you have, like in the Rodney King case, or here in Detroit, we had the case of Malice Green, who was allegedly beaten to death by two police officers, and Larry Nevers and Walter Budson, and they're in jail right now. I mean, they were sent up the river for second-degree murder, and when in fact it was shown that there was cocaine in the bloodstream of the man who died, and that they believed that there was no sign of any brain damage, on his body. So a lot of people say they were railroaded, and mainly it's because they're local officers. I think that's part of the way this thing can operate. Whereas with federal officers, I mean, they just seem to have total immunity. And I guess you'd have to really get into you have to talk to a lot of legal experts on this to find out whether or not you can really put them behind bars. Presumably you can, but we haven't seen it yet.
All right. We're going to pause. We're going to do about 3 minutes worth of business when we come back. I'd like you to deal with what's your opinion of the timing of this most recent anti-terrorism bill, even though it was watered down a little bit. Gingrich got that done here not too long ago, and it was signed by the president. And do you find anything interesting about that? We have some other things to talk with Philip O'Halloran about. We'll do that in just a moment. And in this hour, we will take your telephone calls, 258-5394. If we said anything has piqued your interest, or you'd like to develop it, or you'd like to ask a question. There's a whole bunch of things we just haven't had time to get into, and that I had scheduled here, and we're not going to make it. But if you'd want to get in, 258-5394. That's All right, back with my guest, and again, we will be taking phone calls at 258-5394, and we will do that very shortly. The timing of the anti-terrorism bill.
Right, John, I thought it was a bit coincidental that the Freeman problem came to a head right a little bit before then. And this is something that had been festering for about almost a year, where they had essentially been, had warrants out for these people's arrest, last spring. and back in 1995, and suddenly they just decided to go in there, and I think that part of the psychology of it, and I know this may be in the area of just pure speculation, but I think that you notice that the FBI had a tremendous boost in public relations from the way they handled it, and it was it was all this tons of rhetoric about how the kinder, gentler way of handling things and all this, and I think that at a time when people were not trusting the government to gain increased powers in terms of the anti-terrorism bill, with the crippling of the habeas corpus, one of the most cherished civil rights protections we've ever had, dating back to the Magna Carta in 1200. For them to go in and attack those in a bill, they almost had to have some type of a counterbalancing public relations coup or whatever, which the Freeman case almost turned out to be pretty much a public relations coup for the FBI. I think it probably was. In a lot of ways, they gained an awful lot of respect, I think, from people, and and I don't mean to jump all over, every aspect of what the FBI does. I think part of the problem is that we're focusing on the things that the mainstream press is not telling us. The mainstream press will stroke the FBI, and they will just basically tell you anything about any crime. They'll just pretty much read from the FBI reports and uncritically. And our job is to go, to try to show the warts. I mean, try to show the things that the FBI is doing, which people need to know, which aren't flattering and which are very often illegal, like this case down in, like the case in Atlanta. Now, I should be more specific. That's the ATF more specifically, but I mean, I'm talking federal agencies in general.
Federal law enforcement agencies.
Yeah.
All right, before we have to go to a news break, let's take a telephone call. Greg, are you there?
Yes.
You're on 910 KFYI with Philip O'Halloran.
Thank you, John. One of the things I always thought was kind of curious in the psychological way that this low-intensity warfare takes place in America is basically how you determine how sane you are. And what I mean by that is sanity is defined by a bell curve, at least behavioralists do. And so if you're left wing, you're right wing, basically you are defining yourself as essentially 75% crazy if you're that far out on the bell curve. When the reality is that it's really the socialist left-wingers that are out of center. If you want to defend yourself, if you want your children to be educated, if you don't think the mass media ought to be making you crazy, you're not a right-winger. You're in the middle of the road. You're where everybody is. But when we define ourselves as right-wing and left-wing, and I know we're not going to change that, but it psychologically tells you that you're extreme. When in reality, I don't think we are.
That's right, Greg. As a matter of fact, there's an old communist book called Psychopolitics.
Right.
Psychopolitical warfare, and this was used, maybe still is being used, but it dates back to the 30s. And one of the things they state is that the population must be brought into the belief that every individual within it who rebels in any way, shape, or form against efforts and activities to enslave the whole must be considered to be a deranged person whose eccentricities are neurotic or insane, and he must have at once the treatment of a psychopolitician. And the term psychopolitician and psychopolitics is very interesting. I mean, you brought up a tremendous point here that I was going to get into anyways if I could. And in the August 20th, 1995 edition of the Philadelphia Inquirer, there's a real interesting article titled Paranoid Politics, the blurry line between extremism and madness. And it's kind of the typical attack on the right wing post-Oklahoma bombing, as we've all seen. And they quote somebody in this very long article. His name is Gerald Post. They quote him as, quote, a professor of political psychiatry at George Washington University and the former director of the CIA's psychological unit. Now, he says that paranoia is part of the human condition, blah, blah, blah. And then the interesting thing is that they point out later on that Mr. Post of the CIA, formerly of the CIA, is nearing completion on a book called The Psychopolitics of Hatred. And I think it's interesting because I have not really heard the term or seen it anywhere in print.
except for the Russian psychopolitics manual. And now we're hearing, now somebody's going to be, a former CIA man is going to be writing a book on psychopolitics about the...
Just one final comment. When you're looking for a conspiracy, in this particular case, is that when you find something that you cannot write about, or if you cannot talk about it, then you know you're getting near the heart of it.
That's right, and I think that's why one of the solutions to a lot of this is, instead of worrying about, I don't want to get on some list, or I don't want to make waves, I don't want to be become a target or have a high profile. The only way out of this mess, I think, is for people all over this country to just start opening their mouths and just start kicking up a fuss. I mean, you have to do it in an intelligent way, of course, but like you're doing. But people have to start speaking out, and they have to just totally short circuit all of this intimidation, all these intimidation tactics. And they have to start calling the spade a spade. I think the way you pointed out that this is just, you have to stand up and say that, what I believe is the norm out here in the country. And I think you phrased it really well, that they are the ones who are further up on that bell curve, on the fringe.
The psychopolitics is something that they deal very heavily with in the May 1996 issue of Relevance magazine, and that's the one I'm suggesting you get. Between you and me, I'm going to do a lot out of this before it's over with. If you would like a complimentary copy, you may pick up your phone even now and dial 1-800-626-8944 and leave your name, address, and zip code, and they will get it to you. We're going to pause 5 minutes for news. Philip will be back in just a moment. I'm John Dayl.
Arizona's hottest talk radio, 910 KFYI, Phoenix.
258-5394 is my telephone number. I'm John Dayl here on 910 KFYI, Arizona's hottest news talk radio. If you'd like a complimentary copy of the Relevance magazine, you may get one by dialing 1-800-626-8944. You can dial that number right now. If you get a busy signal, why, simply hang up and try again just a little bit later. My suggestion is that you ask for a copy of the May 1996 issue. We are taking telephone calls at 258-5394, and back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on 910 KFYI with Philip O'Halloran.
Hello. Yes, I have two questions, and I'll hang up and listen to your answers, and I hope the first question isn't too abstract, but how does a person set aside their biases and really determine what is truth, so to speak? And my second question is, would you comment on the so-called black church news stories? Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. The first question about how do you determine what is truth, what's actually correct out there is just you have to look at the track record of the sources. Okay, now you got to, first of all, you have to look at independent sources. And again, I like to use the term independent media. There is an independent media in this country, and I like to think we're just a small sliver of that at least. And there are many, many other sources, and a lot of people are just unaware of that. They think that if it's not Peter Jennings or the New York Times or the local paper or whatever, then there's nothing. There's nothing else. Maybe CNN, whatever. But there is a huge independent media out there that is not controlled. Does not have to worry about something sounding too conspiratorial if they print it, or does not have to worry about corporate problems with conflicts of interest, etc. None of that stuff is a factor in the independent press. However, the independent press does, since it's a fledgling press, it does have some problems, with they're not, a lot of the people in the independent press are not journalists. They're people who are concerned citizens and not trained in journalism. A lot of that is good because they don't have the biases that are built in and conditioned into the typical journalist who comes out of some journalism school.
Another problem they have, of course, is circulation.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They don't have as much circulation. That's why I like to encourage people to get involved. If not relevant, then there's a lot of other information out there. The only way you can be sure that what you're getting is correct, though, is if you check it yourself. And I hate to say that, but if you see something that's very shocking or that's very outrageous, the Russians are coming in across the border in Canada and they're attacking in droves, whatever, this kind of stuff, I mean, something that's too outrageous, you have to check into that yourself. And a lot of people would be amazed at how much information you yourself can get by just getting on that internet or just even picking up the phone. And so I think that's one of the pieces of advice I would say that you don't have time to check every little thing, but certain things you must check into yourself, and you have to go to the source. Sometimes you just go to the library, go to the computer, whatever. And the other thing is, if you pick up some alternative sources that are good, that have a good track record, and they've shown themselves to be reliable, then you need to stick with them, support them, whatever. And there are many out there. We're not the only ones, obviously, and so that's one of the ways you can do it. But I think the key thing is just get into the idea of checking things, get into your own network of people that also, can keep tabs on these issues. Because it's getting to the point, it's a kind of a survival thing. I mean, our whole, our entire system of government is being kind of gradually deconstructed into this, our liberties are being taken away, etc. And I could go on and on about that. But as that happens, I mean, we're being told that we're paranoid. Anybody who mentions that is being told he's paranoid. When in fact, there's another term that psychologists like to use, and that is the term that you're in denial. And that's what the people who will not open their eyes to this, they are in denial. If they can call me paranoid, I get to call them being in denial, because that's what they are. They won't look at the facts. If they call me paranoid and they take me fact by fact and debate me and say that you're full of it, then that's one thing. And nobody has done that with me, and many people have not done that with the other reliable sources in the alternative independent media. Whereas what I will do is I'll say, well, you're in denial, and I can prove it to you, and I can show you the details, and cite the sources. As far as your other question about the black churches deal, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's just another example of how, there were something like 1,500 black churches burned in 1980, and then in 1994 there were approximately 400 black churches burned. I think let me rephrase it. I think that was just churches, period. And then churches in this country burned. And then this year we've got quite a few. I mean, a huge increase. And the thing that the media has been very slow to pick up on is the fact that they're pretty much split down the middle between black and white churches. Now, admittedly, there are probably more white churches in the South than there are black churches. Presumably, I don't have all the statistics, but the idea that the media would use this as a way of whipping up this kind of racial hatred in the country. I mean, for all they talk about, about the right wing being stirring things up and creating hate and everything else. I mean, look what they're doing by inaccurately reporting this stuff and by the spin control, etc. And the other thing is too that if you notice this sudden interest in all these church burnings, which have been going on, like I said, they go on. It's a fact of life. It's an awful, despicable crime beyond my ability to comprehend that anybody would do that. But nevertheless, they've been going on for a long time. And the sources in the insurance companies which have looked into this have found that which tabulate these things all the time. They've generally found them not to be racially motivated. They have all kinds of other motivations, and some of them are just pyromaniacs, who pick the churches of any color.
And some of them just shortages of wires or candles left burning or furnaces that are overheated or any number of things. I'm
glad you pointed that out too. And the other thing too is that this occurred, this big sudden media conflagration of coverage came right around the time when the FBI files scandal broke, and I noticed that it sort of managed to push a fair amount of that coverage off the front pages. And I'm not saying it was necessarily deliberate, but you have to look at things in this manner, because the whole technique of pushing big nasty stories off the front pages with trivial, idiotic, ludicrous stories it happens all the time. I mean, if you remember when Manuel Noriega was on trial, I was watching for that to see, because there was an awful lot of really devastating information about the U.S. government, Bush, and connections with Noriega and drugs, etc. And I was watching for that to see if there was any coverage. There was virtually no coverage of that trial. It was pushed right off the pages by the William Kennedy Smith rape trial,
which was virtually, 24-hour coverage. I mean, you could turn it on during the soap operas, and they were nowhere to be found.
Basically, it was a non-event.
That's right. You were looking at the lady with the little blue dot in front of her face, talking about some little sexual dalliance on the beach, inside the Kennedy compound. And this was supposed to be great news, and yet we had fought a small war in Panama over Manuel Noriega, and had done some outrageously unprecedented acts of going in and virtually extracting the head of the state over the drug allegations, and then to have that just obliterated from the front pages was shocking. And you have to muster up some very strong naivete to not be cynical about that. But the media is able to do that. They're able to remain uncritical and uncynical about some of the most outrageous events out there. It boggles my mind every week.
All right, back to our phone lines. I've got a dozen questions I want to ask you, but these people are here. Charlie, you're on 910 KFYI with Philip O'Halloran.
Hi, John. Philip, how you doing?
Hello, sir.
Listen, I kind of tuned in kind of mid-show here. I'm not sure if maybe my questions be a little off-center, but you were talking about the FBI, and I got a couple questions on the FBI. One thing, at the time of the FBI final assault at Waco, Wes Hubble was really Gerson had put him in charge before Reno came on, and he was in charge of the Waco deal. He was the de facto AG really at that time, and considering the charges that he pled guilty to a year and a half later, was there some kind of deal he struck maybe with the FBI to give them carte blanche and allow him to pass his background checks?
Well, that's a good question. I wish I knew the answer to that. But I think you're right on the money about the fact that he was one of the people who was reputed to have been running the show, at least from the number 2 position there. And it still strikes me as being very odd that he got off so easily. He's in jail for 2 years, but he was also involved. He just had so many connections down there with some other skullduggery that was going on especially around the Mena, Arkansas affair, and with certain other aspects of that. All that.
Yeah, I think he was Bill's right-hand man, really.
I think he was too, and I think that you see that sort of I forget the term, but the cronyism, that goes on. I mean, we saw it with the travel gate scandal, with Billy Dale being his reputation being kind of.
I've got nothing wrong with the cronyism, because every administration does that, but the way they handled it, like they were holier than thou, in that they weren't doing it for those reasons. That's what upsets me. My second question involves Sessions. I believe he used to run the FBI, and was not he relieved the day before Foster's death?
Correct. Yeah, that left the FBI essentially sort of rudderless at that critical moment when we had a person who was the first man to die, under violent death since I believe it was other than President Kennedy, first man to die of violent death in such a high position of office since Navy Secretary Forrest back in I believe the late 50s. So we're talking about a major event, and then right the day before that, Sessions is out. Gene Wheaton, who is formerly involved in high-level military criminal investigations and that for the government, he has stated, in the video regarding the death of Vince Foster, it sort of left the FBI in a position where they were somewhat manipulable in terms of possibly suppressing an investigation, a full investigation.
I'm not, all that clear on, Sessions, how he was, but I'm sure he would have demanded FBI jurisdiction over that investigation.
Right, and that's one of the real glaring discrepancies, the real shockers in that whole Foster case, and there are so many of them. It's hard to even cover them all.
In your own mind, do you think Foster was murdered?
Oh, definitely. I think he was murdered. I think that he's no question about it. I like to keep an open mind about these things, and I have kept an open mind about it for about 3 years now. And so I've now made my decision that, in my opinion, I think he was murdered. And I think there's just an extraordinary amount of evidence of that. And there's increasingly people who have a tremendous amount more expertise in all of this stuff than I do, who are starting to think that way. In fact, one of those would appear to be Gene Wheaton, this former military criminal investigator.
All right, we have to pause here, do some business. We'll come back and explore that some more. And Bill, I'll take your phone call at the same time on 910 KFYI. I'm John Dayl. All right, let's get right back to my guest because we're on the short end of the hour right here. We'll give you that telephone number again in just a little bit, how you can get a free copy of Relevance Magazine. And I would suggest again that you ask for it. It's a real eye-opener. It's something that you'll sit and shake your head over. The May 1996 issue. Bill, you're on 910 KFYI with Philip O'Halloran.
Afternoon, John, and afternoon, Philip. Earlier this week, it was announced that Infinity Broadcasting was being purchased, which puts a number of major stations under a more centralized control. And I'm just curious, do you believe there will be any type of attempt to perhaps sanitize talk radio or make it more politically correct?
That's my opinion, Bill. I think they will do that, and I think there's already instances of that happening right now. Luckily, we have a lot of stalwart people out there. I'm sure John is one of those, who are still pushing the envelope and giving us tremendous coverage in that. But and I know here in Detroit we have one of the stations. I won't mention it, but they have just another real tremendous broadcaster. And they fall now under the Westinghouse umbrella or whatever. And
my understanding in Detroit, I can't recall his name because I heard it about 2 or 3 days ago. That one of the major Detroit stations there has fired one of their talk show hosts who was a little outspoken.
Yes, that's right. I just to be on the safe side, I think I won't mention the name because you might be thinking of somebody else. There's actually been.
Okay, I wouldn't know the name now if I heard it because it was strange to me, but I heard that.
You are absolutely right, though. It did happen just a while ago, and actually there's another one that I'm not sure if you're thinking of that one too, but nevertheless the situation here is definitely getting kind of grim from that perspective, at least in the view of quite a few people, in this area that people who I've talked with. There's just a lot of pessimism about the kind of gradual sanitization. And I talked to some of the radio personalities myself in this area, and I get the same thing. I get the same, just that there's a sort of a gradual encroachment. It's nothing, it's not real hardcore suppression of free speech or anything. It's just this kind of gradual shifting, and they just have a way of, these big conglomerates have a way of kind of gradually...
It's sort of like the attack on the Constitution. Let's do it very gradually and nobody will notice.
Exactly the same technique, Bill.
John, thanks for taking my call.
And if you get a copy of this magazine issue I'm telling you about, you'll hear all about gradualism. Another thing, too, is the fact that Bob Grant got fired in Boston. I understand he's been rehired by another station up there now, and also Mike Siegel in Seattle, which is another, quote, right-wing, outspoken, whatever else, got fired from KVI in Seattle here just about 30 days ago.
And, it's funny, a lot of these fellows are very popular, too, so you wonder, why are they firing the...
Oh, their numbers have been excellent.
That's right. Why are they firing the people who bring in the money, And you can only afford to do that if you're a very large conglomerate, and so that's why it's worrisome to see this. To me, it's worrisome to see this acquisition.
Debbie, you're on 910 KFYI.
Yeah, hi, you guys. Actually, there's two questions, but I guess the first one that you were seeing up on your screen is, remember when there was talk on TV about how Vince Foster wasn't handling Washington Light very well? It was much, much worse than he realized. I mean, they didn't talk about depression or anything like that, but he wasn't handling it very well, and that kind of thing wasn't quite what he thought it was going to be. And it wasn't too long after that they found him dead. I'm beginning to wonder if they weren't trying to set us up to get us ready. And then the second question is...
You wonder about that, I wish I could give you something more hard, concrete on that. But, it does make you wonder. There was one of the individuals he was a police officer involved in the Oklahoma bombing, and he was said to have committed suicide recently.
Really? What was his name?
His name was Yiki. Sergeant, I think it was I wish I could say what his rank was, but he was a police officer named Yuki,
And he, it was about a month ago or so, he committed suicide supposedly, allegedly.
Has this been reported?
Yes, it was very lightly reported in the mainstream media, but he was involved in he was a hero, actually. He had dragged about 4 people out of the building after the bombing went off, and he was quite a hero. But they tried to make it, at least the media spin, which I was very skeptical of, was the fact that he had supposedly been, he was depressed over the fact that he was a hero. And I just think there was a disconnect there that, and so we're looking into a little bit more into that situation, and it's still I can't give you all details yet. But
there was one more question very quickly, and I'll listen off there. Kenneth Starr, not too long ago, announced that he was going to investigate Foster's death as a homicide. And I remember being thrilled to hear this one particular morning, and then almost right after that, the media started reporting conflict of interest, where Starr was concerned because of a law firm that he works for, and I haven't heard anything since. No word about Foster's death being investigated as a homicide, nothing.
Yeah, you're seeing some of the same kind of tactic with D'Amato, being used with D'Amato. And then it takes you back to the FBI files. And when you look at it, if you have somebody who's a political opponent or who's making waves, causing trouble with you, if you have dirt on them, it's hard to get to be a senator or to get high up in Washington without having some kind of skeletons in your closet these days, anyways, unfortunately. And so if they can get dirt on you, it was interesting that this Billy Dayl gentleman with the White House Travel Office, that he was on that list of the people of the 400 or 500, whatever, it's expanding every few days, of people whose files were requested by the White House. And if you can get some dirt on somebody, then you can. There's ways that you can sort of discredit them in public, or you could even, in some cases, you could even blackmail them if you have some real hot stuff. And so, this is sort of politics 101. The way that things work out there, and I'm not, you can't. It's real hard to prove any given instance because these things are done very, carefully by professionals in this kind of.
But cumulatively, there's things out there that you want to question. Philip, I'm out of time. I thank you for your generosity of your time. Editor of the Relevance magazine. We will give your telephone number again. And hope you get a lot of phone calls and people read the article, okay?
We appreciate it, John. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and we will talk to you again.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm John Dayl. This is 910 KFYI. All 5 lines are available. It's open topic. It's you and me next hour. And I will give you that telephone number one more time right after the news.
From 910 KFYI, it's the Bob Mohan Show. The opinions expressed are those of the host, guests, and callers only, and not necessarily those of 910 KFYI. Now, with more of Arizona's hottest talk radio, here's Bob Mohan.
No, this isn't Bob Mohan. This is the contrarian voice of KFYI, John Dayl, sitting in for Bob while he's off shooting fireworks, eating hot dogs, slugging down Bud Light or whatever else Bob's out there doing today, and hope he enjoys it. And we are going to try not to totally destroy his program and have a little bit of audience left for him when he gets back in here tomorrow afternoon. But again, I have to emphasize that I am the contrarian voice here. I do not march to the drummer that some of the others march to, and not just the talk show host, but the audiences or whatever. And this, of course, has been my first shot to talk about the Viper / terrorist / wingnuts / whatever else they have been called or alluded to or whatever out there. And also, I am going to do something that every time I have an opportunity to host a program on the 4th of July, and that is read to you the Declaration of Independence, and it'll take about 10 minutes or so to do that. And some of you have heard it before. Barry had some of it on his program today. But I read the entire thing, and I wish I could read it without error and without mistake and without stumbling, but in probably, this is probably the 16th time in my talk show career that I've had an opportunity to work on the 4th of July. It doesn't always fall on my shift. And I was trying to calculate the other day, 16th or 17th time that I have done this. And I am going to do it in light of any number of things, some of which are old, some of which are new, and some of which are in relationship to current events. I want you to listen to the Declaration of Independence in light of what is going on here right now in the state of Arizona and the national publicity that we are getting with this group of individuals called the Vipers. And the terrorists and the terror and the froth and the whatever else, particularly that the local news media, as I have watched it, and I'm not being critical of my compatriots. I'm not a journalist, so I can't say compatriots, but just fellow individuals in the electronic media. But as I have watched the local news channels and I've watched the local news people out there, and I have seen the foaming at the mouth and the sweating of the brow and the trembling lips and the shaking hands and the tentative pointings and the oohs and the ahs and the oh my gods, Armageddon is right just around the corner up in Sunny Slope. I have been aghast. In fact, I'm probably grateful that I didn't have a full-time show, because part of the time I was frothing at the mouth, and now that I've had 2 or 3 or 4 days to contemplate this, some of the fire has gone out. But it's still a slow burn, and there may be a certain amount of evangelism that'll come into this before it's over with. But again, I've listened to some of the phone calls here on the radio station and some of the comments and commentary that's been had, and particularly that I've seen in the news, the electronic news, the television news in particularly. And again, I emphasize the local folks that have been putting us on. It's so rare that some of these folks here, even though we are considered to be a major market, it is so rare that these people get a story that is really, a grabber like this one is, and an ongoing story. You can even go back to the train wreck that we had down, I think it was, Peter, wasn't that Heber? That the place where, Hyder, okay, well, Heber's up in Utah. Down at Hyder, although that was a 2 or 3 day story, why, is one of those things. It was distant, it was inert, it was just laying there. There was nothing dramatic, like loading up barrels and pulling guns out of houses and dumping 10 million rounds that they found in these people's homes of ammunition, and 4,827 guns, half of which were Gatling guns, automatic machine guns, bazookas, and whatever, literally by the thousands. If you listen to the news and you watch some of this and you saw it repeated, I was sitting watching, whipping the channels the other evening while this was still going on. It was really hot news. And normally we lead off with murders, and we lead off with Circle K robberies, and we lead off with major accidents and maybe a fire over in Mesa where a dog got burned up or something of this sort. It may last anywhere from 30 seconds to 90 seconds as far as a clip is concerned. And we have a whole litany of those. I was watching some weeks ago, and there were 5 stories in the lead-off on this particular channel. They all had to do with killings or shootings or homicides or robberies or something of this sort. And you would think that, dear God in heaven, that's the only thing we got going for us here in the state of Arizona, is Circle K robberies and whatever, and drive-by shootings and the likes of that. But in flipping from channel to channel, there wasn't a single solitary channel out there that by my $3.85 Mickey Mouse watch that I bought at Walgreens, they didn't spend at least 10 to 12 minutes of a 30-minute news broadcast at 5 o'clock to tell this story. They had every conceivable facet, even down to the point, and I'm being facetious here, and I freely admit that, but I think some of you, if you'll listen to me, just lay back, be patient, hear what I'm going to say, will agree with me that even down to the point as to what color shorts some of these people had on, and whether their tennis shoes were tight or not, when all of these things took place. The way I am absolutely amazed at all of this. And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but that's all right, because it's a disjointed story anyway. And we were hearing about the terrorists and how they were going to blow up the federal building, and they were going to blow up this building and that building and the other building, and on and on and on and on. And now the FBI comes out today and says, oh, gee, wow, I think we made a little bit of a mistake here. I think we've given you people a little bit of maybe the wrong impression here as to how strong our indictment is, and on and on and on. See, we really can't prove that these people were going to blow up these buildings. See, I was sitting there thinking about all of this stuff. I said, come on, get out of here. So they have put together a video of all these buildings and whatever else. There's a jillion kinds of people out there with the advent of the video camera who have made all kinds of things for all various reasons or whatever, and a lot of it is just for their home entertainment. And I take you to some of the television shows called America's Home Video. I take you to the Rodney what's-his-name beating. I take you to a whole variety of things out there that people have used their video cameras for, and they have no intentions of enacting any of these things. They've just done it for the fun. Now, one of the things militias do is they've got this thing for the United States government. And so they play these games. They go out there and they shoot them up in the forest, and they take hikes in the deserts, and they wear their camouflage uniforms, and they do all these great and marvelous things. And not all of them do any of those things. There's all kinds of militias that do various and sundry things. They're not all people out there foaming at the mouth and whatever. And I would bet money, Pete, and I would give you odds, even in this audience, especially Mohan's audience, after having listened to Blow Out the Phones or whatever, just for fun and enjoyment and whatever else, I'll bet you there's a whole bunch of people that made some homemade videos of themselves between the sheets. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to go into competition with the Mitchell brothers. That doesn't mean that they're going to do Debbie Does Dallas Phoenix version or anything else. But there's all kinds of people doing all kinds of things with the videos, doing it for their own pleasure, their own entertainment, their own fantasy, their own whatever. And finally, the FBI says, yeah, I'm not too sure whether we're going to be able to prove. In fact, they freely admitted that they cannot prove in any sense of the word that these people, in making their video and passing it around, there obviously are copies of it that they have given to other people, that they were going to literally blow up the building. It was a fantasy. Now, maybe a not very fun fantasy, and a lot of people, tightened them up just a little bit. I imagine there were sphincters all over town that bunched up on chairs while all this was going on. In fact, I know there was. I heard some of them talking on this radio station. And maybe some of the people over Channel 12. And then I've heard all this talk about the victims. Oh, they blew up the building. The victims. I'll get into that later on. I'm going to tear somebody's heart out over that before it's over with. Let's do a little bit of business. We'll come back and we'll continue. I'm John Dayl. If you do get a line at 258-5394, lay your phone down, because I can tell you more than likely I will take the major portion of this hour. But you can get your line, get a reserved. If you want to agree or disagree with whatever I say, feel free. I will read after the news break, not now, but after the news break, I will read the Declaration of Independence. And again, what I want you to do, I want you to listen to this. In light of politically what's going on in America today, now not everything here fits, but it is amazing what Thomas Jefferson is saying in the Declaration of Independence that we can translate, extrapolate, if you will, whatever, on down to today's political climate. Now, one other quick thing that I want you to think about, and then I'm going to go to the break. Hang tight. Just give me one more sentence here. For those of you that are not familiar, and those of you that are, I think you'll verify what I'm saying. What the mood and the context was when we go back to 1776, when this was written 220 years ago today. Or signed, I should say, 220 years ago today. About 1/3 of the population of the then extant United States, no, it wasn't the United States, it was the 13 colonies, 13 British colonies at that time, wanted to break away from the crown. About 1/3 of the people that were there were avowed Tories, or they were loyal to the crown. They did not want to break away. And even as we have today in America, there was that approximately 1/3 that didn't give a rat's pazinga one way or the other. They were doing business, or they didn't have Major League Baseball or sports or things of that sort to watch in those days. So whether they were having turkey shoots or whether they were just hewing down timber or whatever they were doing, there was a third of the people of the country, approximately, these are approximate figures, wasn't evenly split, but you go back and read your textbooks and you'll find that. And they were all in that breakdown. About a third wanted to stay, a third wanted to go, and a third didn't give a hoot one way or the other. Now, extrapolate that down to today. We've got a third that love it, a third that hate it, and third, I'm too busy. I don't care about, I don't even know who my state representative, vice president, I don't have the foggiest idea who the vice president is. I don't even know who the lieutenant governor of the state of Arizona is.
This is 910 KFYI.
94 is my telephone number if you want to get a line. Those lines are all vacant. If you don't know what I'm going to say yet, hang tight. If you do get a line reserved, if Peter gets you up, then just lay your phone down, continue to listen on your radio, and I will get you back. I'm John Dayl for Bob Mohan, who's taking this 4th of July off today. And again, we're going to deal with this terrorist situation and the Declaration of Independence. This is my first shot at it. Sometimes it's extremely frustrating to me to be sitting out there when things are going on and not having an opportunity to do it. And I will tell you quite candidly, I will be occupying most of this hour. I'm going to Rush Limbaugh the first hour here. Now, I don't make the money he makes. I make $7.85 an hour, and but at least I can emulate him in some ways. And Peter says, "Yeah, hey man, you're making $1.85 more than I am." And well, that's true. $7.85 an hour is what is the part-time rate here. But anyhow, I'm going to get as much of this in as I possibly can. So I want to talk about a whole variety of things again, and I'm going to do the majority of it after the news break here when we read the Declaration of Independence. I want to remind you to listen to what was said by Jefferson when he penned this and compare it to the political climate that we have today. You've got to realize, too, that when we talk about government, we're not talking about an individual. We're talking about a system. And a lot of people want to come out, that people like the Vipers and some of the other militias and some of the other individuals, the right wing and the left wing and the Kaczynskis and the whole bunch of folks out there, that we hate, or they hate, I should say. They hate the American government. This is just hate. They hate the American government. No, that is not the case whatsoever. And I will speak at this point for John Dayl. I do not hate the American government. I love the American government. I love the Constitution of the United States. I adore it as far as a political statement made by and for mankind. But I got to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I hate the way people over the years who have taken that Constitution, who have taken that government that I adore, that I love, that I feel like is the greatest government that mankind has ever had on the face of the earth as long as he governs himself, and the things that they have done to it. Now, we don't focus, as they did in 1776, on a king. But the king had divine right, and he was the government. What the king said went. Irrespective of what the court said, irrespective of what the judges said, irrespective of what the tax collectors said, irrespective of what the generals and the admirals said, the king. And today the king has moved out into many tentacles in many places, and we don't have a single individual to focus on. You can't focus on the president. You can't focus just on Bob Dole. You can't focus just on Newt Gingrich. You can't focus just on Shermer and some of these people. It is a many-tentacled hydra monster. And I don't like what they have done to the Constitution. I don't like what they have done to government. That's the part, if there's hate, that's the part that I hate. I hate what they've done to it. And I want government back like it was. We'll do the news, we'll come back, and we'll do the Declaration of Independence. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitles them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, would dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same objective evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct objective the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws while most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass laws for the accommodation of large districts of people unless these people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasion on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions from within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of the lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent upon his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislature. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they would commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond the seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in neighboring provinces, establishing therein an arbitrary government and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument of introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our government, for suspending our own legislature and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas and ravaged our coasts and burnt our towns and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioner of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections among us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petition has gone answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in our attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and to consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have the full power to levy war, conduct peace, contract alliance, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. 59 individuals signed that, 8 of whom went on to sign the Constitution. What a marvelous, marvelous piece of writing. And how much of it actually fits today? Let's take our break, and then we'll invite phone calls, and we'll also wrap up this hour and really take phone calls beginning next hour. On the 4th of July for Bob Mohan, I'm John Dayl. All right, we are back, and again, I'm going to use up the balance of this hour. If you want to get phone lines, we'll mainly take calls right after the 4th. But I want to relate a lot of this to what's going on in America today. A lot of people seem to be surprised that there are people like the Vipers out there and the Kaczynskis and the Timothy McVeighs, and I don't know why anybody is surprised when you look around and you seriously consider some of the things that government is doing, much like the tyranny that government was doing to the colonies back in those days. And we are experiencing some of these things, and some of the analogies that today, now not all of it, I don't pretend to believe or indicate that I want you to believe that all that the things that Jefferson was talking about here are extant today, because they're not. Some of them simply don't fit. But I would like to just quickly, as we go through the balance of this hour and get ready for your phone calls next hour, and then I've got a few editorial comments on the Vipers themselves. The idea that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator, not by Washington, not by the legislature that's out here, not by the city council, but God Himself gave you and I certain rights that nobody should ever have the power to take away, circumvent, or reduce. That among these, not exclusively, but among these rights that every one of us has is the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, in order to secure these rights, Jefferson goes on to say, in order to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. In other words, this is the point of government, Jefferson is saying. Jefferson was not saying that we're going to give you absolute safety, that we're going to give you cradle to the grave security, that we're going to take care of all of your needs, that we're going to see that everything you want in life is taken care of. That's not what he's saying here. He's saying that you have the right to life, liberty, and pursue happiness, and we're going to set up a government for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to secure these rights. Now, those very same governments that are instituted among men derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Now, I don't know how you feel about it, and I don't know how you look at the world today and how you look at America today, but there's a lot of things going on in government out there that I don't give my consent to. Now, I realize I'm only one person, but I think if you were to go on a lot of these issues across the country, we would be a majority. We are not consenting to what they are doing to us. Yet we, as a nation that have become sheep, and I'm sorry if I offend you on this great patriotic day of flag flying and chest thumping and bands and parades and fireworks and hot dogs and watermelon and all those other great and marvelous things that we do on a day like this. But we have become a nation of sheep. We don't consent to these things. You and I could sit together, individually or collective, and we could lay out a litany of things that government has done to us, against us, impugning and circumventing those rights and privileges that we have a while ago, and we talked about a while ago, and they do not do it with our consent. And yet we, like sheep, just take it. Law after law, rule after rule, legislation after legislation, regulation after regulation, tax after tax after tax after tax. And we just take it. There's so much to talk about in this in so little time. But anyway, we talk about the fact that we are disposed to suffer, he talks about, while evils are sufferable. And this is one of the reasons why you're seeing things like what you've seen in the past week here in Phoenix and all across the country, because people are saying, look, we're not going to suffer this anymore. We're not going to take this anymore. Now, in the old days of 1776, if you will, we knew who the enemy was. It was King George III. We knew who the other enemies were because they all wore powdered wigs and red coats. We could focus on those individuals. But as I said, this whole situation has become so blurry and so obfuscated in our own political situation today that there's no single place that you can point to this octopus. And you whack off one arm, or you try to whack off one arm, and two others grab you. And this makes it a little more difficult. And this is why we get into the situation where when you get a nest of people like the Vipers, the media, the politicians, the pundits, the E.J. Montinis, if you will, bless E.J.'s heart, his column today, if you read it, and you got to the very end and where there's supposed to be a punchline, there's supposed to be a moral, there's supposed to be a point that tells me why and what he has said and why I have read it, and give it to me, and it is so vague and absolutely unbelievable. When I got through, I said, what were you saying? What point were you trying to make? Where is your moral? But we are confused. We are tribalized. We are turned against each other. We are separated. We are segregated. There is such a litany of what government, again, that big, nebulous government, it talks about further on the establishment of absolute tyranny over these states. Look at what your Supreme Court is ruling. Look at the legislation that comes out of Washington. Look at the governors now who are in all kinds of trouble politically and otherwise because they're trying to fight that big monster back in Washington, D.C. Because the purpose of the Constitution and the purpose of the Declaration of Independence was not to set up an all-powerful federal government, but to bind down the federal government. We, in this modern time, don't relate to the fact that the 13 original colonies were set up as 13, under the Constitution, were set up to be 13 independent nations. We, in the 50 states that we have today, under that very same Constitution, are supposed to be separate and independent nations, not a collectivization of groups that are subservient to Washington, D.C., but individual nations. All we like sheep have gone astray, and my people perish for lack of knowledge. And there's that third out there that loves it, just adores it. And that third that doesn't give a hoot one way or the other. And then there's that third out there that agitate and aggravate and grind and point fingers and scream and yell and parade and say no, 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 no. And they are painted with the brush of hysteria and a whole bunch of other things that I don't have time to get into right now. I'm John Dayl for Bob Mohan. We'll be out of this in just a moment, and we'll come back and continue this conversation, and the lines will be available at 258-5394.
From 910 KFYI, it's the Bob Mohan Show. The opinions expressed are those of the host, guests, and callers only, and not necessarily those of 910 KFYI. Now, with more of Arizona's hottest talk radio, here's Bob Mohan.
John Dayl for Bob Mohan this afternoon, and 258-5394 is my telephone number, 258-5394. And again, those of you that have lines reserved, please lay your phones down, listen on your radio. It's going to be a while before I get to you. Talked earlier today with Jack McClam about some other business and things that we had to discuss, and mentioned the fact that I would be in for Mohan this afternoon and invited him if he would like to call in. He's probably one of the foremost authorities on militias and whatever else is going on in that particular part of our world, and many of you will remember that he was also an active part of getting Randy Weaver out of Ruby Ridge and did his best efforts along with Bo Greitz to get the Freemen to come out, but finally had to throw their hands up in consternation, I would imagine. Jack, good afternoon to you.
Good to be with you.
All right. I know you haven't gotten much time. How do you view this situation? I view it with a great deal of skepticism from the government standpoint and whatever, and they're now admitting the weakness of their case and whatever, and I got a whole bunch of questions that I'd like to ask about it, but how do you view this?
Well, John, we're fortunate here that we hear from over 6,000 some police officers throughout the year, our membership in our association. And what we heard most often in the last couple of days from various police officers at the federal, state, and local level through our email and faxes and so forth was to be very cautious to people here as we did interviews to warn the people to remember that these are alleged charges. And many of our police officers are concerned today because of Janet Reno's statement that she would go after the militias, that our federal officers are complaining about being pressured into going in and not being passive viewers of what's going on in infiltrating these militias, but trying to go in there and stir something up, get something going so that they can bust these groups.
In other words, putting agent provocateurs in there.
That's right. And we're getting officers complaining about this because they don't feel that they need to go out creating criminals. They need to go out and find bad guys. And some of our police officers are conservative and understand what the militias are doing. And so, of course, they try to weed them out and not stick those guys in as undercover agents in these groups. Mm-hmm. So we have to be cautious. And remember, these are alleged charges. And now it's time to sort out how much, just like in Georgia 2 months ago, we're now finding out that the federal undercover agent planted the explosives on the property that they're accusing Robert Starr of being involved in. So we have to sort out who did what on these indictments now and find out how much of the explosives and illegal weapons the government actually brought in for these people.
Well, I'm curious to know, too, about all the guns that they brought out of there. How many of these, of course, at least one of these individuals, my understanding is a licensed gun dealer.
That's right,
and how many of these were actually licensed? How many of them were actually operable? How many of them even worked, as far as that's concerned? They're talking about a Gatling gun, and they're talking about a whole variety. I mean, I think there was something like a submachine gun or a 50 caliber or something machine gun in there. And how many of these actually work? And how many of them do they have licenses for, and whatever? And you know, there's just so much here that the feds, even to the point that the judge has said, look, you guys are talking too damn much, and you're telling too many things out here, and a lot of these things just aren't going to stick.
Well, John, the reason we do this as law enforcement agencies and agents is many times when we don't have the goods on the people, and we know we're going to get burned somewhat when it comes to trial, we go ahead and try to get as much publicity against these groups to cause the American people to turn against them, which is much of this big push to discredit the militias across the country. And if you think you're not going to get everything held up in court, you want to discredit these groups as much as you can through the major media across the country.
In other words, create a hysteria among the people.
That's right, yeah.
Well, see, this is what I see, and I was talking about some of the local news broadcasts, and I'm not picking on those people. They all make more money than I do. And but I was just watching some of these news and the hysteria with which they were reporting the news that, my God, Phoenix is going to blow up any day. Nobody's ever going to come to Phoenix again. Nobody's ever going to come to Arizona again. And I was going out of my mind watching some of this stuff.
Well, my son called me this morning. I've been so busy doing interviews, but my son got through to me this morning, wished me a happy 4th of July, and said, Dad, I think I'm in trouble. And I said, Jeff, what's wrong? He says, well, you know, I heard about all the ammunition they brought out of the Viper militia buildings, and he says, Dad, I have more than that at my house.
Yeah, and supposedly, according to the local news broadcast, and obviously, again, I'm being sarcastic, you'd have thought there was 400 million rounds of ammunition in there, and then 6,000 guns.
I don't know. I have a lot of police officer friends that are into gun collecting, and military buddies too, and that amount of ammunition is a small amount next to what most of these people have at their home.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting, and I know you got to get ready for your own gig, Jack. And by the way, off the record between you and me, have you had a chance to listen to those tapes?
I'm really enjoying them, John. It's a delight, and I've only gotten through about 2 tapes, and a lot of this is great material. And I'm going to listen to them over and over because I want to do a little looking through the scriptures, too.
When you get time and you've had it, give me a call. Let's have lunch.
Good deal. Let's
All
do
right.
it. God
Jack
bless you.
McClam, thanks very much for being with us. We appreciate his time and whatever. I'm gonna compare the Vipers because again, this is I'm sorry to belabor this, and I know you've talked about it for 2 or 3 days, but this is my first time to get a shot at it, and maybe I'll get it out of my system, and then maybe we won't do it on the weekend. Although we have some other things planned for this coming weekend. By the way, let me remind you, while I'm using Bob Mohan's show, like another guy does here on our station, that I do a regular weekend show in this very same time slot here on 910 KFYI. If you don't listen on weekends, do that. It's live and it's in color and it's whatever, and I'm sure that we'll provoke or whatever else you during those 3 hours, Saturday and Sunday from 3 until 6, and I hope you'll give me a listen. There are a whole bunch of things that I want to talk about, but I'm gonna wrap it up and go to the telephone lines, and I'm going to invite seriously your phone calls now at 258-5394. And I'm going to drop a couple of things on you, and then we'll go from there. I heard a lot said about these so-called guys going to blow up these buildings, and I heard a lot of whining and crying and carrying on about the innocent victims as a result of this, and all that makes them terrorists. I said, well, wait a minute, what's this innocent victim crap? You all, in the 7 years that I've sat at this microphone, if you talk to nobody else but me, but I've heard you on Barry's show, I've heard you on Bob's show, I've heard you on Limbaugh's show, I've heard you on all these shows, talking about the FBI and the Internal Revenue Service and the bureaucracy and the OSHAs and on and on and on, and all these federal people that are propagating these laws and enforcing these and whatever else. These are the very people that if these people were going to bomb somebody or were going to blow up one of these buildings, with the possible exceptions of the local police department and the television station, these are the people that have sold themselves to this very system that so many of you despise, who are getting you with glee into their offices, who are tying up your businesses, who are putting all kinds of rules and regulations on you and forcing you to obey them or to fine you or to close your business or to give you all kinds of unmitigated red tape, and they do it with a certain amount of perverse joy that they have the power over you to make you do all of these things that you don't want to do. You got people back in Washington, D.C. who are doing the legislation, and we put them back year after year after year after term after term. They write all these laws, they turn it over to the bureaucracy and say, okay, now you guys write the rules and regulations, you guys do the enforcing, and these are the people that occupy those buildings. These are the people that come into you and into your place of business and say, you got to do this and you got to do that and you got to build this and you got to change that, or you can't build this and you can't change that. These are the people that you call radio stations and programs like this time after time and hour after hour, and you lament over the fact that these people have this energy, this power, this synergism, this whatever they've got, that just drives you up the wall, and you rail against these people all the time. These are the people that occupy those buildings. What is this innocent victim crap? These are the people, this faceless bureaucracy, if you will, who have sold themselves to this system, who your tax dollars pay, and they again, with joy and with glee and with perverse enjoyment, force you to knuckle under to these kinds of things. Everybody sitting out there that's had an audit. Everybody sitting out there that's come into any form of one of these bureaucracies. I heard Barry the other day, this doesn't fit. This is apples and oranges, but it can be extrapolated over. Barry was talking the other day, it took 4 hours to get a driver's license for his young son, and he was bitching and griping and carrying on, and rightly so, over the bureaucracy, over the stalling, over the waiting, over all of the things that they had to do. And people are saying, oh, well, these people are going to blow up these buildings and all these innocent victims. They're not innocent victims, for crying out loud. They're the very people that are making your life miserable. They're the people that are sucking the tax money out of your pocket. And writing codes and loading you down with red tape and on and on and on. Don't give me this innocent victim crap, because I ain't buying it. Now, John, are you saying that you justify killing these people? No, I am not saying that at all. John, are you saying that you are comparing these people as the heroes of the revolution? No, I'm not saying that at all. I think these people in their own way may consider themselves, and I in part, emphasizing in part, consider them to be patriots and to be honest individuals. But, and here's my caveat, hear this part. If you don't hear this part, the other part won't make sense to you. But hear this part. They are misguided. I believe that with all my heart. I believe they are misguided. But I will tell you this. I have come closer to joining a militia this past week than I've ever come in my life, and I've never even given it any thought. I don't even belong to the National Rifle Association. And I know that if the FBI or the ATF wanted to come to my house, they would find 3 unregistered guns. One is a Ruger 9mm. It has 13 shells in the clip and 1 in the chamber. And it's on safe, and it's within hand reach of my bed. They would also find a 12-gauge pump shotgun with a duck plug taken out of it. It'll hold 5 rounds. They'll also find a semi-automatic Remington 270 rifle. Now, for the shotgun and the rifle, I don't own the first round. The Ruger is loaded. And somewhere in there in my bedroom, there is a box that's got the remaining shells from the ones I haven't taken out and practice fired. And I think you better be very, very careful, ladies and gentlemen, when you get sucked into this government line out here. I love my government. I love my country. I have worn its uniform. I would wear it again tomorrow if they were to call me and tell me, John, we need you. Here's a weapon. Go to the line. I swear by all that I hold holy, I would do that. But I don't trust the people who are in government. I don't honor the people who are in government. I don't aggrandize the people who are in government. And more than anything else in the world, with rare exception, I do not believe the people who are in government. All right, I got a whole lot more to say. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to leave it alone. I got notes here that are 2 pages long. I'm going to leave them alone. Oh, I got one more thing to say. Hang tight, Darren. I'm going to come to you in just a second. I'm way over time here. And I will take phone calls, and I got 2 lines available to 258-5394. When we come out of the next commercial, we'll be right up against the news. When we come out of the news break, get back to your phones, because I will take your phone calls at that time. We're talking about the fact there's the Fish and Game guy that was the agent provocateur in this situation, and they're trying to hide him right now. In fact, the Fish and Game people are embarrassed over the fact that their guy was even involved. And I got to tell you something, too. Now, I'm sure that this man did, a person, or a man, I guess it is, who did whatever he did was right or in his own mind or whatever, or was doing it for a patriotic cause, or was being enlisted, or got a con job or something of this sort. But I got to tell you something. I'm glad they don't release this man's name, and I hope to God, please, I mean this sincerely, I hope they never make this man's identity known. Because I've got no respect for him. To me, we don't honor in our country snitches, and we don't honor rats, and we don't honor tattletales and people like that. If government ever came to me and John said, John, old boy, old buddy, old pal, we want you to integrate this individual, we want you to infiltrate, I'd tell them to kiss my foot, because I'm not about to. And I have no respect for individuals that do this kind of thing. And if I'm wrong, that's just tough, because I raise my hand before a holy God and swear an oath that everything that I've said on this program today, I believe with all of my heart. I'm John Dayl for Bob Mohan, and this portion of the Mohan Show is brought to you by Connecticut. Of all the drinking water systems available, Consumer Digest ranks at the best buy. Call 437-2474. Am I saying again that the Vipers are heroes? No, I'm not at all. But I got to tell you something. Not everybody in the Revolutionary War was a hero either. There were a lot of thugs and bandits, and there were a lot of people in that war that went in for the glory, went in for the money, went in just because they wanted to kill somebody. That's all there was to it. So, there's all kinds of people out there to make up a strange world. Our lines are all busy right now at 258-5394. We will take phone calls immediately after the news. Bob Mohan, 258-5394 is the telephone number. Those lines are all busy right now. Let's go to the telephone lines again as we promised. And Steve, you're on 910 KFYI.
Hi, I enjoyed your reading of the Declaration of Independence. It kind of brings a tear to your eye when you hear the national anthem and the Declaration of Independence and things like that. At least it does for me.
All right.
And I thought to myself that how aptly that applies to kind of the situation our country's in now, replacing maybe the king for our government in general. I feel like it's almost taken on a monarchy identity in itself, and it's I think caused a lot of people. The term you used, misguided, I think is a great way to describe a lot of these basically good people that are probably undereducated and overly fearful about what's going on in the country, and they don't know how to deal with it.
Let me interrupt you right there, if I may, Steve, on something that you said is talking about undereducated. A lot of people are not aware of that the signers of the Declaration of Independence, many of them, not all, but many of them were very well educated, because in those days they were taught to read Latin, they were taught to read Greek, they were mathematicians, they were engineers, they were whatever else, simply of necessity because you had to be. And obviously in today's climate, the average citizen out there, even the average burger, the guy that owns a business or whatever else, does not have this particular capacity. But in today's society, nobody is educated for all, except the scholars, if you will. So my nobody will not hold up in that degree. But nobody among the general populace out here is educated like those men were educated. Now, to say that these people are uneducated, what are we talking about here? Now, I'm not picking on what you said, but this is something that I heard earlier in some of the conversations this week. That these are a bunch of ignorant people out here, a bunch of uneducated, a bunch of high school dropouts, a bunch of, ne'er-do-wells, whatever else. And see, I'm not willing to buy that. I think in their own line of skills, and in many ways, these people are highly educated. And some of them, it was made fun of because one guy was a used furniture salesman, and another guy was a bouncer at a topless joint where girls run around with their boobies hanging out and stuff like that, see? So a lot of fun, a lot of innuendo, a lot of, well, wait a minute. Are not all of these honorable professions? Are these people not out making money? These people didn't have a police record. These people had not been in trouble any way, one way or the other down there. One of them, well, he was a libertarian that had run for office and got beat. See? There's been a lot of fun made of these people. But when you back off and take a look at them, they're just the run-of-the-mill citizens out there like a lot of us are.
Absolutely. If I said uneducated, I stand corrected.
No. The only thing that you were talking, that your word picked up on was something that somebody else said. Oh, please do not take in any way that I was challenging you. You just triggered something in my mind that I had heard earlier this week of people making fun of these people because either their profession or whatever.
Let me explain my theory. Undereducated in history, undereducated in what it takes for the foundation of good moral values, undereducated in thinking about consequences before you take acts, good logic.
Well, I think a lot of us would qualify in that sense of the word, and I think even more of the general population would qualify in the sense that I will bet anybody money, and I will give you 10 to 1 odds, up to $1,000, that we can go to a mall out here where a lot of people gather, and we could talk to people 21 years of age, and as I say, I would bet money, give 10 to 1 odds, that we could stop at random 100 people, and I guarantee you, not 40 of them could tell you who their state senator, I'm just talking state senator, their state senator and or representative were. I would give you even greater odds that not 1 out of 10 could tell you who could name 3 of the county supervisors.
Well, I think some of this comes from a long period of time of people feeling that it's hopeless to try to do anything about it.
A lot of people have. On that, I've got to leave you, Steve. They're playing the music on me. I got another Steve in Phoenix. No. I've got a for Steve's. I've got just talked to a Steve. I got 2 more Steves up there, and I'll get to all of you in just a minute. Give me 60 seconds. That's all I ask. I'd like to say one thing to all of you people out there that belong to a militia or are giving some serious consideration to joining. Be damn careful who you let in, because you never know when it could be an FBI mole, an ATF mole, somebody set in there to set you up so they can make a big score and get all kinds of legislation passed in order to get more of our civil liberties taken away from us. You better be very careful who you let in. Because, see, this is the big mistake the Vipers made. Collecting the guns was a mistake. Having all of the ammunition was a mistake. Going out in the desert and having some mental masturbation by getting off the little explosions that they had and whatever else, there wasn't anything wrong with that. There's no law against that. Now, they're going out and tore up somebody's property or something of this sort, but they might have blown up a cactus or something and got fined for that. But from what I've been able to figure out in the pictures that I've seen, they just blew 2 or 3 little holes in the ground out there in the desert. And none of these things were mistakes. For the most part, they weren't even illegal. Poor taste, poor judgment, yeah, maybe. But, and don't believe everything the FBI tells you. Don't believe everything the Justice Department tells you. Don't believe everything the ATF tells you. You know, they're trying to hook these people into this train wreck down here. And like this report that's come out on poor old Joe. Now, the EJs and other people like that are going to go nuts over this federal report that's come out about the jails and whatever else. But if you read the report carefully, and if you read the paper carefully, and if you listen to Joe carefully, there's a lot of allegations, but there's no times, no dates, no aims, no instances, no facts, no hard, cold proof of any of the allegations that they've accused Joe of. Now, there may come to be some later on, but, you know, but right now everybody's jumping on the sheriff. Prisoner abuse, prisoner. Donna Ham is probably just going absolutely nuts over this situation. And these people whose ragtag son, drug addict and whatever else, was died as a result of it. Their lawyers just slavering at the mouth over this. But don't believe what these people tell you. Wait till it's all over with before you kind of make a decision. All right, let's go down here. Let's talk with Robin. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you sound like a very fair person.
I hope.
I like you.
Thank you, sir.
You're the first time I've ever heard you on the radio.
All right.
Okay, I have some information to give to you. Have you ever heard of the American Freedom Network?
No, sir, I don't believe I have.
Okay, well, it's generally on the shortwave radio.
Well, that's the reason I haven't heard of it, sir.
Okay.
I don't own one.
Okay. Well, it was given out of the information that these Viper, supposedly militia group, was a motorcycle gang, and that they belong to a rocket club. And if you need any more information on it, I could give you a toll-free number where you could call to get more information on it.
Well, of all the things that they confiscated of these people, I'm not aware of the fact that they confiscated any motorcycles.
I haven't either, because I've been watching for the last 3 days, and I haven't seen a motorcycle once.
And a rocket club?
Yeah.
What kind of a rocket club?
Well, see, there's there's people who go around on the weekends, and they fly automatic planes,
all right.
Toy planes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fly little toy rockets up in the air.
Oh, terrific.
And that's the information that's floating around in the Patriot movie.
Well, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff floating around out there, and about 87% of it's not even true, and the other 13% is only marginal.
Yeah, that's true.
All right,
buddy.
But, hey, you hang in there. I like your dissertation and your reading of the Constitution and helping that lady out.
All right. Well, then you be here on Saturdays and Sundays from 3 to 6, and you'll hear a lot of me. We go to Frank in Phoenix. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, John?
Hi, everybody, buddy. I've missed a soul today.
John, what are you getting bent out of shape about the U.S. Constitution? Did you hear this morning on the Bill Hayward show? All of our national parks and historical sites are under the United Nations control now.
No, they're not. No, wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute. No, they're not. Now, there was a... oh, dear Lord, I just took that while I was going through a whole bunch of my stuff today as I'm preparing to go on vacation, and I trash canned a whole bunch of stuff. And this very thing that you're talking about, I've read the documents on it, and what it is simply, and I can't think of the name of it. I can't think of the name of what it is, but it's some preservation act that came out of the United Nations, and where they have designated certain things, for instance, Yellowstone National Park, as a world treasure, if you will, and they have urged nations to take particular care of those because they are treasures, that the seven wonders of the world have now evaporated, and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and whatever are gone. They are not under the United Nations control. They are not funded by the United Nations. There are no United Nations troops in Yellowstone or in Yosemite. This is simply one of those things that they've got a bureaucracy out there that needs to justify its salary and do whatever. Now, am I saying that the United Nations is not trying to make encroachments on all kinds of governments around the world? No, I'm not saying that. But as far as our national park system even being remotely controlled by the United Nations, it is not.
I haven't read the documents.
Well,
you read the 92 documents?
Trust me, I have read it from stem to stern, and these are only recommendations that this group of the United, another one of those damn bureaucracies that somebody's got to justify their money and get their job and get it paid for and all that kind of stuff, and that's all this is. I'm reminded of the time when I was sitting at a microphone many years ago when dinosaurs were still roaming the earth, and I got one of my first talk show ever in stint anyway in Seattle, and this was the time that we were getting all kinds of information that Madeleine Murray O'Hare was petitioning the Federal Communications Commission to take religious broadcasting off the air and to shut down all religious broadcasting stations. And every preacher and every nickel and dime, whatever else, was out there urging people to write to the Federal Communications Commission and demand that this not be done. Number one, Madeleine Murray O'Hare never made that particular argument. Number two, no legislation was ever formed to do this. Number three, the Federal Communications never even remotely considered doing something like this, and they were getting at one time as many as 43,000 cards and post letters and phone calls a day back at the FCC for something that somebody started. It took off. The preachers made a fortune out of it. They begged for money that we'll fight this thing, and they got all kinds of money, and it was so phony, it was absolutely unbelievable. And this thing about the United Nations taking over our parks is the same damn thing. It's foolishness.
Okay, I'm going to try and look at some documentation.
If I probably won't get home before the cleaning lady comes, but if I do get home before the cleaning lady comes, I will grab that out. I was going to do a program on it, and then I looked at because somebody was telling me about this, and I got the material on it, and I read it thing, and I thought, this isn't even worth a 5-minute discourse.
Okay, but between NAFTA, GATT, the World Trade Organization, and our military underneath a lot of UN control, our sovereignty is going down the tubes, John. You know it as well as I do.
Our sovereignty is going down the tubes because we in the United States are delegating it more and more and more for the money they get from the federal government. The United Nations is never going to take over the sovereignty of the United States. The United Nations is never going to form a one-world government. I'm up against the break, but I'll tell you why in just a moment. And you can trust me on this. It will never, never, never occur. There will never be a one-world government. There will never be a one-world currency. There will never be an identity card that we're all going to be citizens of the world and whatever else. Trust me.
I disagree with you, John.
You can disagree till Jesus comes, but it ain't going to happen.
If 95% of the people don't know what they're losing
every day, the freedoms they're losing, and only 5% know what's going on. How do you think that 5% is going to protect the rest of us?
Well, again, let me explain it to you after the commercial break, okay?
Okay, John.
All right, I'm John Dayl, and we are worrying about the one world government, the United Nations, and are losing our sovereignty. Last week I did a brief thing in my second hour on Sunday, and I had to do with doubt and fear. Everybody hang tight. I'm not going to be long on this. I don't think I'm going to be long on it anyway. And the thing about it is, if I can create doubt in your mind about anything, be it your health, be it your finances, be it about your marital status, be it about whether you're going to be able to hold on to your job or not, or any variety of things, if I can create doubt in your mind, I own you. Because the next thing I will do is I will create fear in you. Just take, for instance, your job. If I could say, man, do you hear what the boss is talking about you? Man, they had a meeting on you the other day, and you came up in that thing, and buddy, you may not have a job. What? Yeah. Then all of a sudden fear sets in, and you get panicky. You're worried about paying your bills, worried about sending your kid to college, worried about making your car payment, you're worried about where your next meal is going to come from, you're worried about at your age. I get doubt and I get fear, and I own you. I can do anything with you I want to. Now, this is exactly what your federal government is doing. Your federal government. They've created fear in you as far as your taxes are concerned. People in this country, again, reading the Declaration of Independence, is with the consent of the people. And the Constitution, again, was not written to give power to the federal government. It was written to bind it down. Why do you think we have the 10 Amendments? Many of the states would not ratify it until they got the amendments. Virginia was the last state to ratify it, and only after the 10 Amendments were added. My point is this, and this bit about the vipers, the fear that went through this community as a result of that. My God, they could have blown up half of Sunny Slope. Windows within a mile would have been blown out. And people were sweating blood. They went out and talked to the neighbors, and some of the neighbors said, no big deal. These guys been living here a long time. They're peaceful, they're quiet, they're whatever. Well, let me tell you why you'll never have a one-world government. I'm going to get biblical on you for a minute, but I'm not going to get religious, okay? I'm just going to give you a little Bible story. Remember the story, of those of you that don't read it, go back to Genesis in the first 12 chapters, and you can read it there. The story of the Tower of Babel. Now, this story has been misinterpreted on multitudes of occasions because nobody has taken the time to go back and search out the words and what they mean. But anyway, these guys all got together under Nimrod, and they were going to build this tower, and they were going to put together this one world government. And what they were going to do is they were going to become gods. We don't need God. We can do it on our own. We'll take over the world. We'll rule the world. And they were building a capital is what they were building. And the story goes on to say that God said, hey, wait a minute. Man, these guys are serious. These guys really mean what they're saying, and that's not in my plan, not in my program. I don't intend for this to happen. So it says he sent down, or he went down, and he confused their language. Now, most religionists interpret that to mean that that's where we got all the languages and all the dialects. That's where the Chinese got Chinese. That's where the Indians over there got Indian. And the Pakistanis got Pakistani, and the American Indians got American Indian, and the English got English, and so on and so on and so forth. The French got French, and on and on. Au contraire, my friends, they just didn't talk the same language. I was listening for a few moments, a good example, I was listening to a few moments to Dr. Laura the other day, the other evening. In fact, last evening, I believe it was, when I was riding in my car, the evening before. And some gal called in, and she said, I've got a problem with me and my boyfriend, and we're just not communicating. And Dr. Laura went right through the roof. She says, don't use that word again in this conversation. Do you both speak the English language? Yes, we speak the English language. Then don't say that you weren't communicating. You just weren't listening to each other. Well, this is what happened with those people. One wanted to go this way. One wanted to go that way. One wanted to have this right. One wanted to have that right. Look what's going on in the European community right now. They've been trying to put that rascal together for 15 years. And Denmark doesn't like this, and Britain doesn't like that, and Germany wants to be the major central bank in there. And the French said, hell no, we ain't giving, we ain't giving you the central bank idea. And, well, we want to use the German mark as the key money. And the British said, oh, no, we ain't giving up the pound sterling for all of this. Their language is confused. They are not getting it together. And this is the very same thing that happens. One of the reasons why NAFTA is screwed up to this point. The guys in Florida, after NAFTA's been signed, the tomato growers in Florida said, whoa, wait a minute. The Mexicans are shipping all their tomatoes in here and they're killing us. And so now we're taking it to the World Court or the arbitration or whatever. And the Mexicans said, well, pardon me, senor. What's wrong with our tomatoes? We thought we had NAFTA. We're going to ship them into you people. And the guys in Florida said, hell no, you ain't shipping them then down here because you're eating into our tomato market. Their language is confused. And this is the reason why you will never have a world government. When it comes down to the nuts and bolts, somebody's going to want something, somebody else is going to want something else, and they're going to be in a total confused situation. And that's exactly where they're at. Folks, don't worry about a one-world government. It ain't ever, ever, ever gonna happen. That's just all there is to it. All right, I got Steve in Phoenix, the one that's 45 years old. You're going to be my next call, but we're going to do the news right now to stay on time. This is Bob Mohan Show, and I got to really run this thing tight. I'll be back after this. And number one, Steve in Phoenix. Good afternoon, sir.
John, how you doing?
Fine, sir.
I've talked to you before about different issues. I've disagreed with you on some things, but this time I have to agree with you 100%.
That's almost dangerous, isn't it?
Well, it's true. I've called you before. I think you had some shows several years ago when you were doing this at night on waste and government, which were very good things, I thought. I work for a government agency in Arizona and found that the amount of waste and the ridiculous types of edicts they come up with were ridiculous. I mean, it just goes against logic of what they come up with. Now, if you multiply... Okay,
now, but you as an employee, what do you do about that?
Oh, you can't do anything.
What do you mean you can't do anything about it?
I basically quit. I mean, I'm doing something different now, but you can't do anything about it, John. If you do, you put yourself and your job in jeopardy. And...
fear and doubt, right?
Oh, sure. But there's a lot of people that work for government, and it kind of goes up the ladder. You've got your boss works for another boss, and these people have a lot of power, and they interpret whatever their boss gives them to
see. Now, this is my point a while ago. Everybody's saying, well, you blow up one of the federal buildings, all those innocent victims in there. They're not innocent victims. They're the people that are enforcing these rules that you're talking about right now that you say defy logic.
Absolutely.
So I don't see any innocence in that. These are people that have sold out to the government. You realize what a situation it was and said, look, I can't deal with this anymore. I'm getting out.
It's not the system of government we have. It's the bureaucracy, the system of government creates that causes the problem.
This is exactly what I was saying a while ago, was the fact that I don't hate my government. I love my government. I hate what they've done to it.
I've never heard anybody criticize the government, the system of government. It's always the IRS or the FBI or, they're always striking. That's why they want to bomb the federal building. It's not the system, it's the agency. Now, let me get to these people, these vipers. Now, looking at the MOs of these people and what they did, I could have probably had any one of these people as my friends. I could have sat on over a beer or a cup of coffee or something and probably agree with everything they said about what's wrong with the government. I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't know in detail. I mean, I wouldn't be arguing with a Barry Young who'd make you probably prove what you're saying. But, you probably agree generally with what a lot of these guys are saying. The difference is I believe that we still ought to vote for what we're doing in our government. These guys went beyond that. They wanted to blow it up.
But again, there are people out there, and I'm inclined to believe that the system is rigged so much anymore, that the two political parties have so much power, and they've rigged the system in such a way that we may as well be in the Soviet Union. See, this is one of the big complaints that we, quote, in democracy, end quote, had over here where the old Soviet Union was, that they put up a slate of people up there to vote for, and you either voted for them or you didn't vote for anybody. Tell me what's so much different especially at the national level. Now, not so much at the local level, because we can still do a lot of infighting, and that's the way it was supposed to be set up. But look at the national level. Well, do you really have an option as to who you're going to vote for? You get frick or you get frack.
Well,
and the powers that be set these people up, make the determination. Both of them, I don't care, Clinton or Dole, they're both in the pockets of the hierarchy that's there, the powers behind the throne, and you can vote for either one of them you want to vote for, and there ain't going to be a nickel's worth of difference in either one of them.
And, you listen to a guy like John McCain that, is on the radio, and you hear him, somebody asks him a question about stuff like this, bureaucracy, and he goes, well, wait, I didn't know it was going on. I have to look into it. And let me get back with you. And you hear this all the time, and they don't know what's going on.
And John is absolutely right. There's so much crap goes on in the deep bowels of the government in Washington, D.C., and all these buildings that are scattered all across the country, that these guys don't have the foggiest idea of what's going on. And 80% of the bills that they vote on, they don't have any idea what's in that bill. All they get is a synopsis that their staff gives them, and the staff gets it from the guy that wrote the bill. That's all they know.
John, to sum it up, I think what you talk about, bureaucracy, is the problem of our country. And if we can solve that, I think we're on to a simple solution. We can get rid of it.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath on that, my friend. I would like to see it solved, but I don't see it being solved. Hello, Joanne.
Oh, hi. I just had a two-sentence quote from George Washington that I think sums up so much that you've been saying today and kind of emphasizes what our founding fathers knew so well, and I'm afraid we're learning. It says, quote, government is not reason, it's not eloquent, it is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master.
Amen. I've read that quote before, and this again.
Out of control.
The Viper situation is a good example of the force of government. Now, they wanted these people. They planted a mole inside, and they got these people. And that's what I'm saying to anybody out there in the militia or any other splinter group that disagrees, and if you're loud or make any noise or whatever, you better be damn careful who you let in your inner circle, because you may be taking an asp to your bosom.
Absolutely. We need to be fearful.
I don't know that we need to be fearful, but I do believe we need to be watchful.
Watchful, that's a good word.
I need to be watchful.
Well, keep up the good work.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
You bet. Oh, here in Phoenix, good afternoon to you, sir.
Hello, John. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'm flattered that I was able to spend a little bit of time. I haven't spoken with anybody with KFYI for about 2 years.
Why is that?
Well, I've been busy pretty much all my career.
Okay, you haven't been ignoring us then.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, all right.
Actually, I just watch the news and kind of get pumped in all the, garbage that's really not too elaborate on everything.
Okay, we'll be here on Saturdays and Sundays between 3 and 6.
Well, let me tell you, I have something to share.
All right.
I felt I could possibly enlighten a fairly large amount of the intelligent folks who listen to your show in the whole KFYI station with a bit of info in reference to the passive libertarian perspective.
Okay.
Okay. Let me give you a little bit of background on myself. First of all, my name's not Steve, and I don't really want to say what it is.
I don't care. I don't care what your name is. It could be Arnold Thudpucker. I could care less.
I'm a 34-year-old Caucasian male.
All right.
I live from paycheck to paycheck. I'm a machinist. I was a Republican. And I'm pretty nervous now, too.
Take your time.
Okay.
I'm not going to bite you, I promise.
I claim to be a libertarian now, and I own several weapons. I don't care to elaborate on what type, but I will say that a few of them are assault weapons. I enjoy firing them in unpopulated areas, going out and target practicing and stuff.
Well, I don't know of a weapon that's not an assault weapon. As I say, I've got a 9mm Ruger at my home, and if you come after me, I'm going to assault your ass. That's just all there is to it. With my pistol.
Okay, well, I carry at least one loaded gun with me at all times.
I used to have, when I was a little kid, I used to have a Red Ryder BB gun, and I used to assault all kinds of birds and cats and a whole bunch of things.
Well, sure,
that BB gun was an assault weapon as far as I was
It says
concerned.
you can have that.
Yeah.
Okay? It says that you can have that to protect yourself from our government.
No, I went out there to
Right
protect...
now, with the direction our government is headed,
you can fully expect to see some action in the near future, okay? With these guys right now, I don't care if they're vipers or Montana idiots or whatever. Anybody who's going to start being to the point where they got to have other people to be able to have a ground for their belief, and then their belief is violence. That's wrong, okay? I believe in the Bible also, all right? I know that the Bible says that there's going to be 7 years of peace, and you were talking just right a little bit ago about how there's going to be a new world order.
No. I'm talking about that humanity, the humanists want a new world order. I'm saying it's not going to come to pass. They're wasting their time.
But don't you see right now that everybody is going, money is changing into plastic, okay? It's all in the computers. And pretty soon that's going to become to the point where cash ain't worth a darn.
Well, yeah, maybe and maybe not. I don't know. Again, this is another one of those doubts and fears that government and other people have planned. What?
To me, do you know what fear means to me?
What?
It means blank everything and run. F-E-A-R. Blank everything and run.
Well, all right.
And attitudes are contagious. And when other people are in fear, they're going to start to be able to, attract the same type of individuals that become pretty absurdly violent. You know, I'll tell you, July 4th to me is parallel with New Year's Day.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with violence? This nation was
Anytime
born.
you hurt anybody else, it's wrong.
No. This nation was born in violence. We hurt a whole bunch of people with violence at that time.
Yeah, we had to get our freedom.
So violence is okay if you want freedom.
It was the Boston Tea Party, okay? Was that violence?
Certainly.
Was it?
Certainly it was violent.
A bunch of tea into the ocean.
No, you went in there and took somebody else's stuff off of somebody else's ship who had paid money for it, who had shipped it over.
They were pushing the people who wanted to get away from taxes. And people was trying to take this money. I understand.
So in other words,
into a corner.
So in other words, we can excuse this. We can excuse some violence is okay if it's on my side, but it's bad if it's on somebody else's side.
If it's in the name of freedom, then it's okay. But you don't start bombing stuff. You were talking.
What about the Sandinistas and the people down in whatever? What about the people over in Chechnya?
As a matter of fact, I have a little bit of something to shed on that light.
What about people over in Chechnya right now?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Okay. I just quit a place that I was working for.
All right.
Do you know what they did?
No.
They manufactured silencers. They were the world's largest manufacturer of silencers.
Okay. Why did you quit?
Well, I'm not sure if Charlotte already told you, because I spoke with her today.
All right.
I quit because of the fact that, basically, number one, I wasn't able to use my knowledge as a machinist to make these things correctly. That's the honest truth. That was the first factor. The second factor was the guy that was my boss was not really intelligent in relation to the manufacturing or, like the geometry and stuff with making these things. And he was having me do stuff that I didn't agree with. I went out wrong, and I got blamed for it. So
my youngest son has lost any number of jobs, and he's a damn good culinary artist. He's a sous chef and whatever else. But and he gets hired by restaurants and does a terrific job, and they just absolutely love him. And after he's there for about 6 months, he begins to tell the boss why the fixtures in the restaurant aren't right, why the menu is not right, why the kitchen is not run the way it ought to be, and so on and so forth. And as a result, he loses job after job after job because he can't keep his mouth shut. And I've told him over and over, now look, if you don't like the way they're running the things, throw your apron down, get out, and go start your own and whatever, see? So I got all kinds of problems with that. My friend, I'm out of time, and I do appreciate your call. And Todd, I'm going to take your call before I go to the break. Hello.
Hello, John. It's my pleasure to talk to you on Independence Day.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I was reading the Constitution this morning, and I found a couple sections that are directly related to militias, and I thought it would be good for people to know what they are.
All right.
The first one is Article 1, Section 8, which deals with Congress's power. And under that, Parts 15 and 16, it says to provide for calling that, as part of the congressional powers, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. And Part 16 under that, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress.
All right, now your point is what?
Well, my point is that according to the Constitution, basically the federal government has a certain part in it, and the states have the authority to decide who's going to be running them and provide training for them.
All right, so
these militias they're not actually militias. And
well, certainly they're militias. They're just simply not government militias.
oh, I thought that the militia movement had they were contending that they had some basis in like the Constitution or the...
They have a right to peaceably assemble and to get together and do whatever they're doing, and they have a right. The government doesn't have a copyright on the title militia. They can call themselves militias. They can call themselves any number of things. And they just opted to use the word militia because the word is such that the public understands what they're talking about. Sure. It is generally a loosely knit group of individuals who get together for a common cause. And in this case, it's to go out in the woods and shoot and blow things up and play paintball, guns, and wear camouflage uniforms and drink beer and spit, whittle, and tell lies to each other.
Yeah, I can. That's understandable. I had heard on, I guess, on previous programs, people citing that everyone who's between the ages of 18 and such were, all part of the militia, and these sorts of things. And I just wanted to point out kind of the constitutional basis.
Under English law and biblical law, anybody, when the old barons used to have to raise armies for the king and whatever, anybody between the ages of 20 and 50 was eligible or could be required to join and come and fight the war. Mm-hmm. And that's why we have the draft, and the draft is when they took 18-year-olds to 50-year-olds. Mm-hmm. And that's what it's based on. And again, if you go on, it goes back as far as the Old Testament. And the only relief was that if you'd built a house and not lived in it, you had a year's exemption. If you had just taken a wife and had not been married a year, you had a year's exemption. But anybody between the ages of 20 and 50 was eligible to be called to bear arms in defense of the nation if the king called you.
Mm-hmm. Well, gosh, I thought I was going to give, perhaps help educate you and the listeners, and I got a little education myself. That's great.
All right, it's only fair. I'm John Dayl for Bob Mohan, back with Jim and Bill, and I got plenty of time for another call or two at 258-5394. Let's go to Jim, first-time caller. Good afternoon.
Hey, man, where you been?
In relationship to what?
I don't hear you on radio.
That's because you're not listening.
Oh, I hear you on weekend once in a while, but not much.
Okay.
But I think you UN lover. I think you love UN and the Viper.
Okay.
And why you love Vipers?
I didn't say I did.
Well, how come you take up for the Viper? They got no right to militia out here on the desert and shoot up our country and bomb up buildings and cause destruction. And we got no right to kill babies over there in Oklahoma City.
They haven't done that.
Yes, they did.
No, the Vipers...
They're the ones that did it.
The Vipers are the ones that blew up the building in Oklahoma?
You bet.
Then how come Timothy McVeigh... How come the feds have got Timothy McVeigh in jail?
Well, he's talking now, and he's going to get them all involved now. Oh, he's a stew pigeon, right? Oh, well, maybe his life ain't worth much, but I'll tell you one thing.
And your conversation is not worth much, so let's go to Bill. You're on 910 KFYI. I got more time than that.
Hi, John. I don't think I can top that last caller.
Yeah, I wouldn't try.
I think there's some signs for hope. I think the Tribune had a pretty good article in today's paper that was something other than just panicked out type printing. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
No, sir, I don't get the Tribune.
I don't either, but I've heard about it.
All right.
Let me express my concern. Perhaps I don't have an answer. It's just the question going around in my mind.
All right.
Why did the state allow itself to be used by BATF for purposes of providing stool pigeons? Why was this a state function at all? Why didn't the BATF use their own people? I'm sure this must have taken the approval of somebody. I don't know if it was Symington or Woods or who. But why should we even be doing that?
Was it, okay, now, I'd have to check that out because I do know it's Fish and Game, but was it Arizona Fish and Game or was it the federal Fish and Game?
I believe it's the tone of the article. I'm under the impression that it's Arizona Game and Fish.
Okay, I did not get that impression, but I did not read it that carefully, but that same article is in the Republic, and I guarantee you, when I get home, I will read that.
But, do you believe the state should cooperate with the ATF for purposes of providing moles?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
In fact, again, as I say, I've got no respect for anybody who would do anything like that, and I'm deadly serious. I hope they never release this person's name.
Well, you might be right on the Game and Fish. We're under a different impression, and I'll have to go back and check, too. But thanks for taking my call.
Okay, we will both do that before it's over with. Gene, I have got... What did I do wrong here? Let me get... I've screwed something up royally here. Have I got Gene up? Gene, I got 30 seconds.
I'm here, Bob.
30 seconds.
I'm here, John.
30 seconds.
I'm here.
Well, then you're out because you've used up my thought. I'm trying to tell you, I got 30 seconds. And I'm sorry. Bob, I hope I haven't screwed it up for you too bad today. I hope your audience will be back with you tomorrow afternoon. I'm John Dayl. The good Lord willing, the creek don't rise, and if all goes well, I'll be here Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. I hope you'll be with me. I love you, Arizona. A headline in the paper today about the militia again. Now, I am going to be on this one more day, and then I promise next week I won't say one single solitary word about this. But I was just reading this morning. I really had other things picked out. I had some things from yesterday's paper, and not the least of which was from the religion page, and a few other things that I wanted to talk about today and kind of give the militia, the Vipers, the FBI, the whatever else is a little bit of a rest. But after I read this story this morning, I changed my mind, and I read several other sections of the paper. There's some things in the Valley and State and also on the editorial page in the letter to the editor. But I want to tie all this in together. Now, let me say from the very outset, I am not an apologist, nor am I standing up for people that go around killing people and blowing up buildings and whatever else. But knowing that we have become, in many ways, a nation of sheep, and also, and of course, now I'm excluding all of you. If you're listening to this program this afternoon, you obviously are not a member of that group. You're just not. There's no sarcasm, no whatever else involved in that. You can't be sheep. I think that you are all thinking people, and I think that you are people capable of making up your own minds on a lot of things. I think you're capable of absorbing a tremendous amount of education. I don't mean education. Well, education's all right, but the word I was really going to use was information. And then sifting that through your gray matter and filing that away what you think is appropriate and proper, and that which you don't think is appropriate and proper, you obviously have the capability to discard. But there are a lot of people, the preponderance, I am afraid to say, in this time in America today, that we have become a nation of sheep. We are people who don't think anymore. We certainly don't think for ourselves. We keep waiting for Dan or Tom or Peter or Rush or whoever to make up our minds for us and tell us what we ought to think. And I think that is a great tragedy. This article, above the fold, the headline is Mystique Mission Moves Militia. Well, first of all, it's a cute headline, considering the fact that every word starts with an M. A cute headline writer right there. And then down in the sub-headline, it says, Joiners Seek Purpose, Experts Say. It is by Bill Mueller, a staff writer for the Arizona Republic, and I don't know Mr. Mueller, and I'm not familiar enough with his byline to say that I've read many of his stories. I'm sure I have, but quite candidly, I don't always read who the byline is right there. Now, I'm going to read this entire article to you, and I'm going to comment on it as I go along. And the reason I'm going to comment on the fact is if you simply read this article. Now, this is no aspersion on Mr. Mueller. No aspersions whatsoever. I'm not picking on him in the slightest sense of the word. I'm just picking on the writing that's here and keeping in mind at the very outset that I have said two things. Number one, this is basically for the sheep. And a cautionary tale to those of you that are in the audience that do not consider yourselves to be sheep. And secondly, the other point that I want to make, and I will emphasize it again, and for those who are always, there are always a bunch of you out there that are late to class, that I am not acting as an apologist for the Vipers or for the militia in any sense of the word. I just want to take this article and read it and take it apart and comment on some of the things that are said here. In fact, a lot of the things that are said here. And use it, as I say, as a cautionary tale, that if you simply read this, if you simply read this article and you take it verbatim for what it says and don't question some of the things that are there and say, wait a minute, maybe I need to examine that sentence just a little bit more, or the allusion or the aspersion or the indication or the innuendo or the whatever else is there. You'll get the message as we go along. But so again, I'm going to ask you just to indulge me today. I'm going on vacation. I got this little chore to do here, and we will take your calls. And another thing that you can do in class, get your pencil and paper, make notes, and begin to either challenge or accept or disagree or dissect some of the things that are said here, or some of the comments that I will make in regards to it. Now, again, as always, any emphasis placed herein is mine, not necessarily that of the writer. And one more thing, again, I am not attacking Mr. Mueller. I'm not picking on him. He's got a job over at the paper, makes a heck of a lot more than $7.85 an hour. So I wouldn't, for even remotely, intend to impugn his integrity or his ability to write or whatever. But anyway, in part, the article, I'll read the entire article, but I'm going to go into it paragraph by paragraph. And in some instances, I'm going to go into it sentence by sentence. The article reads as follows, and I quote, "During bygone summers, all American kids fought mock battles across the shady lawns and quiet streets. Tree houses were transformed into mock machine gun nests, and pine cones became deadly hand grenades. With a shrill, 'I gotcha,' a kid would go sprawling to the ground, only to pop up and dust himself off seconds later. The kids have grown up, but some haven't stopped playing war. They've traded their shiny plastic rifles for a lethal variety and have exchanged water balloons for real explosives. Some of them are playing for keeps. With the arrest of 12 members of the so-called Viper militia last week, people are left to wonder what motivates someone to join such a group. Anger and hate, paranoia and fear, or a sense of duty that they must save a society bound to crumble." Now I want to pause there and just take that apart just a little bit. Now think about this. Here's the question. People are left to wonder what motivates someone to join such a group. Now listen to the options that the writer has here. And if these are the only options, if in reading this you give consideration to this and you say, hey, these are the only options that anybody would ever have, the only motivations that anybody would ever have for joining such a group of this, I think we have rather limited choices here. Anger, hate, paranoia, fear, a sense that they must save a society that is bound to crumble? Wait a minute. What about the idea that one of the reasons why we fought as little kids, I remember playing cowboys and Indians, I remember playing cops and robbers, I remember good guys and bad guys, shoot 'em up, bang, bang, da-da-da-da-da-da, you're dead. I remember playing all that. I didn't play that game for any of these reasons. And when I grew up, still played some of those games in one sense of the word or the other. And my options were far broader than anger and hate, paranoia, fear, duty to save a society bound to crumble. See, this is what I'm talking about. You got to watch out there, folks. because you'll get led down a primrose path if you aren't very, very careful, because these are the only options that this man offers, the writer offers, for anyone joining a militia. Now, there are lots of people, and I'm inclined to believe there are even some of them in my audience this afternoon listening to me, and you're a member of a militia. And quite candidly, I don't think any of these things really fit the reason why a lot of you do that. Now, I'll get into more of this a little bit later on, but I want to stop and just analyze those 2 or 3 sentences. The article goes on, and again I quote, "For many, the belief that they are fighting a higher purpose fills otherwise dull lives with drama, mystique, and meaning." Now, wait a minute. Are only newspaper writers, are only other people of that particular genre, are they the only people that are leading fulfilling lives? Are all the rest of us consigned, whether we belong to militias or not, are we all consigned to otherwise dull lives? Look at your own life out there. Now, my life is routine. My life is miserably routine. I get up between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. I do my morning whatevers. I make the coffee. I put on my shorts and my tennis shoes, and I go out and I pick up the paper. And I come in and I get my coffee and I go to my room and I sit in my leather chair and I sit down and I read the paper, and I got a formula for reading the paper. I take the paper apart completely when I first sit down. And I take out the sports page, read the headlines, because sports don't interest me as far as developing it and reading its stories, except with a rare occasion, and I lay that down on the floor. I take the classifieds out and I lay it on the floor. And then I arrange the paper every morning without fail. That I read the business section first, I read the life section second, I read the front page section next, and then the Valley and State I read last, because the editorials are in the Valley and State, and I want to see, and I'll have my mind fully developed. I want to know all the articles and whatever else has been there before I go to the editorial page. And the editorial page is the very last thing that I read. And then I go about and do whatever else I do. And on Sundays, about 12 noon, I begin to get up and I begin to look around and take my shower, and so on and so on and so forth, and I come to work. And then I go home and I watch a little television. I do some reading. I listen to some tapes. I do a little bit of studying. All of these things will vary slightly. And by 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm in bed. This is 7 days a week. My life is routine, but it certainly is not dull. But apparently everybody that belongs to a militia has a dull life, and they have to fill it with drama, mystique, and meaning by joining these militias. Let's do a little bit of business right here, Norm, so we can stay on time, and then we'll come back and complete this. And again, I'd like you to just listen. I'd like you to pay attention. I'd like you to take notes. I'd like you to see what you think about all of this. And keep in mind, again, that this program today, my commentary and my reading this article, is aimed at the sheep who simply read this, accept the fact that it was anger, hate, paranoia, fear, that everybody that belongs to militia joins for that reason and that reason only. And that everybody that belongs to a militia, if you read this just like it reads here, has a dull life. Now, I dare say that most of you sitting out there this afternoon, you, like me, may have routine lives, but I don't think your lives are dull. I really don't. Mine certainly is not. I'm John Dayl. This is 910 KFYI on this Sunday afternoon, and we'll continue this program in just a moment. All right, let's get right back to this article, because it's going to move right along, and I want to get as much of this in. Okay, so anyhow, we've got them joining because of anger and hate and paranoia and fear. And they lead very, very dull lives, and that's another one of the reasons why they do this. The article goes on, and again I quote, "Regardless of how boring your everyday life is, if you're fighting absolute evil, you're on the cutting edge of history," said James William Gibson, author of Warrior Dreams, Paramilitary Culture in Post-Vietnam America. And I got to take that apart. Warrior Dreams? And why throw in Vietnam, for hell's sakes? Post-Vietnam America. Well, we're post-Vietnam, we're post-Civil War, we're post World War I, World War II, Korean War, Watts, South Central, Detroit, the Democratic Convention in 1968. We're post a whole bunch of things. Post meaning beyond, afterwards. Why pick on Vietnam? What suddenly occurred as a result of Vietnam that now we have to have a paramilitary culture in America? Gibson said that the Viper militia has all the telltale signs of a group looking for adventure. That is, insignia patches, camouflage, code names, loyalty oaths, and an array of weapons. I'm trying to paint a picture, he says, of people who are playing at the edge of violence. Playing at the edge of violence. Now, wait a minute. Insignia patches, camouflage, code names, loyalty oaths, and an array of weapons. Now, if you use the term array of weapons in the most general and generic sense of the word, I could be talking about the Boy Scouts. I could be talking about the ROTC. I could be talking about a whole variety of things that are out here. I know lots of people. When I was in, I belonged to 2 motorcycle clubs in my life, both of which I started and both of which are still functioning at radio stations that I was in. I was available at, in one in Seattle called the Puget Sound Road Riders, and the other group was called the KTOK Red Rovers. We had patches. We had jackets. We had colored jackets, matching jackets. We had insignias. We used to go on poker runs, and we would get, and I've got a jacket hanging in my closet right now that is totally decorated with medals, medallions, pins, stickers, whatever you want to call them, that I won, or I bought, or I purchased, or I achieved as a result of going on motorcycle poker runs. And all of you guys out and gals out there that are bikers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so we had insignia patches. We had camouflage. You know, we wore different kinds of things, whatever. Code names. A lot of us picked up, monikers, nicknames, whatever else. You know, and that kind of stuff. I don't know that we took any loyalty oaths or anything of that sort. But lots of people carried weapons. And we just went out for a nice, peaceful poker run. On a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday or whatever. Now I got to play a little bit of limbaugh here and bring my paper around. Anyway, and they transgress the line, and maybe not, but basically they're involved in drama that makes their life meaningful. Well, let's pause here. Let's do a little bit of news, and then let's come back and let's talk about drama that makes our life meaningful. And are people who belong to the militias the only one? Au contraire, my friends, as Bob Mohan would say. I'm John Dayl. I'll be back right after the news. If you take the article that I'm reading today, which is the main story in the Arizona Republic for today, that which is above the fold and has to do with the militias, and you just read it. If you just read it and you accept it and you don't question anything, you come away with one attitude. But if you take a look at it on close inspection, which I'm trying to do here, and again, some of you may agree with me, some may think I'm nitpicking, whatever. But if you do, 258-5394 is our number to call as always, and you can get a line reserved. Jim will get you up on the phone, but again, listen on your radio, because I probably will take up, well, I know I'll take up the balance of this hour, and maybe into a little bit of the extra. You can agree or disagree. I'm just talking to the sheep that are out there who blindly follow whatever anybody else says, who are waiting for somebody else to say it, and then, oh, okay, fine, if that's what I'm supposed to think, if that's how I'm supposed to act, if that's how I'm supposed to, oh yeah, okay, fine, that's good enough for me. I'll just follow the Judas goat wherever I'm supposed to go, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, this gentleman wrote this book. Goes on and says, I'm trying to paint a picture of people who are playing at the edge of violence. Maybe they'll transgress that line and maybe not, but basically they're involved in a drama that makes their life meaningful. Now I'm going to go back to just a little bit of what he says right here. And people who are playing at the edge of violence. Now, are only people who belong to militias the ones who play at the edge of violence? What about the guy that gets up on a 500-foot bridge ties a rubber band around his ankles, and the gal, for that matter, that do this, and they free fall into a canyon for a couple of 100 feet, hoping, anticipating, praying God that rubber band will hold, and bungee them and do whatever else. Now you tell me this is not playing at the edge? You tell me that people haven't died, that people haven't been seriously injured, that people have not been maimed in these kinds of things? What about the person, male or female, old or young, that straps some cords and a piece of silk on their back and jumps out of a perfectly good airplane? Free falls for hundreds, if not thousands of feet. Fully anticipating, hoping beyond hope, or with hope, that this thing will open and will glide them safely and gently to the ground. Multitudes of people do this every weekend. And most of the time, 99% of the time, everything works just slick. But the year doesn't go by that you don't see on television, you don't read in the paper, you don't hear on the radio, that somebody's chute failed to open, that somebody waited too long to pull the ripcord, that one person collided into another person, and they fell to their deaths and or serious injuries. I could talk about boxing, I could talk about race car, I could talk about people that are involved in contact sports, I could talk about the injuries that are there, I could talk about the kids that get hurt, maimed, killed, brain concussions, broken legs, a whole variety of things, including a 15-year-old boy here, or 17-year-old boy here, who not too long ago was playing in a practice high school thing, walked over to the edge and collapsed and died of a heart attack, for crying out loud. Are these people not playing at the edge of violence? Are they not doing something to jazz up their otherwise boring lives? Are only people who belong to the militia, are only people who go out and tramp in the woods in their camouflage uniforms and play at war games, are they the only ones that flirt with danger and violence and whatever? Our whole society. Hey, there's a half a dozen spots you could pick in Phoenix and go down at night. And sometimes in the daytime. The week doesn't go by here in Phoenix that we don't hear about gangs and gunshots and drive-bys and a little 17-year-old girl out here just getting ready to go home from a party, and she gets a bullet in the head and she's deader than a damn doornail. We've got a whole society, ladies and gentlemen, that play at the edge of violence. And as the article indicates here, sometimes they transgress the line and sometimes they don't. Now let's go on with the article here. According to a federal affidavit, the Vipers spent their weekends blowing up cactuses and rocks, firing a machine gun named Shirley, and painting hand grenades in the backyard. Now think about this for just a minute. Well, if you just read what the man says here, every weekend, these people went out, according to the feds, and blew up cactuses and blew up rocks, fired a machine gun named Shirley. Oh, my God, can you think how terrible it is to name a weapon or a gun and to call it Shirley? Oh, Mr. Writer, oh, I'm glad you told me about that. I wonder if anybody's ever thought of the fact that we got a talk show host right here on this radio station, and he's got a pistola, and he calls it precious. I wonder if we have a secret militia member here at our radio station. I wonder about that. No, surely not. Robert, if you're listening, I'm just kidding. That's all there is to it. The affidavit also alleges that they made a videotape to show how Phoenix federal buildings and a television station could be captured, burned, or blown apart. So what? I won't go into it, but I talked to the other day about all kinds of people that make all kinds of videos including people that take pictures of themselves doing the big nasty at home and show it to all their friends and neighbors. You know, and I think that's a hell of a lot dumber. Forgive me, but I think that's a lot dumber than going through this fantasy situation that these people are. Now, they didn't blow any buildings up. By the same token, you can go to a movie and see Die Hard 1. You can go to any Sylvester Stallone movie. You can go to any Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. You can go to any number of movies out there. Van Damme and who's the other guy? I forget what his name is right now. But anyway, and see all this stuff. You don't have to make a home video for it, for crying out loud. They show you how to do it there and show you that it can very easily be done. So what's so sinister about these people just making a home movie of this? Now, they didn't blow up any, they didn't capture any, and they didn't burn any, and the feds say we have no way of proving that they even intended to do any of these things. All right, let's go on here. I got to run. That's all there is to it. I got to get this done. And then goes on to talk about, in military lexicon, the feds are defined, in militia lexicon, the feds are defined in much the same terms as communists. Tyrannical, all-powerful, and inherently evil. Well, now, I can go along with the tyrannical. I don't belong to a militia. I don't belong, the federal government, you're going to tell me that half of you people, two-thirds of you people, 90% of you people sitting out there listening to me this afternoon, you haven't called this radio station, Bob Berry, me, somebody, and talked about the tyranny of the federal government? And you don't belong to a militia. We all agree that the federal government is all-powerful. And you don't belong to any militia. So, I don't know about the inherently evil, but I think there are some inherently evil people and some inherently evil things in our government. I believe that with all of my heart, and I don't belong to a militia. So what do these people believe that 90% of you and I don't believe? Invasion scenarios popularized by pulp World War III novels and the movie Red Dawn are mostly the same. The militia mentality also feeds off of the approaching millennium and fears of Armageddon. The militia mentality feeds off of that? Ladies and gentlemen, two-thirds of the religious community are doing the very same thing right now. You don't believe it? Watch the PBS series, Search for God. Why are we searching for God? Because we are fearing Armageddon and because we are fearing the end of the millennium. It has been that way time immemorial. We can take you back to till it changed from the 1000s into the 1100s, even some century changes. And people have gone absolutely bonkers during that time. History tells you all about that. This is nothing new. And it's not a militia mentality. It's simply a human mentality. All right, I got to jump around here and do some things and whatever else. Ted Gortzel, professor of sociology at Rutgers University, Camden, says many militia members see themselves as warriors fighting against an overwhelming evil force. Well, I got to tell you something, folks. When I look at the federal government sometimes, I'm inclined to believe it's an overwhelming evil force. Now, again, I'm talking about people. I'm talking about specifics out here. I'm not talking about in general. I told you yesterday, I love my country and I love my government. I just don't like what some of these people have done to it. And I do believe there is evil in it. I do believe there are people with evil intent. Am I saying that everybody out there has that? No, that's not what I'm saying, but I believe there are people in there. So I believe some of the things these people are going with right now, but I'm just saying what they're trying to say is strictly militia pervades much of general society today. It goes on to say the conspiracy theory provides an answer to everything, Gertzel said, by attributing everything to a conspiracy. Whatever happens is wrong because somebody made it happen. Well, somebody does make it happen. Now, if you listen to me on a regular basis, you know that I do not believe in, I do not fellowship, I do not go along with the conspiracy theory. I have said that repeatedly at this microphone. I don't blame everything on a conspiracy. But let me ask you something. If somebody runs a red light and kills somebody, didn't somebody make something happen? Wasn't it bad? Wasn't it evil? Wasn't a conspiracy, but somebody made that evil happen. Somebody got tanked up, somebody hit and run somebody killed somebody. Somebody gets up in the night, hears a strange noise, they pull their gun, they blow a hole through the door, and they kill their neighbor, or they kill their wife or their husband, coming in late, not knowing they're there. It happens all the time. You read it in the paper all the time. 2 guys out here egged on a 20-some-year-old boy with a 12-year-old mortality who had a lobotomy. You can read it in yesterday's paper and the day before. He said they goaded him into lighting some firecrackers inside a firecracker shop. 8 people died, 2 of children. Somebody made it happen. Something evil occurred. People died as a result of that. Doesn't mean it's conspiracy theory. Oh boy. Mike Spizio, a Verde Valley militia member who works as a maintenance man for the Cottonwood Trust Maker, says intellectuals' theories about joining militia are nothing but bunk. It's people from all walks of life who are just fed up and at the end of the rope. People are sick and tired of being lied to. They get their check on Friday. They have no idea where that $150 in taxes is going. What's wrong with that? How many people out there listening to me are fed up? How many at the end of your rope? How many are tired of government lying to you? Government at every level lying to you. And how many of you know exactly where your 150, as it were, in taxes is going? I don't know. You don't know. Well, there's a whole lot more here, but I'm going to skip down here, way down here. Dr. Mark Wellick. Oh, boy. You had to know one of these guys was going to jump into it. A Phoenix psychiatrist who has treated patients with, oh, my God, are you ready for this? He's treating people with militia mentality. I didn't even know we had one of those things out there. But leave it to a head shrinker to bring up something like that and make money off of it. Now, we've had the ghetto mentality. We've had the poor mentality. We've had the racial mentality. We've had the barrio mentality. We've had the I live in a big city and terrible fear mentality. We've had all these kinds of things come up. And now, dear God in heaven, to the lexicon, we are adding the fact that we now have a militia mentality. And the head shrinkers are coming forth and will make a fortune out of this. They are unable to cope with other people and life's problems, so the mind compensates by inflating their sense of importance, ability, and power, and blames others for their problems. Good Lord and good night, nurse. I could give you 14 different things out here that people are talking about the fact that they can't deal with their own lives, they can't deal with other people's lives. Why is Prozac and Valium selling by the boxcar loads? Why do we have so many kids in our school on Ritalin? Because they can't cope. But they don't have a militia mentality. Oh, boy. I could spend another 2 hours, but I'm not. I'm going to race so I can get this done. According to a federal indictment, another member... Oh, wait, no, I'm going to go back here. But the Viper militia members... Now, back in the first part of this, they were so-called Viper militia members. Now we have nailed them. They're not even so-called anymore. I mean, now we're getting down to the nuts and bolts of this as we get down to the end of the article. And by God, they're not so-called. They're the real thing. But the Viper militia members weren't exactly helpless when it came to technical expertise. One of them mastered the computer internet. Well, bless my soul. If that's the case, I can name at least 5 individuals right here in this radio station, and I can name Rush Limbaugh, who has mastered the computer internet. So what's the big deal? Now, according to the federal indictment, another member. Now, listen to this. Boy, this is going to tighten you up. This is going to make it difficult to pull you off a chair. As soon as I get through with this, James, we'll pause for those commercials, okay? All right. And according to a federal indictment, another member built a mortar rocket and fired it 400 yards. Then, as an afterthought, the writer says, though it carried no explosives. So what? He was simply showing his technical expertise that he could build something like that. There's all kinds of people build all kinds of strange and marvelous things. But it went 400 yards. We don't know whether it was accurate. We don't know whether it hit what he was aiming at. In fact, he was aiming at anything. Or maybe he was just seeing how far it went. I don't know about the rest of you, but I remember when I was a kid and we still had cherry bombs and things of that sort, we used to put them under beer cans and coffee cans and things of this sort, and we had contests to see who could blow that can in the air the absolute highest. And a couple of my friends over the years got hands injured, eyes injured, any number of things with us dinking around with those. Thank you, Lord God. None of that ever happened to me, but it did happen. 400 yards. Wow. Holy mackerel, Andy. Man. Yeah. Now we get down here, and again, the shrink is saying, Dr. Wellick is saying again, it's real dangerous. These people believe in what they're doing. They're fanatics. They're delusional. Got to rattle a paper a la Rush Limbaugh here. Government's power. They see the FBI around every corner. Come on. How can you make a judgment like that, Dr. Wellick? You know, your medical expertise is showing, your lack of it is showing a little bit here because you're making a blanket statement. You're getting into all of these people's minds, and you haven't been into all these people's minds. We don't all see the FBI ever around that corner. We're not delusional about the government. Hey, man, I can tell you exactly how the government works, and most of you can, too. All right, I got a little bit more to do. I got to pause a couple of minutes for some business. Again, hopefully, those of you that have lines reserved, you are listening on your radio. You are not listening on your telephones, because if you do, you get a callus. And I'm going to take even just a very few minutes after the news break. Hang tight. Don't hang up. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We've got one line still available at 258-5394 if this, whoever's on line 4 stays on. And so if you want to get in on this, I will be taking phone calls probably by about 15 after if you'd like to get in on this conversation. According to the board that I have up here, I have at least 3 people who are going to eat my lunch who vociferously disagree, apparently. If I read this board right, I don't know. I got a couple of other things I want to read in part to you, but I'm going to close this thing out. There's a whole bunch more that I'd really love to go through, but time is getting away from us, and I want to give you plenty of time to respond, and then we'll do whatever we want to do for the balance of the time before I go on vacation. And again, I promise next weekend I will not at all bring up any of this kind of subject matter, so you can have at least one weekend without discussing it, at least with me. But in here, again, the author again quotes Marshall Trimble. Now, Marshall Trimble is a man that I admire. He's a man whose program and whatever else, and he was on this station last week, I believe, with Barry Young. Delightful gentleman, knows Arizona history in and out. If you ever get a chance to go to one of his lectures, please go. You will not be disappointed. But here again, I think Marshall, God love you. Of course, they've asking for his comments on here, but again, you're out of your field in this, and again, making judgments on people, and I don't think that's your area of expertise. And I wouldn't have let them. Frankly, if I were in a situation like that, I would not have let them give me or take a quote from me. Now, again, a lot of what's being said here is the idea that people fear government, people doubt government, people see all kinds of strange and marvelous things. And the Valley and State section not only allude to this, and I'll get this done real quick so we don't have to go through this any further much into the next hour, but again, a story down there says, drawbacks fail to dim lure of gates. You know, are the militias the only people that are afraid? The only people that why are more and more people buying homes inside gated communities where they have security guards, where they have walking patrols, where they have people in automobiles going around at night seeing that everything is safe? Why are more and more people wanting to fence themselves in? It's because they don't trust government to protect them. We don't do that anymore. Why do you lock your doors? Why do you have all the security that you've got? Why do you have guard dogs? Why does ADT and all the other people out here sell all the security systems that they do? Why do millions and millions and millions of cars have security devices on them anymore? It's because we don't trust society, we don't trust government to protect us, and we have to take measures in order to protect ourselves. All right, apparently that was a hang-up over there, so I've got 2 lines available to 258-5394. Agree or disagree, I'm John Dayl. I'll be back with you, and we'll continue this conversation and take your calls right after the news.
KFYI, more of Arizona's hottest talk radio on the John Dayl Show. Here's John.
Line available to 258-5394. Lord, I love this business. I tell you. I'd almost do what I do for free, just for the sheer joy of the fun. of what goes on here. During the news, I have to share this with you. During the news break, we had apparently an elderly gentleman called, and and he and some of the folks from his old folks' home, he said, are going to come down and picket the radio station. Well, if you have to drive, I don't know whether they're going to come down. Surely, don't come down in the heat today unless you bring a lot of Geritol and some umbrellas and things. But if you see some people in wheelchairs and walkers and... Oh, like I say, I love this. All right, I'm going to wrap this up in a hurry, and I'm going to go to the phone lines, and I still have one line available at 258-5394. I will take your calls very, very shortly. Like I said in the Valley and State article about people wanting to build their homes or get into gated communities where there are security guards and things of this sort. If we really trusted government, if we really believed the government could protect us, if we really thought that society was safe, if we really thought that all of these things were going on the way they were right now, you don't have to be a militia person to believe some of those things. They were talking on the news about the president testifying under oath and so on and so forth. I don't know how many people would believe what he said or what. Very, very quickly. Now, we were talking about the fact that people don't trust government, and people think our government is going away, and people think our Constitution is not what it used to be, or at least it's not being acted upon in the way that it used to be. Now, I want to tell you, there's a column today. I'm just going to read one paragraph out of it, a very short paragraph, first lead paragraph. And if you want the rest of it, you got to go read it yourself. Some wild-eyed militia member, gun-toting, whatever else, columnist wrote this. I want you to listen to this. It reads as follows, and I quote, "Because the Supreme Court increasingly refuses to accept the restraints imposed by real constitutional reasoning, it is decreasingly inaccurate. It is decreasingly accurate to say that this country has a constitution." Now think about that. Because the Supreme Court increasingly refuses to accept the restraints imposed by real constitutional reasoning, it is decreasingly accurate. In other words, it is no longer accurate to say that this country has a constitution. Now, man, that's wild-eyed. I mean, that's frothing at the mouth. That borders on treasonous. Recent evidence of this includes two rulings last week to which the court said that a long-standing American political practice has been or suddenly become unconstitutional. Close quote. That's on the editorial page today. And the wild-eyed, frothing at the mouth revolutionary that said that was George Will. Now, I'm not going to take the time to do this, but there's another article that I would really love to get into, but I've taken my share of time. I'm going to go to the phone lines. But I call you to the letters to the editors, again, if you have a Arizona Republic for today. The very first one, and it's written by a gentleman named Alex out of Chandler. Just read that letter to the editor. Now, I don't know that this man belongs to a militia. I don't know that he's a wild-eyed revolutionary. I don't know that he's frothing at the mouth or anything else. But there is voice after voice after voice after voice saying the very same thing abroad in the land today that the writer of the article and the quoters in the article that I read you in the last hour had to say about the so-called militia. They are not alone in this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of us out there that feel the way they do. And they are just a group of people that happen to get together and do whatever. But we could talk about the environmentalists who get together and do what they do. We could talk about the tree huggers. We could talk about the nail spikers. We could talk about all kinds of people out there. We could talk about Earth First. We could talk about Greenpeace. We could talk about all kinds of organizations and people out there that even do violent things that seek to harm other people in our society. They don't just play games at it. They are deadly serious. So before we rush off like sheep or like lemmings, or we follow the Judas goat to the intellectual slaughterhouse, let's back off and think about some of these things. Now, I got two more sentences, and I'm going to go to the phones, so that those of you that have phone lines, please come to your phones and be ready to respond. The two things that I want to say about everything I've said in the previous hour, and that is the idea that I'm talking to the sheep of America, those of you who never think Those of you who blindly follow what anybody else says. You read it, you hear it, you see it, you automatically believe it. You never challenge it, you never question it, you never take it apart. You say, now, wait a minute, let's think about this for just a little bit. And then also the idea that I'm not an apologist for militia members. Let's wait and see how the courts act on this. But I am certainly not going to be prepared to hang these people. I am certainly not going to be prepared to criticize them. I'm certainly not going to be prepared to prejudge them, particularly based on what somebody else says. Now, with this I'm done. I am fully prepared to believe that in every organization there are some wackos. There are wacko talk show hosts. We had one on this radio station for a while, shortly after I left. In fact, he was the guy that took my place. He didn't last very long because he was such a wacko. And they are all across the country. I understand that. This individual in here, by the way, in that article, I didn't get to it. I didn't take time to get to it. He talked about people that listen to talk shows, the right-wing, rabble-rousing talk shows. Yes, sir, Bob. That incite people to these kinds of things. And that people in the militia, they listen to these kinds of shows. Well, you're out there listening to the show this afternoon, and this radio station, for crying out loud. Are you some kind of militia member? Are you secretly leading dull lives? Are you having to live on the edge of violence in order to bring some excitement into your life? I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, there's a lot more, but there's no time. As I said, we're going to go to the telephone lines. And Grace, if you're there, you're on 910 KFYI.
I'm here.
Talk to me.
John, a lot of people I've heard people for years become infuriated because the police can only act after something a crime has been committed. They can't do anything beforehand. And I don't know whether these people were actually going to bomb these buildings or not, but up until quite recently, I owned 200 guns all by myself, 100 long and 100 handguns. But nobody could have talked me into joining one of these militias.
Sure.
I mean, I enjoy guns, but
you were a gun collector. You were a gun aficionado. That was your vicarious thrill. That was some people collect buttons, some people collect stamps. I got a sister, for crying out loud, that collects thimbles.
Yeah, I never took one in my car, so I could shoot at people on the freeway or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm leaving on vacation at 1 minute after 6, and I've got a gun, but I'm not taking it with me.
Well, the thing that I wonder about, and also what people do individually is a lot different from what happens when they become involved in a group. And sometimes the very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Mob mentality?
Yeah, that takes over. And maybe they haven't even planned anything like this, but it sort of gathers its own momentum.
But see, this is exactly what the federal government did. They put a guy in there from the Arizona Fish and Game as an agent provocateur to get these people to make these statements, to get them to do some of these things, to get it on tape, to get it recorded so they could do this. So these people weren't thinking about it, but they got this agent provocateur in there who belongs to the federal government to convince these people to do these things.
Yeah, I strongly object to that.
Oh.
From what I hear, these people were absolutely in shock when they got arrested. But I really, the militia movement, and I agree with everything negative you've ever said and more about the federal government, but I don't think militias are the answer.
Oh, I've said multitudes of times when we were talking about gun control and whatever, and these people are going to take up their guns and fight the government. And I said, wait a minute, who are you going to aim at? Are you going to shoot Senator McCain, or are you going to shoot the guy at the local IRS office? Who are you going to shoot? In the Revolutionary War, we knew who to shoot. They all wore red coats. They don't do that today.
Has there ever been anything said about what the average educational level is of militia people?
Oh, there are all kinds of people. When the Oklahoma City bombing took place, and they were going through all the national news media, and they were interviewing the Michigan militia and the Alabama militia and this militia and that militia, and they were showing these people. Here were doctors, here were lawyers, here were PhDs, here were janitorial people, here were guys that work for the post office. There's a whole vote. There were even some law enforcement officers belonged to it. And then there were people out there who were just folks, if you will, who didn't have any highfalutin profession. But let me tell you something. If you're going to belong to one of these militias, you've got to make some money. You've got to be a moneyed individual. Did these people collect all of these guns working for $5 an hour? Did they put all that stuff together working for $5 an hour?
Oh, you're right about that.
In the paper, they have been portrayed as poor, dumb, ignorant, just barely able to make it, people working at menial, low-class, things that most of us would snicker at type jobs. But somewhere along the line, somebody out there had to make some dough.
You're not kidding, because
You
the
bet.
200 I had were worth a lot of money.
Well, sure they were.
Yeah. Well, I hope that these people, I hope they get a fair trial. If it goes to that, I hope they don't get railroaded.
Well, I can tell you, never mind. Okay. I've got some serious doubts on it. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate your call. Now, that gives me two lines available to 258-5394. 258-5394. Javier.
Yes. Well, there is the difference between the LASCO and these organizations that is not only in Arizona, is everywhere. Is in Arizona and everywhere in the United States.
What is everywhere?
The organization of what you call a militia,
Okay.
or guerrillas or whatever, to me is the same kind of organizations. They're trying to what can I say? I mean, the LASCO, she's a collector item. It's a different where these other people is doing. These other people, they trying to collect arms, ammunition. They try to brainwash people, and at one point in time, they're going to do something.
How do you know this? How do you know they brainwash people? Are you an expert on the militia?
Because you know that.
No, I don't know that. You've got to convince me. How do you know that the people in the Vipers were brainwashing people? How do you know that?
Because you have to have brainwash people in order to collect all that kind of ammunition, all that kind of arms. Let me ask you.
Wait a minute. On what do you base that? Give me some fact. Don't give me stuff out there that you're trying to put out for fact. If you're going to put this out for fact, give me some basis for it.
The fact is, you see that in every guerrilla in Central America and South America, you see it right now twice in Mexico. And how do you explain that the Indians in Chiapas, with no money, is collecting beans, coffee beans, is going to have money to money and brain?
Because wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, Javier. Silencio. We've got some people out there down in that part of the country that you're talking about that are actually actively fighting to overthrow their government with bullets and guns and killing people and things of that sort. This is not going on here in Phoenix. Nobody shot anybody.
Not yet.
Oh, but there's a chance they will, so let's put them all in jail before they do.
It's right.
Okay.
I mean, I wish that could happen in Central America many years ago.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to what this man is saying. This is a man that is the sheep. He's following the Judas goat with his line of thinking. I want you to listen very carefully what this man is saying. If anybody out there in government suspicions that you might be a danger, we want you locked up. We want you out of society. We want to deny you your civil rights. We don't want to take a chance on this because you might do something, and therefore Javier wants you out of society now. No civil rights, no trial, no nothing, no proof. Just get you out of society because you might do something.
Let me say something about what you say. You do have rights. But you don't have a right to kill people.
They didn't kill anybody.
Not yet.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
You have, I mean, all that I see is it was on TV. And what do you collect all those arms? I mean, those. What do you want those for? You used to put it on the wall, in the living room. No, you don't. You want to kill people with that.
Okay. Well, let's go down in South Phoenix and get all those people with guns that are killing people, and then we'll sweat these others. We'll sweat these others just a little bit later. Now, this is exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the mentality that I'm talking about. Now, you can talk about your civil rights going away. You can talk about big government, whatever. But there are people in America today that want your civil rights taken away. They want you out of society only on suspicion. We think you might do something. We'll make a psychological profile. We'll get this shrink that we talked about in the paper today and let him make a psychological profile. We'll go through the community out here, and everybody that even remotely fits that, we want you in the slam. We want the feds to come get you. We don't want to worry about your civil rights. We don't want to worry about anything like that. We just want you out because you might do something. And I don't know how you feel about it, ladies and gentlemen, but I find that kind of talk chilling. I find that kind of talk very chilling. Well, something that is not going to chill you for a while, and that's going to be the weather here in Phoenix. It's going to be warm, and hot. That's just all there is to it. Let's move right along here. We've got Michael on the payphone. Good afternoon, sir.
I was listening to your program with a lot of interest this afternoon. I caught part of it. And in today's newspaper, there was a article showing discussing another interesting situation at our borders, which the terrorists and the drug runners and the South American people that are causing problems at our border, our government doesn't seem to be able to have the necessary equipment or manpower to prevent this from happening.
I read that article, Mike, and I was going to do something with it, but again, time got away from me. The very idea that government, again, is seemingly incapable. Some of these people apparently are being scared off their property. They're losing their land.
Yes, sir.
That these people are coming across with a flood. They're coming with guns. They're intimidating. And they're literally pouring narcotics into this country because they've got the citizens down there scared spitless.
Right, and here we are in Phoenix, all right, spending time, money, and effort, and I'm not a militia member, but I am ex-military, and here we are arresting people here in Phoenix that haven't done anything yet. And it seems to me the manpower and the personnel could have been more effectively used on the border.
Well, not only have they not done anything, they haven't shown any propensity to do anything. I mean, just because you take a gallon bucket out there and you make a little bomb and you blow a hole 3 feet deep in the desert, that doesn't mean that you're going to blow up anything else. Some of those people out there just having fun.
Absolutely, because you have to have willful intent first, is my understanding.
That's right.
Okay, well, thanks anyway for talking to you, and I enjoy your show.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. And just because you make a porno movie of you and your wife and your girlfriend or whatever else doesn't mean you're going to get into the business. It just means you're having some fun doing some things. For crying out loud. Well, anyway, where were we? We're up here with Bill in Glendale. Good afternoon, sir.
Well, speaking of porno movies, these militia guys are a bunch of pimps, and here's why. Half of the federal budget is Medicare and Social Security, and I don't hear any of these guys proposing that we do away with these programs. They have no agenda. If they would get an agenda, written agenda, and said, if we don't get this, we're going to bomb, that'd be one thing. But just to go out and play soldier, and then,
but emphasis is on the word play.
Yeah. No, I agree. They should have a fair trial, and
before we hang them.
And the last caller, I think his point was well taken. How can you possibly waste time with guys that haven't done anything when you've got all this crime going on all the time, and nobody seems to be able to get a handle on that?
Because it's not high profile. It's just like from January 1st until about March the 15th, you see all kinds of articles in the paper and whatever else about people that the IRS has prosecuted, won their cases, and they're going to put them in the slam.
Yeah.
You program it because it's high profile. And this is what Waco was all about. Waco was built to save the BATF.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was all about.
Yeah, it was scheduled when their funding hearing.
You bet, see. And however, now the major press doesn't tell you that. And I'm not knocking on the major press, and no more than I was knocking this gentleman that wrote this letter here, not as far as personally was concerned. But, this is what I'm saying to people. Quit being sheep. Learn to think for yourself.
Yeah. But, even if we got rid of the government, you would still show up at, say, like a sports and entertainment arena to be met with a sign that says no alcohol.
We don't want to get rid of government.
Well,
I don't want to get rid of government.
You see a sign, no alcohol, and then you walk in there, and they want to sell you 12 ounces of flat beer for $4.75.
Well, again,
get rid of the government wouldn't solve your problems.
No.
It'd be a start.
No. Getting rid of government would not be a start. That would be anarchy, and I don't want that.
Let's say you cut the taxes in half. Are you going to cut Social Security and Medicare in half?
If we have to.
See, this is where this thing will come unglued. Most of the government is involved in robbing Peter to pay Paul. Paul is very happy with this situation.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And the minute, there's so many Pauls out there that there aren't enough Peters to have any effect in using this democratic system where you have...
There's a great one-liner there, Bill, but I'm going to leave it alone.
All right, take care.
All right, bye-bye. No, I would not touch that with anything. I would not touch... No. Quit, John, quit before you get in real deep trouble here. Our lines are all busy at 258-5394. The other Bill in Phoenix, I will get with you immediately after the news, but right now let's do this.
Arizona's hottest talk radio, 910 KFYI, Phoenix.
Okay, let's get back to the telephone lines, and, we're basically open. If you want to talk about other things besides what we're talking about right now, please feel free to do so. Bill, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, John. Wanted to make a couple of points, but let me say a sidebar before I get started, and it just sort of occurred to me listening to you.
You sound like Marshall Trimble.
If I had to identify, at least in my own mind, a common thread that ran through that entire article, I think it would be the only thing worth trusting is government.
Yeah, that's a good moral or synopsis, if you will. If you don't trust government, you're a flake.
Forget about religion, family, anything else, only government.
Yep.
Okay, the points I wanted to make, if I can.
All right.
Photo ops. Do you remember when the Freeman deal was first coming down? There was a Freeman incident here in Phoenix. They had the TV cameras out at least a distance away, showing pictures of the house. And all of the things this alleged person was supposed to have done. Stockpiling arms, 50,000 rounds of ammunition. This was a 65-year-old dentist. 30 to 50 agents, all with machine guns raided. I have access to the pictures of the stun grenades they used. And the media loved to report that. How many people even realized that every single charge was dropped? Every single one.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was a great photo op, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, and you're very correct in what you're saying, and the very same thing happens as far as I was mentioning the Internal Revenue Service and how generally those big articles break between January 1st and March 15th. But when they lose cases, and they do lose cases, and they've lost some big cases out there, they never report that. They never put out a press release on that. That never makes it to the public. That doesn't make the front page.
Let me make another point, if I may.
Certainly.
I'm going to call it words. Now, I'll ask you to sort of play along with me a minute. Think about your own life, the people you've known, the things you've said, maybe things that have been said about a boss said about employees, or spouses sometimes say about each other, or kids playing, or things people might say in a sports arena. And think about some of those phrases if they were just reduced to writing and put in front of a jury. Wouldn't it be a matter of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will show you Mr. Dayl's instability, his total unreliability, by the fact that he was willing to threaten somebody's life for nothing more than a sporting event.
Yeah.
Hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a way to upset all the little people. Gee, we need you. We have to have you. We're not going to be secure unless you save us.
Yeah.
One other item, and,
sure.
If I may.
Certainly.
Right after the Oklahoma City bombing, I listened to some of the news broadcasts, and they were talking about it was this kind of a bomb, that kind of a bomb. Experts they couldn't agree with each other.
Yeah, there was one person, there was two person, could have been 5 persons.
Yeah, okay.
Some of them were Middle Eastern and so on and so forth. Go ahead.
Now, I'm reading a publication. The publication gives me knowledge on TNT, Petronol, Composition C, Composition 4, ammonium nitrate, military dynamite, straight dynamite, etc., etc., etc. Proper placement, how to use it on bridges, how to use it on railroads, how to use it on electric plants. Charts showing how much to use based on the material. Now, the point I'm going to make is this is not some clandestine book bought from under the counter from some militia person.
Yeah.
This is the
Department of Army Field Manual number 5-25, explosives and demolitions, available to anybody in the public.
Just wants to write Pueblo, Colorado, and get a copy of it.
That's right, anybody can.
Yeah.
Absolute details of what you would need to blow up anything. Okay, so is that, if they have knowledge, is that itself a crime?
That's the thing, see, and there's lots of people out there that load their own ammunition and have buy black powder and do all kinds of things like that, you know, and they have specific knowledge of that. I've got at least, as I say, I can name at least 5 people in this radio station that work for this radio station, some of whom are on the air, that have the expertise and the knowledge that they were talking about this guy getting into the computer internet. I know 2 or 3 people at this radio station that could probably crack any number. I don't know if they get into the Pentagon, but I guarantee you they could get into any number of so-called secure computer systems that businesses have got around here. Not that they would, not that they have, not that they did, but that they've got that kind of knowledge.
Yep. I'm curious, if I might. I wonder how many people in your audience would feel threatened knowing that somebody out there is reading the material that I just illustrated. Might I ask?
Say that again, please.
I wonder how many people out there might feel threatened. Here's some guy out, no one even knows who he is, talking about reading a book on demolitions.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people would actually feel threatened by that.
I don't have any idea, but there obviously are some, because again, we've had some voices, and we'll have some before this program is over with, saying that if they even think you're supposed to be like that, we got to put you in the slam.
That man sounded like he was from Europe to me, somewhere in...
No, he's South American.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me make one more statement. I'm going to shut up.
All right.
I talk too much. One of my all-time 5 greatest movies, and I'll mention it, starred Spencer Tracy. It was called Judgment at Nuremberg.
Yes.
And it was 50 years ago when the principle was established, you cannot rely on G. Weaver only following orders.
That's right.
It's too bad that doesn't apply in this country.
It's too bad indeed.
Thank you, John, and have a wonderful vacation.
Thank you, and I appreciate your call, sir. Okay, let's see. No, we're all right as far as commercials are concerned. Nope, I thought I had a line available, but they're filling up rather rapidly. Let's go to Ray in Mesa. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, John. You're looking good. You're feeling good.
Thank you, sir.
There was one thing, or about 3 things here. Some of those guns showed in the paper. I believe there was one that was a .22 rifle, and there was others that were old antique World War II 30-06s.
They had even some modern weapons, Ray, that weren't even functional.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, they show this stuff in the paper like, you know, it's a big deal. I mean, I hope they don't come to my house, you know.
Well, it's like coming to mine. I've said I've got a 12-gauge pump shotgun and I've got a 270 rifle, but I don't have ammunition for either one of them. But I got the guns, and if you were to take pictures of the FBI taking them out of my house, and you didn't go on to explain that, well, yes, these guns were in John's house, but there was no ammunition for them, but you could still paint a picture of me as some kind of crackpot.
That doesn't seem to matter to them.
No.
You know, there's another thing, too. A guy called in and said that he was just friends with these people, but he wasn't in the militia, and they come and took all of his guns away from him, and they're gone now. I mean, he came in and confiscated all of his guns.
Well, I understand there was the 13th person. I don't know who that was, and a gentleman called my show when I was doing it for Mohan, and mentioned this fact. Now, something I will bet money on, and I'll give anybody any kind of odds. I'll put the money in escrow in the bank if anybody's willing to take me up on it. If these people are not convicted, let's suppose for some reason or other through a court or a technicality or a good jury or whatever, they're found not guilty, I will bet money, give you odds, put it in the bank until this is settled, that these people do not get their weapons back without a court fight.
I wouldn't take that bet.
Not even if I gave you odds?
Yeah, no. I would not. No.
That's the reason I'm willing to give odds, that they'll have to, that the judge or anybody else, they'll have to go to court to get their weapons back.
If they get them at all.
If they get them at all.
Okay, number 2, John, you know, I think they've given out too much information as the federal government, or, you know, the feds always do, to the media in what is happening here.
Well, all of this is intended to poison the minds of the public, because they're going to have to pull a jury out of this audience before it's over with.
Just like that guy that was, called in that says that he wanted to arrest everybody that had guns. He said that he made a statement, I don't know whether he caught it or not, he only reads newspapers.
Yeah.
I'm sure he probably just watches NBC, ABC, and CBS, too, and I think that's his problem.
If he watches those, and when we talk about reading newspapers, it's what newspaper and how much of the newspaper do you read?
Well, a lot of these older people that call in on some of these stations read the opinion pages, and they take that as gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the way, John, I live in Mesa, and I'm smoking a cigarette right now, so I suppose I'd better get off the phone, or they might be able to trace my...
Blow a little bit in your phone so I can have a drag, will you?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your call. We'll pause. We'll do 2 minutes worth of business. Nope, 3 minutes worth of business, and I'll be back with Sean in Cave Creek, and I've got one. No, I don't either. The line just lit up at 258-5394. All right, we had one hang up, so we have a line available to 258-5394. If you want to get on a subject besides this one, please feel free. Because, again, I've got about another hour and 8 minutes, and then I'm going to go on vacation, and I promise not to talk about this at all next weekend. Sean in Cave Creek, you're on 910 KFYI.
Hi, John. Great show.
Thank you, sir.
My last contact with the government was back when Karen English was representing this district. I was writing to her about not voting for that assault weapon ban they had. And her reply was something like, why do you need such a weapon? And that need really hit my hot button.
Yeah. It's not a matter whether I need it or not. It's whether I want it or not.
Yeah. Also, some of these people calling in are saying, I'm not a militia member. Are you aware of what the definition of a militia member is in the Arizona Constitution?
No, sir, I'm not.
Able-bodied 21 to 45. That's it. You don't have to enroll, you're a member.
Okay.
I think that's interesting.
I haven't read it. I can't comment on it, but if that's the total context, why, then I'll accept that.
Well, the only thing I don't recall is whether it's men or everybody.
Well, I'm inclined to believe it's just men.
I think it is.
Being the chauvinist pigs that we are.
Well, being the fact that they haven't amended that particular portion in a while yet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John.
All right, thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay, that gives me 2 lines available to 258-5394. Hello, EM.
Yes, good afternoon, John. It's been a while since I talked to you. You're sounding good as usual, and I'm enjoying your show.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to call and make a little commentary about the militia problem that took place last week in reference to. I believe these individuals are innocent until proven guilty, just like you, and I agree with everything you say about it. But the exception to the rule should be, from my point of view, is if folks out there feel like you do about these guys are, they're harmless and they're just guys out there wanting to have a little fun and they have a right to...
Mind you, I never said they were harmless.
Well, okay, maybe not harmless, but they were guys that were just maybe sat down unjustly by the law, right?
No, I haven't even said that yet.
Okay.
What I have said was that the hysteria, particularly by the local media and others, is what I object to, and the fact that a lot of people, I've listened to callers on this radio station and others, and the idea that everybody is so caught up that these guys are all mean guys, they were all going to kill everybody, they were going to kill innocent victims, they were going to do this and they were going to do that, and on and on and on and on. And my only thing has been to wait a minute. But let's don't get excited about this yet. Nobody's proved any of this stuff. We don't know they were going to blow anybody up. We don't know they were going to do any of these things. And I listened to the local newscasters and whatever, and just the terror in their faces, the hysteria in their voices, and whatever. The fact that people are believing that these people are just this side of the bourgeois when it comes to just normal citizens. And I'm saying, wait a minute, we don't know that yet. Let's wait, let's back off, let's think about this. And just because that we use the word militia, does that paint everybody with exactly the same brush?
Well, John, I agree with you on the news media. I don't put much faith in what they say. I look at the basic news that they give, but when they get into the frilly stuff, I let it go, and I really don't pay attention to them too much. I listen more to talk radio like you and Barry Young and Rush Limbaugh and other people like that. But my deal is, I believe that if anyone out there believes these guys are innocent, now, this is just a scenario I think about all the time. I think if people feel like the other militias and other good people that feel these gentlemen or ladies and gentlemen are, unjustly sat down upon for their guns and stuff, and I agree with that. But what I'd like to see a situation arise where people that feel that these guys aren't doing anything, I think they ought to be taken away from the jail and put in private citizens' homes who believe that way, and let them look out for them, and then if they do something wrong, then they can become an accessory to the crime if they go out and commit one. That's just the way I feel.
All right.
All right, John, thanks.
Yeah, well, that isn't going to happen, and of course there's all kinds of rules and regulations we can make out here and all kinds of scenarios that we can do, but it just doesn't work that. Carl, I'm going to get you started, and if we don't have time to finish you up, I'll hold you over till after the news, okay?
That's fine, John.
All right, take off.
I'm glad that you've come out and made the point that you have about this, that everybody's getting the cart before the horse. And a couple of things that I was just looking at. One was when you were reading off the descriptions with insignias and everything, I kind of thought, well, that could be a lion, or it could be an elk, or it could be a Shriner.
Well, sure, it could be a Shriner. If anybody dressed up and get up and is serious about what they're doing, and if you're a Shriner, buddy, you got a lot of money.
And, didn't you mention a bit about the mortar 400 yards and that, and I read the same article. Well, I would have to admit it was a military school, but, my first class year, we built a water balloon launcher that was accurate at 250 meters. We could go over a football field and go clear into a second quadrangle, so that was pretty bad.
That's right.
And then one of the things that really gets me about the scare tactics that are being used, and they're talking about this ammunition, and somebody mentioned, well, they had over 900 rounds of .22 ammunition. And I just broke up laughing. When I was a little kid growing up in a ranch over in eastern New Mexico and West Texas.
You used to buy it by the case.
Absolutely, or at least a brick.
Sure.
And, my old daddy and the two guys that I ran around with, we went through 1 to 2 bricks a piece a week. That's 1,500 to 3,000 rounds.
Yep. And you shot a lot of rabbits and sparrows and whatever's in the meantime.
A lot of tin cans and what have you. And even though we're all over 50, we still hit what we aim at.
Yes.
And the ironic thing, were we bad guys? I don't know. One out of this little group's a United States District Attorney. Yeah. And I'm just sitting here going, wait a minute, guys.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that I saw in the newsreels, is, I don't know, some of it can be replica stuff, and some of it, you sure wouldn't go to war with it.
Yeah. Well, see, this is part of what I'm getting at here, is that the news media, the local television reporters, and some of the writers in the paper and whatever, and even some people on talk radio, have painted these people as wild-eyed mystics, again, frothing at the mouth, and as Mohan says, knuckle-dragging Neanderthals, and all that kind of stuff. And they're just folks. That's all they are. Now, are they innocent? I don't know. Are they guilty? I don't know. But I'm prepared to believe, based on what I know about the government and other things, and it's like this. If the government wants you, if the federal government wants you, they've got the money and the time and whatever it takes to get you. If nothing else, witness John Gotti. Now, again, I'm not saying John Gotti was an angel, but they tried this guy 4 times till they finally got his butt put in jail. And they had the money, they had the time, they had the power, they had their investigators, had everything, until finally they got a jury that would convict this guy.
Well, the thing that kind of gets me, they may have broken a law or two, especially with the automatic weapons, if they got that can stick or whatever. But I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this thing, and everybody's talking about this ammunition thing, going back to that again. And hell, a basic load for a squad in Vietnam is 4,800 to 7,200 rounds.
Yeah.
For one patrol.
Yeah.
And, and I'm not saying they're all good guys. I'm not saying they're all bad guys. But I'm sure see that there's a lot of press out there that's sure trying to whip up the storms.
Well, it's just
it sure seems awful convenient if they've been tracking them for 2 years.
Yeah, yeah. And that's
I think there is some politics in here. And, so that's I don't know. I'm like you. I want to stop and watch them before we go to condemn them. Let's see what the deal is.
Yeah, and because if you paint with that broad a brush, some of that brush could qualify you and me for some of that stuff.
Well, I think that's the big problem I have with the whole thing.
Yeah. Paul, I got to leave you. I'm out of time, old man.
Okay.
They're playing the music. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Nick, Patty, and Les, I'll get with you right after the news. I got 2 lines available to 258-5394. Two lines are now available. Nick, you're on 910 KFYI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dayl. Excuse me, my English. I'm trying to make me very well understood. I think you talk about mass media trying to attack the militia, and they are coming with any kind of information which are not are misplaced in this stage of the case. What's the problem? I think it's a kind of, let's say, a complot. If they cannot attack the arms, they cannot attack the Second Amendment, depriving the people because the arms. They can they can attack the militia, and in this case, after they are going in a future, bright future for them, they are going to outlaw militia. Then they will say, why do you need now arms?
Well, I think you're correct in this, and I think part, and I just say part of what's going on here is the anti-gun people and the people in the federal government who are trying to do this kind of thing. And the thing is, if you can terrorize the general public, if you can let the general public think that right in their neighborhood there are all these wackos and all these wild-eyed, foaming-at-the-mouth mystics and all of these people that are going to blow you up and slaughter innocent people or whatever, then you gradually move the audience to the place, the populace to the place where they are much more willing to accept those kinds of things. They're willing to accept more bondage. They're willing to accept more chains because in so doing they think they have more freedom, and that is not the case. It's just like the piece of legislation, the anti-terrorist bill. Even though it was slightly watered down, this is something that got jammed through immediately after the Oklahoma City bombing. And it is a terrible piece of legislation. Very few people fully understand what it's all about.
Yeah, you're right.
But once you terrorize the American public, then when Congress said, okay, now we're going to pass this bill, nobody raised an outcry.
Yes, you're right.
So here we get a situation, if you get one in Montana, and you got one in Michigan, and you got some guys down in Alabama, and you get some people in Oklahoma, and you get some people here in Arizona, and you get enough people across the country, and pretty soon the general public says, well, gee whiz, federal government, come in and take everybody's guns away, and then we'll all be safe.
Absolutely. I wanted only to tell you that CNN, I think 2 or 3 hours after what happened is, if you remember, West Coast got hit by an electricity problem, a blackout.
Yeah.
This guy from CNN was talking to a reporter from Arizona Republic in front of the federal building here in Phoenix, and the CNN guy said, do you think there is any relation between that blackout and this militia? Which, by the way, I don't think they are militia. There is a group of people who maybe they call themselves vipers, and somebody says, oh, these vipers are militia vipers.
Yeah.
This is what I
well, and again, by just planting that seed in some people's minds, and see, nobody's come out yet and told us why they had the brownout.
Absolutely.
We still don't know what happened there. Supposedly, it happened up in Wyoming. Something went wrong up there. And then I heard later it was up in Oregon that something went wrong on the power lines or transmission lines. And, well, I'll tell you what it was, Nick. So just between you and me. Don't tell anybody else, see. But what it was a bunch of militia guys up there doing some practice work as to how they could paralyze the country. And they just blew up
the whole West Coast.
Yeah, they just took out the West Coast as a trial run, see, before they go after the whole country, all right?
Sure.
But now don't tell that to anybody. It's just you and me. That's
okay. I wish you a good and cool vacation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, that's just kind of secret, see. Nobody's supposed to know that. But everybody out there, pass that as a rumor, and I guarantee you it'll go. Call your friends and relatives all across the country and tell them that big power outage that we had here was caused by the militia doing a practice run. Doesn't have to be the Vipers. Just say the militia. That's good enough. It's a broad, generic term, and we can get everybody on that. Patty, you're on 910 KFYI.
Well, first of all, I agree with everything that you said. But one of the points that really hasn't been made is this man who wrote this article really inflamed me. He was a psychiatrist?
No, he quoted a psychiatrist, but the guy that wrote it was not a psychiatrist.
Okay.
He quoted I think Tempe. I don't have it in front of me, but it was some shrink somewhere around here somewhere.
Well, one of the methods of dealing with psychiatric problems is called projection.
Mm-hmm.
And you project your feelings onto somebody else, and I am so sick and tired of this codependent president that we have in his now the word just escaped me, but his enabler.
Yeah.
Miss Hillary.
Yeah.
Everything that man says is what he thinks. He accuses everybody else of what he thinks.
Yeah.
And just like this article accused everybody of having no life, of being so, emotionally and mentally poor that they have to go out and bomb, blow things up in the desert. I beg your pardon, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, it's like I was saying. Now, what kind of a fool, what kind of an idiot, what kind of a dangerous thrill seeker, what kind of whatever would tie a rubber band around his ankles and jump off a 500-foot bridge?
Not me.
Not while I'm conscious, no. No.
But I just really, everything that these people say, it's, like the environmentalist wackos, if the conservatives take over this government, this is what's going to happen. They're going to round us up and put us in concentration camps. Hey, get ready. If the liberals take the government back, that's what will happen to all the conservatives.
Well, it's like another article that was in the paper today, that if you only read the headline, it looks like if they fill up Roosevelt Dam to where they want it, that some kind of an Arizona flycatcher is going to go extinct. Now, if you went ahead and read the article, there are 120 other sanctuaries around the state where the flycatcher is prolific. See, so it's not going to go extinct. There may be a few nests wiped out when Roosevelt Dam gets full. But as far as the Arizona flycatcher going out of business in the state of Arizona, it's not going to happen. But if you only read the headline, or you only read the first paragraph or two, you would get the sense out of that article that this poor little bird out there only is around Roosevelt Dam, and when it fills all the way up, we're not going to have that little rascal anymore.
Well, he ought to go extinct if he doesn't have any more intelligence than that. He really is the bird brain.
Yeah, but see, he does, and the fact that he's, and I forget, there's a whole bunch of other states where this very similar bird is, but anyway, there's over 120 other habitats here in the state of Arizona, but you had to read way into the article to get that.
Yeah. Well, I don't have, I'm just really so infuriated at the codependent president that we have.
Yeah.
Of course, this is rather a dysfunctional society right now, too, so.
Oh, don't talk like that. The boy hey, if they're tracing calls on my show today, the FBI and the BATF be out knocking with that psychiatrist will be out knocking on your door.
Oh, hey, I already blew my cover. I wrote a letter when the first year that he was in to Hillary with her medical socialized medicine that she was trying to put in. I'm sure that I'm in the computer in the basement.
Somewhere along the line. Somewhere they're looking over your file. Armstrong or...
now I called you. Congratulations.
Yeah, Mancini or somebody up there's looking your file over right now, kid.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. It's good to be with you this gorgeous Saturday afternoon, and... sit back in your chair, ride along in your car, wherever you are. Lean back. I want to talk to you for a little while. I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to the politicians. I don't want to talk to anybody else. Just you and me. Whoever's out there, it's just us today. We will have a guest tomorrow. I'll tell you more about that a little bit later on. But today it's just you and me. I spent a considerable amount of time in front of my television set this week, more than I inordinately do, and more watching some of the news channels and particularly some of the hearings that were going on in Washington, D.C. And I came away with a strange feeling. I'm not discouraged. I'm not downhearted. I'm not dispirited. I'm not ready to give up. I don't think it's over. But I got to tell you something. If I have an emotion after watching and listening to the IRS hearings, to the Senate Finance hearings, to some of the debate on the McCain-Feingold bill, watching some of the things that have been going on in Washington, D.C., some of which are culminating now as we come to the end of this particular session of Congress, the emotion that I came away with as I was watching all of this in the last couple of days, riding along in my car, sitting at home, riding along in my car, listening to the radio, sitting at home watching television, and as I say, mainly the news programs, the emotion that came to me more than anything else. And I'm going to spend the major part of this hour talking to you about it. I came away ashamed. I came away ashamed of us. Now that is as broad a collective us as I can possibly make it. I, in no sense of the word, am a historian, but I do love history. I read a lot along those lines. In fact, that's one of the major types of reading that I particularly enjoy. And in my youth and in my growing and informative years and on up in the first years even of doing talk radio, I read a tremendous amount of history, particularly English history and American history. As I say now, I make no pretense at being a historian. Just the things that I enjoyed reading. And I remember reading the stories of the pioneers, and I remember reading how these people forged their way across the country. And I remember, both in my reading and also having my memory refreshed on a couple of trips to Alaska, and I talk about the pioneers that went up there and the men went up, and the hardships that they endured looking for gold and looking for a new way of life. And I think about having lived in Idaho and the northwest part of the country most of my early years and being familiar with the old Oregon Trail, and where Highway 20 and Highway 30 through part of that country, in part and at times both of them, are surfaced over the old Oregon Trail. And near the Boise River, just east of Boise, there is still an incline that you can see. You can see where, off of the high plateau, they came down to the river and on into what is now the city of Boise, the capital city of the state of Idaho. You can still see the wagon tracks, see the grooves. They were so deep and so worn, and they're still there. Of course, it's a protected site and all. And the stories are that from St. Joseph, Missouri, to wherever in Oregon, there is a body buried on average of 1/4 of a mile. And I think of the hardships that those people endured in order to make a life, in order to find land, in order to move themselves up in the status, in order to become some of the people that were there. And how women literally, because of the weight of the wagons and the things that they carried and whatever, and women and children, and many of the men for the most part literally walked virtually every mile of that. And sometimes on a good day through the prairies, they might make 15 to 20, and just a super day, from sun up to sundown, they might make 25 miles in one day. And I think of the courageousness, and I think of the spirit, and I think of the drive, and I think of all the things that those people overcame. And we could talk about weather, we could talk about the unknowns, we could talk about hostile Indians, we could talk about hardships, we could talk about starvation, we could talk about a whole variety of those things, but the spirit that those people had, because they knew what they wanted, they were willing to pay the price, and they were willing to go after it. And I think of all the wars that we have fought and all the blood that we have shed and all the people that we have helped as this nation, and how when need and time and pressure came upon us, and circumstances, we banded together as a nation. We put our shoulder to the wheel. We suffered any number of sacrifices for it, both at home and on the military front. And the people that died and gave their lives and gave parts of their body and gave their time and a whole bunch of things. Most of you out there listening to me today, percentage-wise, don't remember the rationing and some of the sacrifices of the people at home. I was a teenager at the time, so I'm not talking about that as far as any particular suffering was concerned. I personally did not endure any. I didn't notice any. I remember the ration cards. In fact, I still have, in my stuff, I still have my ration card, my own personal. Everybody out there got a ration card. You were entitled to so much butter, so much meat, so much sugar, so much gasoline, so much whatever, in any given period. Sometimes it was a week, sometimes it was a month. But because we had a national drive, because we had a national pride, we were the American people. And we didn't fear the Nazis, and we didn't fear the Japanese, and we didn't fear anybody else. And we were willing to go after them tooth and tong. And now, at least in my opinion, and you are at liberty as the program progresses to take exception to me if you wish. But I got to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, and it's only one man's opinion, and it could be wrong, it could be flawed. But as I listened and as I watched and I read, I've got a whole bunch of things laying here at the paper. I'm going to read you very short excerpts out of as time provides. I am firmly convinced that we have become a nation of cowards. I mean that sincerely. I do not make that statement lightly. We have become a nation of cowards. And I think it was demonstrated so well in the hearings and some of the things that were there today. I look at even at the politicians today. They are afraid to make the decisions that need to be made. They are afraid to cast the votes that need to be cast. It might cost them their job. It might cost them their popularity. They might have to come home to the folks and explain their positions. And so they duck and they hide and they run and they obfuscate. And they point to everybody else. Well, it's not the Republicans' fault that we're in the shape we're in. It's the, by God, Democrats. They had the offices for 40 years, and they didn't do this, and they didn't do that. It's all their fault. No. The Democrats come back and say it's not our fault, it's the Republicans' fault. If you guys hadn't been intransigent, if you'd have been a little more bipartisan, if you'd been willing to give a little bit and whatever else, why, we could have gotten a lot farther down the road than we are right now. So it's always somebody else's fault, and I know you've heard that argument multitudes of times, and we'll be referring to it from time to time in this discourse. But we're a nation of cowards. We have come to the place in America today that I don't care about you. I don't care what your problem is. I don't care what sacrifices you have to make. I want what I want, and I want it now. I want instant everything. I want gratification from me. I want to be titillated. I want to enjoy. I want to have. I want to possess. But I want it given to me easy. I don't want to work for it. I don't want to pay a price for it. But we have become a nation of cowards. And on that hinges the word fear. And if there's anything that I'm going to use in this discourse with you today, it's the word fear. There is an old saying, and I don't know who said it. I wish I could give credit. It did not originate with me. I read it once and I memorized it. And if anything, it's going to be the springboard for the moral, the caption, the title, the whatever of this whole monologue, which could very well take a lot of time because I got a lot of notes here in front of me and I have only gone through about 3 lines of it. But that saying is, and I want this burned in your mind. I want to start out with this. I want you to memorize it. I want it to pop up in your minds. Not because I said it or anything else. Somebody else said it, not me. I can't take credit for it. I wish I could. It's a great saying. And there's more truth in this saying than a lot of others that I know that are being bandied about right now. And that saying is this. When the government fears the people, we have freedom. When the people fear the government, we have tyranny. Now think about that for a minute. When the government fears the people, we have freedom. But when the people fear the government, we have tyranny. And I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how many of you watched some of the hearings that were on today, this week. But if fear was ever prevalent, it was demonstrated more ways than one this past week. Now, I'm going to stay on time today. We got to pause as we always do for commercial business. Sometimes I wish we didn't have to do that, but that pays the bill, my salary, and Peter the Great is on the other side of the wall for the power bill that are running night and night now, so we have to do it. Keep that thought in mind. I'm going to come right back to that and pick up from there. When the government fears the people, we have freedom. When the people fear the government, we have tyranny, and we have become, as a result of that, in my opinion, a nation of cowards. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm John Dayl, and this is 9:10 a.m. KFYI, Arizona's hottest talk radio. I want to talk to you. We have become a nation of cowards. We're individuals who are afraid in many ways of our government. I have a thing on my, as I've told you before, on the back of the frame that goes around my license plate. It says, I love my country, but I fear my government. And I do. I got to tell you, that's not a joke. I fear my government. I don't loathe my government. I'm not angry at my government. I love my Constitution. I love all those kinds of things about it. There ain't no other country I want to go to. I don't want to vacate the premises. I love my country, but I fear my government. We have let it get out of hand. And it was so poignantly pointed out this week. As I sat and I listened to the hearings today, last week, and I heard about all of the horrible things that had gone on, the people that were beaten, badgered, and banged. This was not new to me. It was not even new to you. You've heard all these war stories. You've read about them. You know about them, whatever else. But they continue to go on because the bureaucracy, and if you people will go way back to the time that I got my verbal memory in the ringer over a whole bunch of things, not the least of which was some of the comments that were taken totally out of context, about the Oklahoma City bombing, and I'm not going to go into that. Don't want any part of it. Don't even bring it up. I'm just bringing it up for a reference point, is the idea that, well, I've lost my thought on that in giving you my whatever else. But, oh, yes, I know now what I was going to say. You see, I'm not particularly mad at the congressman. I'm not particularly mad at my senators. I'm not even mad at the president. These are people that are transitory. They come and go. And there's the ebb and the flow. It may take a long time, as it did in 40 years, with the Democrats giving way to the Republicans in the House and Senate. It may take 40 years, but there is an ebb and flow. We have a Republican president, we have a Democrat president. We have another Republican president, and sooner or later we have another Democrat president. But the bureaucracy is there forever, faceless, entrenched, unaccountable, and everybody fears the bureaucracy. And I will give you that point more than anything else in the world when I come back right now to the KFYI News Center, and let's talk with Bette Finlayson. If I can instill a spirit of fear in you, I can, for the most part, control you. Just keep that little thought in mind, too. Sitting and listening to the hearings, especially on the IRS, I heard a United States Senator, Phil Graham, in his wrap-up comments when it was over with, make the statement, for the most part, I fear the Internal Revenue Service. He said, now this is a United States Senator. This is a man who votes on the budget for these people. This is a man who can exercise control over the bureaucracy. This is a man who has got all kinds of power up there, along with the rest of the boys and girls, if they want to exercise it. But here's a United States Senator saying, I'm afraid of these people. Later on, Congressman Bill Archer of Texas said virtually the same thing. One of the reasons he said we don't go after the Internal Revenue Service and come down on these people is, he said, for the most part, members of Congress are afraid of them. Now think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Think about that for a minute. These are the men that are up there that are supposed to be the patriots, if you will, the founding fathers in our current age, or the controlling fathers in this current age at least. They're afraid of the people that they're supposed to control. How many of you ever got an audit request? I have. Not in a long time, thank you, Lord, and I hope I don't get one. And I do everything I can to keep from getting one. But what strikes terror in your heart more than getting that white envelope saying, bring your records and whatever else, and come in, sit down, and explain to us. We've all heard the story, and I won't go into great detail on this because I got so much else to do. The idea that you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. The total antithesis of everything in our Constitution violates half of the Bill of Rights right there. And these people know they've got that kind of power. And I could go down a list for every businessman, every other individual that's out there today about the bureaucrats. And these are the people you better fear, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about the senators. Don't worry about the congressmen. Don't worry about the president. Doesn't mean you should ignore them or not keep your eye on them or not keep them to account. But these are not the people you got to fear because they're transitory. They don't last. But the people at OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, how many people that out there that own a business have had them walk in on you? Or you have gotten tons and tons of material that you've got to follow and so on and so forth. The Environmental Protection Agency coming in on you. I got to tell you something. At one time, I honored the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I don't anymore. I'm sorry. And if I've got any FBI agents out there that I'm painting with an unfair brush, I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. Because I know in every one of these agencies that I'm going to name, there are some good people. But some of the things I've heard, some of the things I've read, some of the things that have been proven. Some of the cover-ups, some of the shredding of documents. We could talk Ruby Ridge. We could talk Waco. We could talk any number of things. We could talk the screw-ups on the Oklahoma City bombing, the falsification of evidence. Any number of cases that are in doubt right now. As many as 1,000 cases are in doubt right now because of falsification of evidence by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We've all looked askance at the CEA. How many of us have shown scorn and disdain for the Drug Enforcement Agency and multitudes in the so-called environmental movement? The power these individuals have to take your land, to invade your home, to go through your records, to